In this world, surviving is a battle of its own. The man kneeling before Governor Gu Hang was blackened by soot, wiry with hunger, and clothed in rags more suitable for burial than labor. His name was Patel, and he spoke with a quiet desperation that made even the armed guards hesitate. We lived in the old mines, abandoned before the war, Patel began. We dug with our hands, used scraps for tools, and traded or for the leftovers from larger camps. We hurt no one. All we wanted was to live. His voice trembled, turning bitter. But the moment we tasted breath, others saw us as prey. He spoke of the dead prisoners, a gang of wasteland raiders. 8 days ago, they struck. 42 of us slaughtered. They took hostages, children among them. The youngest, only 4. A shadow passed over Patel's face. We paid their ransom. They wanted more. We sought help from the Alliance in Fushing City. All they did was issue a warning. Patel let out a hollow laugh. 2 days ago, they slit the throats of 2 of our children, left their bodies at our gates, wrapped in the torn warning notice, blood still soaking the paper. Now they demand double the ransom, or they'll come again, this time to finish us. He looked up with burning eyes. Some say we should run. Others say fight. But I believe there is still hope. That hope is you, Governor. Please help us. From his knees, all Patel could see were Gu Hang's boots, leather soft, adorned with golden buckles. To someone who'd never owned more than threadbare cloth, they might as well have been the crown jewels. The boots shifted. Gu Hang crossed his legs, leaning slightly forward. Why come to me only after the Alliance turned you away? Patel blinked. We thought the Alliance would protect us. You were new. Some said you were a puppet, like the ones before you. Governors who couldn't even pay imperial tax, who vanished within 2 years. And now that you're desperate, I'm worth kneeling to, Gu Hang replied coldly. Patel stammered, panicked. No, if you save us, we'll repay you. 2 years of imperial tax. More, if need be. Gu Hang's voice sharpened. You believe I'm just another collector, demanding coin for protection. You didn't believe my words when I arrived a month ago. My declaration meant nothing to you. You waited until your lives were on fire before acknowledging my rule. I said this once, and I meant it. I will rebuild this wasteland. Every man, woman, and child who chooses to follow me will live not just to survive, but to thrive. But you saw me only as the next execution waiting to happen. Patel trembled. I was wrong, Your Excellency. Please forgive me. He lowered his head, preparing to strike the ground with it. But Gu Hang stopped him. With unexpected gentleness, the governor pulled him upright, placing a hand around his shoulder despite the grime and soot. No need to kneel. You work. You endure. That is dignity enough. His voice became steel. Those raiders? They're parasites. Bandits who produce nothing and steal everything. They're not just your enemy. They're mine. And I won't just eliminate them. I will liberate your people. I'll help you build. Not just survive, but eat well, sleep safely, and raise children without fear. He locked eyes with Patel. Now tell me plainly, do you believe in me? Patel's eyes glistened with tears. I do. I swear on my soul and the Wudong Society's name. We will follow you. Gu Hang gave him a nod and a half-smile. Good. Go rest. I'll march before the day ends. As Patel was led out of the tent by a guard, still bowing gratefully, Captain Yin Fengxiu, a man in crisp military uniform, stepped forward. His face bore the look of a soldier wrestling with doubt. You disagree with me, Captain? Gu Hang asked. Yin saluted. Your Excellency, these things happen every day in the wastes. We can't save everyone. Gu Hang sighed. So you also don't believe my manifesto? That's not it. Yin hesitated. With respect, your term is 2 years. In that time, you must meet the Empire's minimum tax quota. Historically, this planet, New Xiaoxing, has only delivered half that. If we don't meet standards, they'll recall you, or worse. Gu Hang's voice was calm, but firm. We've been here a month, Captain. You've seen the land, blasted by waste storms, overrun with mutants, stalked by desperate raiders. The survivors live like rats in a tomb. And you think they can afford Empire taxes? No, Gu Hang continued. And that's the point. Taxing them now would be slaughter in slow motion. The real enemy is not rebellion. It's stagnation. My predecessors failed because they bled a dying planet dry. I intend to do the opposite. Invest, rebuild, grow. If we raise this world's prosperity, the tax burden becomes light. And we live. Yin frowned. But growth takes time. Time we don't have. Gu Heng's eyes glinted. Then I'll create time. At that moment, a glowing interface appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Notification: the 1st Servant Light Infantry Battalion, 300 troops, has completed training. Unit rating upgraded to T5. Note: further upgrades restricted by equipment tier and personnel ceiling. Gu Heng's smile returned. He patted Yin on the shoulder. We got strength. Let's use it. Call the troops. It's time we taught the dead prisoners what real governance looks like. It took 4.5 hours to travel from the temporary camp to the wasted village. The elites of the Marine Corps were all scattered in a small team of 5 as vanguards and scouts. Ji Yuheng led the victim, Patel, and his servant battalion to move forward steadily. On the way, Gu Heng received a report from the Marine Corps' investigation team. They found a small transport team, which should belong to the dead prisoners' tribe. Gu Heng authorized Yin Fengshu to lead the Marines and some servants to wipe them out and try to capture them alive. Captain Yin is an elite navy, so he can easily do such a trivial matter without any accidents. However, after Gu Heng finished listening to the living confession, his mood couldn't be more beautiful. Gu Heng asked someone to bring Patel over and said to him, "It seems that these robbers never intended to let you go." Patel also saw the situation of the transport team, with an angry expression on his face. Yes, they transported a large amount of high explosives, not to mention blowing up the gate of the Waste Cave Society, even if they blow up the mine and bury us all to death. It's enough inside. Gu Heng shook his head and added, "That's not all. According to the information obtained from Captain Yan's interrogation, they have already negotiated with the greenskins in the ruins of the High Wall, and more than 900 people in your ruined cave society are all regarded as high-quality rations, ready to sell to those green-skinned beasts." What? Patel knew that the dead prisoners, a group of wasteland bandits, were absolutely full of malice towards them, but he was still shocked by their ferocity. The description of green beast is appropriate for those mutants. They not only exist in Fu Xiaoxing, but also exist widely in the universe, and they're also called cancer of the universe. They have no distinction between male and female, and their reproduction depends on the symbiotic spores in the body that fall off and then grow out of the ground, as does their food. It stands to reason that they don't need to buy any rations, but the two things these green-skinned beasts like most in life are fighting and eating the brains of intelligent creatures. The former is their nature, while the latter is their means of technological upgrading. These beasts that grew out of the land were indeed primitive and savage at first, fighting with stone axes and wooden sticks. And when they eat enough and smart enough brains, technology will also develop rapidly: iron weapons, guns and cannons, and even interstellar navigation. Their warlike and destructive nature, the stronger they become, the more they will become a natural disaster that wreaks havoc on everything. Logically speaking, such a race should be the enemy of all mankind. The Empire did indeed have a killing order for the green-skinned orcs, and they would kill them all when they saw them, and then purify the land to kill the spores to ensure that they would not grow again. But the policy is the policy, and the implementation is another matter. Angry Owl Star, taxes can't be paid, food and clothing in the planet can't be guaranteed. There are many conflicts between various forces. The whole planet is in chaos, and the governor is forced to come out to farm by himself. In this situation, it is true that you can't count on prisoners. A bandit like the dead has any feelings for the fate of all mankind. However, not only not being hostile, but also doing business with these man-eating beasts, that would be intolerable. Cleaning up the green-skinned beasts is what Gu Heng must do. Of course, not now. According to the confession, there are tens of thousands of green-skinned tribes in the so-called High Wall ruins, and they have at least evolved to the point of possessing automatic weapons. And there is not much difference in equipment from humans on the planet. If you want to clean up those animals, It is definitely not something that Gu Hang can do with his current strength. Fortunately, the high wall ruins are quite far away, so there is no need to worry too much for a while. The most important thing to deal with is the group of wasteland looters who threaten the Waste Cave Society. Now, Gu Hang already knew their exact information. 4 kilometers away from the mine, where the Waste Cave Society is located, the dead prisoners have built a temporary camp. These guys never thought that the Waste Tunch would dare to come out to fight with them, so they didn't make any preparations for fortifications.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Great opportunity. We can launch a surprise attack. Our mortar can cause a very good strike effect. Yin Fangshu seemed excited. Okay, just do it. After a short rest, there were still 2 hours to go, but they arrived in just over an hour. The reason for speeding up is that the transportation team will not arrive for a long time, making those gangsters aware of the abnormal situation. After a quick march, they still needed some rest time before launching an attack. The 30 elite soldiers of the Marine Corps are fine, but the servitor needs to rest instead. They don't cry tired, but they do, and fatigue reduces their ability to fight. According to Yin Fangshu's suggestion, the soldiers will start again in 45 minutes, and, an hour later, the mortar positions will start shelling. At the position where the dead prisoner camp could already be seen from a distance, Gu Hang patiently led the team to rest, took nutritional cream, and sat quietly to replenish physical strength, and built a mortar position. He knew that the patience now was for the sake of finishing the battle later. Kaga was feeling inexplicably irritable at the moment. These days, it's not easy being a looter. They haven't opened for a while, and all supplies are about to run out. The food is okay, so you won't have to worry about breaking the waste whole society. Even if these miners don't have much food reserves, hundreds of people can use it for a long time if they're slaughtered and made into jerky. Destructible weapons, consumed ammunition, these are not easy to replenish, and the major forces are not very happy to do business with these looters. Only those greenskin tribes are willing. Although the greenskin technology is not easy to use, the failure rate of the weapon is extremely high, and the ammunition is easy to misfire, and in their hands is far from as high as the power of those greenskins themselves. But better than nothing. To be honest, Kajia despises the most abundant or in the Waste Cave Society. This thing is heavy and worthless, and it is not easy to sell stolen goods. But the Dash people in the cave are good things. They can be used as their own rations, and they can rush to the ruins of the high wall to sell them for green leather arms. Isn't it wonderful? Chasing people is much easier than chasing sheep. For this reason, the dead prisoners are almost in full force, except for a few old, young, women, children, and housekeeper brothers who stayed in the lair. The main force was brought out by Kajia, and there were more than 100 people. There are many people in the waste hole society, but there are few guns, so there's nothing to fear. Being able to survive on the wasteland for such a long time mainly depends on the good terrain. Kaga personally went to investigate that mine, and it really is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The entrance of the cave is tightly sealed with ore and metal, and then it is closed from the inside with a thick door, which cannot be opened by manpower. They were already trying to blow up the door yesterday, but they failed because the yield was not enough. In desperation, he had no choice but to send his confidants back to his hometown to transport, including the concentrated explosives at the bottom of the box. His patience was exhausted, and he couldn't trick the group of diggers to open the door. When the explosives came, they would be done. It was supposed to be done today, so don't worry, but Kajia still felt bored. According to the time, his transport team should be coming back, but why is there no movement at all? He had already been urging his subordinates to try to call and contact the transport team by radio communication, but he still couldn't get in touch. This made him even more uneasy. Half an hour ago, he sent a team to search for the situation according to the loop, but until now, there has been no response, and even the radio has lost contact. He was fully alert. Such a strange situation had to make him feel fear and hesitation. Those who are not cautious enough have already been buried in the wasteland with no bones left. He made up his mind to send out 4 or 5 teams to go out to investigate. At the same time, he also ordered the entire team to get ready and planned to set off collectively to investigate the situation back. Suddenly, someone came to report, "The transport team has been contacted, and it is said that it is on the way back, and it will arrive soon." Kajia frowned immediately. "Why haven't I been able to contact you before?" He said that their radio was a bit faulty and had just been repaired. He was afraid that we would be worried here, so he sent a message right away. Kajia thought about it for a moment and then ordered, "Go and reply. Damn it, did you kill zombie dogs on a road? So slow? Come back quickly. Half of the spoils will be deducted from you if it's too late." After finishing speaking, he walked outside quickly and shouted to the brothers who were getting ready, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Let's go right away. Don't fucking stuff your bullets. You can take as many things as you want. Take it. Throw everything else away. Hurry up. Get ready to break through. We're being targeted." The subordinate who just listened to his order was a little confused that he took 2 steps to catch up and asked, "Boss, what are you? Hurry up and spread the word. Get your gun and follow the team." "What?" The kid was still in a daze. John knocked him on the head. "Someone is definitely fucking watching us. Blind the other side. It works best. If it doesn't work, you are slow." After saying that, he stopped talking to this silly boy, took his own gun, greeted his brothers, and prepared to leave the camp. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a whistling sound from the sky. His face instantly turned green. "This is the sound of cannonballs. Lie down." He quickly got down on the ground and cursed endlessly. "Damn, you still use a fucking cannon to blow up. Bah, don't let me catch you. Bah." The rumbling explosions made him almost unable to hear his own voice. He just tried to vent his fear with swear words and harsh words. He guessed that someone was watching them, and even felt that the worst could happen. He was surrounded. But what he didn't expect was that the person staring at him actually had a cannon in his hand. Fortunately, he was not bad luck, except for buzzing ears and a little dazed head. Nothing serious happened. He squatted up and looked around. The artillery that bombarded them should not have a large caliber. It seems to be just a mortar or something. If it was really a heavy artillery, the dense coverage of this round of 10 or so rounds would kill everyone in the entire camp. But despite this, in their crude camp without strong fortifications, these mortars still caused good damage. At a glance, there are at least 20 brothers, either dead or missing arms and legs. The rest of the people were also stunned. But now is obviously not the time to be dazed. To stay here is to wait for death. He yelled, "Rush! Rush! Rush out!" But at this moment, there were gunshots outside, really surrounded. After the artillery fire, the infantry followed up. The only good news was that the sound of gunfire was still a little far away. Presumably, the small teams he had sent out earlier played a role and exchanged fire with people. This is the only life left. Gu Heng, holding up the binoculars, spat out these 2 words. It's a pity that the enemy's reaction was quick. Before the bombardment started, he had already made an action. Otherwise, the results of the bombardment should have been greater. It is a pity that his side still lacks firepower. If the 60mm mortar is replaced by a large caliber howitzer, the infantry can only clean the battlefield, and the main problem can be solved directly by the artillery. But on such a condition, there is no way. All in all, after 2 rounds of shelling, the enemy lost 1/3 of their combat power. Although it seems that there is still a chance to play 2 or 3 more rounds later, it is estimated that it will not have such a good effect. For the remaining enemies, the infantry still had to go up and chew them. On the other hand, Patel next to him watched it happily. From the living information, he already knew that except for the dead, most of his clansmen had been transferred to the lair of the dead and put under custody, so there was no need to worry about accidentally injuring them by shelling the temporary camp. So he was really happy to see this group of robbers who endangered his hometown were bombed, and after several rounds of artillery fire, it was a mess with no casualties. "Your Excellency, Governor, kill all these robbers. I, Patel, would like to serve you all my life." Just thinking like this, he saw the governor put away his binoculars, greeted the soldiers guarding beside him, and moved forward. He quickly followed. Accurately find the target, fire and kill. Feeling the slight heat from the HS-3 Eagle electromagnetic rifle in his hand to his cheeks, Yin Fengshu was relieved a lot. The situation on the battlefield is always changeable. He thought that taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness, multiple rounds of shelling from the mortar positions would be able to cause a devastating blow to these Aboriginal bandits. Most of the remaining people should also be dizzy from the bombing. They brought the infantry up by themselves and only needed to clean up the battlefield and deal with some surviving enemies. But unexpectedly, the enemy is very sharp. Even if they're just wasteland looters, they should not be underestimated. The enemy dispersed many teams first, forcing him to launch an attack immediately. Otherwise, he would be discovered by the enemy. The shelling was launched a few minutes earlier, and the infantry he led also needed to annihilate the few enemy squads at a distance of several hundred meters from the enemy camp. Eliminating these bandit squads is not difficult. But for the next battle, he was a little bored. The damage caused by the mortar was smaller than expected, so he had to take the infantry up to gnaw hard bones. Winning is fine, but what about losses? It would be too embarrassing to fight a group of wasteland bandits and gain the upper hand, and many people would die in the end. Moreover, excessive losses will also affect the plans of the governor. He had full confidence in the 30 Marines he brought down from the starship with his own hands, but not necessarily the servitors. Originally, it was positioned as cannon fodder, and the equipment was rubbish. More importantly, the fighting instinct implanted in the minds of the servant soldiers was also directed towards the direction of cannon fodder, highlighting a fearless fear of death. Being cannon fodder is an advantage, but being a regular army is not necessarily so. He was really afraid that these machine servants would be too reckless and die too much. But after the battle started, he immediately felt relieved. When annihilating the few marauder squads on the periphery, these servitor soldiers didn't show much special. After all, he led the Marines to solve the main targets. The mode that is biased towards special operations is what the Marine Corps is good at, not to mention that they're also equipped with auxiliary aiming, fast enemy tracking, precision shooting units, all kinds of accessories. Regardless of their training level or equipment level, they have a crushing advantage over raiders, and it's normal to win without taking damage. The servant soldiers who didn't get the opportunity to perform showed excellent qualities in the process of attacking the camp. They did not rush out like cannon fodder. Each squad maintained a skirmish formation and moved forward in groups of 3. There are assaulters, fire support, and squad machine guns behind to suppress and accompany the advance. Although the mortar position 1 kilometer away cannot do particularly good damage, it can also continuously throw shells to accompany the soldiers forward to suppress the enemy firepower. In his elite eyes, the tactical movements of these servitors, although a bit rigid, are standard enough and effective enough. Those looters who wanted to break out were trapped in the camp and could not get out. They can only occasionally fire a few rounds from the inside, but they are not very accurate, and they dare not show their heads, let alone take aimed shots. Soon, multiple commando groups entered the camp. The quality of the servants is still online, alternately advancing, cross-covering, multi-angle tangent, taking care of blind spots in the field of vision. All the technical movements that should be used are used. Those bandits thought they could finally launch some substantive counterattacks at close range. But what they ushered in was still the merciless massacre of the machine servants. Of course, the servitors are definitely not invincible. In close combat, casualties are inevitable, but it is much better than what Yin Fangshu predicted before. Is the governor's training really effective? Not only is it a cosmetic project, but it also has a real improvement in combat effectiveness when fighting. From 300 cannon fodder to 300 regular troops, the change happened in such a short period of time. He really found it incredible. But that's a good thing. With the level of the servant battalion, he finally didn't have to worry about too much loss in the battle. Those robbers couldn't resist the attack of the servants at all. This battle is stable. Yin Fangshu found it incredible that Kagana was really desperate. His reaction was not unpleasant, but it still failed to save fate. His brothers were trapped in the camp, and there were less than half of them left. The howling mortars had already stopped bombarding because he was afraid of causing accidental injury. He thought that he would be able to catch his breath and even have a chance to launch a counterattack, but he didn't. Those attacking soldiers with mechanical eyes were what made him most desperate. He has heard of such things as machine servants, and some big forces also have them, but they are just like slave labor. They don't think proactively and can only follow orders to do some low-end, repetitive physical labor. They're not suitable for being trained as soldiers. If they insist on doing this, they will only get a bunch of cannon fodder that if you really want to talk about the advantages, then there are only no leaks, absolute loyalty, and absolute obedience. And now, these are the servants? Such an outrageous servitor? With those cold eyes, they couldn't see any stupidity, only ruthlessness. They were well-trained, quick-moving, and slaughtered his men methodically. Fight back. Many gangsters under him did try to fight back, but scattered counterattacks were useless. Occasionally, the servants were injured, but that didn't affect their emotions at all. Even hiding in makeshift houses made of construction waste and rubble is useless. Those servitor soldiers would throw 2 to 3 grenades in a row and then entered without hesitation with their guns. They were not afraid of casualties, but often there were no casualties, and they were able to kill the stubborn bandits. Now he knew it was all over. His temporary camp has been bombed, with fragments and craters everywhere. His brothers were killed and wounded, killed by bombs, scraped to death by shrapnel, and smashed to death by those well-equipped soldiers with electromagnetic rifles. He was shot at close range by servitors. The prisoner is dead. But Kaga still has one last move. His tribe is hopeless, but maybe he still has a chance to survive. He took out a palm-sized, green, dirty glass bottle from his pocket, and he hesitated. He'd seen what happened to people who drank it, and it probably wasn't much better than death. But if he doesn't drink, he must die now. In the end, he gritted his teeth, pulled out the cork, and gulped down the potion. How difficult is the green-skinned beast, known as the cancer of the universe, to deal with? Guheng saw it with his own eyes today. As the battle came to an end, he personally led the rest of the troops into the battlefield, intending to end the battle. By the way, when he felt the smoke of the war at close range, he heard a huge beast roar, like a bear. Then, a mutant giant at least 2 meters tall, muscular and strong, with dark green skin, appeared in front of his eyes. This guy was almost naked, with only a few strips of cloth hanging on his body. It was obvious that his body had suddenly grown in size, and his original clothes were bursting. His skin was dark green all over and looked very rough. The guns in his hands are wild in style, and most of the parts are quite messy. In the hands of ordinary people, it looks like a hand cannon or a rocket launcher. But in the hands of this guy, it is just like a normal shotgun. Even can be held with one hand. After he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding soldiers. The G7 assaulter rifles in the hands of the machine servants aimed at him, pulled the trigger, and the continuous fire of automatic rifles covered him ferociously. However, an astonishing scene happened. This dark green mutant giant, after being shot so many times, did nothing wrong. At this moment, at least a dozen rifles were fired at him. He didn't fall down, and of course the soldiers didn't let go of the trigger. They all hit the shuttle fully. The greenskin monster was big and didn't move around. Most of the bullets hit the target. It stands to reason that unless it is really an Iron Man, any piece of meat will be beaten to pieces. But it didn't. This guy is still standing there alive. Some bullets were bounced off. Some bullets lost all their kinetic energy and fell down. Some bullets were embedded in the skin and muscles but could not go deep. There was some bleeding, but it was by no means broken. Kaja, who has just completed her transformation, has now come back to her senses after the initial bewilderment. He still has a little self-thinking, knowing that even if he transforms and becomes stronger, his primary goal is to escape as soon as possible. So he ran out of the camp. The taller body and stronger muscles did not make him bloated, but made him faster and more flexible. After he moved, the hit rate of the servants plummeted. If he didn't care about it and just ran away, maybe he really had a chance to escape. But during this process, his attention would always be attracted by the servants nearby, and he couldn't help but want to attack them. On the one hand, being beaten made him irritable. The bullets fired by the assaulter rifle were not lethal, but still painful. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He was still running, just a little slower. He turned his head sideways, aimed the big, ugly gun in his hand at a machine servant, and pulled the trigger. Thick black smoke came out from the muzzle of the gun, and the sprayed cluster shotguns directly blasted the entire upper body of the servitor soldier, and the flesh and blood were blown all over the sky, and many of them even splashed on Kaga. Body. The green-skinned beast bathed in blood became even more violent. He pulled the bolt and fired again, and another servitor died tragically. Come again, the bullet didn't go out. The shotgun in his hand only had 2 rounds. Kagia instinctively pulled into his bosom, as if he wanted to reload, but found nothing. The clothes were all gone, not to mention the ammunition he carried with him. He simply dropped his wild shotgun and charged directly at the number 3 victim. The machine servant soldier who was being targeted raised his gun and fired, fighting and retreating, but before the bullets were fired a few times, the extremely fast green-skinned beast had already rushed in front of him. As soon as the big hand scooped it up, the machine servant was grabbed and lifted up, and then the whole body was forcibly torn into 2 halves. Lifting the corpse above his head and pouring blood from his head, Kaga was full of pleasure, and even felt that his already unrivaled physique had improved to a higher level. He only has a little reason left. Let him understand that it is not necessarily a good thing to further stimulate the potential of his body with the medicine he took before. But that bit of worry and struggle was immediately washed away by the tide of desire to fight. He just wanted to keep killing. A grenade was thrown to his feet, and then exploded, but before that, Kagia had already rolled on the spot to avoid it. A machine gunner set up a firepower point 100 meters away, and a series of bullets roared in. But at this distance, the fighting instinct imprinted in the potion and diffused in Akaga's blood allowed him to not only avoid most of the bullets, but also keep charging forward under the snakeskin. At this moment, his eyes were already red, and he just wanted to tear this machine gunner into pieces. But at this moment, he suddenly staggered, and then his whole body fell to the ground violently due to inertia. He couldn't feel his left leg anymore, as if his left leg had been severed by something. Looking down, his left leg was still growing on his body, and he didn't even suffer too much injury, but he couldn't command it anyway, as if the legs growing on his body were not his own. With his hands and the remaining foot, he barely supported his body, raised his head, and saw a man in a Chinese suit, under the protection of several Marines, coming from behind the machine gunner. He opened his mouth wide, trying to roar, but a series of machine gun bullets hit him all, suppressing his roar. Even a barrage of squad machine guns, much more powerful than the assaulter rifles, could not kill him quickly. However, the Eagle electromagnetic rifle in the hands of the Marines is something on another level. The metal spikes shot out by electromagnetic acceleration can penetrate his skin and muscle defenses. After the 4 Marines emptied the magazines, Kaya had been beaten into a hornet's nest. But he is not dead yet. He still has a breath, and even the hole that was punched in his body is still slowly repairing itself. Gu Heng strolled forward. This is Kaga, the leader of the dead? He can transform human beings. The technology of those greenskins is a bit outrageous. In fact, he didn't care about Kagia himself, but the situation after the mutation of this guy was worrying. Kagia couldn't speak anymore, and could only let out some meaningless roars from his throat. Gu Heng didn't bother to say anything more. He waved his hand, and the soldiers behind took over the finishing work. The electromagnetic rifle fired a series of metal spikes, smashing the green beast's head into a meat paste. Dealing with a green skin is very troublesome. Killing is only the initial step, and the place where its blood flowed and the place where the corpse stayed has to be burned with high-temperature flames. Otherwise, it may not take too long. A bunch of mushrooms will grow here and then turn into a little green skin monster. First the grits, then the goblins, then the orc boys. Although this green skin beast should have been somehow mutated by the leader of the dead prisoners, who knows if there will be a similar situation. Anyway, the battle is over, and there is plenty of time to clean up the battlefield. Gu Heng also had to count his gains. After the battle was completely over, a new interface popped up in front of Gu Heng's eyes. Looking at the words heart and joy, his expression was a bit strange. Does that mean there must be an epic victory, a slight advantage, a narrow victory in a bloody battle? etc. Not only can you see the overall gains and losses, but you can also see the specific situation of each branch. And more importantly, the 19 points of gift obtained after winning the battle. The income from this battle is almost 4 times the monthly fixed income. Good guy. So this is a war-mad system, right? Fighting is the place where you can earn the most money, and farming is only for serving the war. He clicked on the system interface and saw the item, Hero, flickering slightly. Click it again, and his own name flashes. Hero, Gu Heng, faction leader, LV1, can be upgraded with sufficient experience, 10 gifts. Physique, 7, spirituality, 14. Characteristic, psychic spellcaster. You have the power of psionic energy. You can consume spirituality and release psionic spells. Governor of Fury Star. You are the legal ruler of Fury Star, and you have a higher probability of legally uniting with the local forces of Fury Star. This is his own personal information. Among the 2 traits, the Governor of Fury Owl Star comes from his identity, so needless to say, the other is a psychic spellcaster, which is his personal ability. Gu Heng is a psyker, legal. The Gu family he belongs to will, of course, train core children. Needless to say, education, politics, business, giving people resources, etc., like Gu Heng, who showed spiritual talent when he was a child. Of course, he would not let it go. His talent and psychic power is not bad, and he can also see the 14-point attribute from the system, and he has also shown it. As for attributes, Gu Heng also basically figure out the situation. Strength, dexterity, nerve response, ability to resist blows. All the abilities based on the body are classified into the constitution that a strong physique is necessary to grow into an excellent fighter. In this era of extraordinary power, even with the development of science and technology, personal bravery in war still has meaning. The top fighter with the top equipment is too exaggerated to cut the starship with a sword, but charging into the battle, capturing the trenches, taking down the fortress, these are all easy. The greenskin beast just now is a proof that if there is no Gu Heng, although that guy still can't survive, but if you want to kill it, you don't know how many additional servants and even the lives of the Marines will be paid. Psychic power is more mysterious, and in many ignorant worlds, it is called witchcraft or magic. This is a supernatural power originating from the dark side of the world. The superlight speed voyage of the starship and many high-standard powerful equipment and weapons all use this supernatural energy. The Empire has a dedicated energy world, which collects spiritual energy and condenses it into crystal blocks. At the same time, cutting-edge equipment with higher psychic technology content requires more skilled psychics to operate it. Powerful psychers themselves can demonstrate strong combat capabilities by using psychic spells without relying on any equipment. Before Gu Heng got rid of the greenskins, he used psionic spells that a soul cut temporarily cut off one of its legs, making it a living target. This is also the only psionic spell that Gu Heng has mastered, and it is very difficult to learn. It is not what Gu Heng wants to do, to spend decades studying psychic spells. However, the upgradable option in the hero interface provides him with a new path. Can upgrade directly. Isn't he good? Prior to this, the option to upgrade was not available, but he noticed the words sufficient experience. He guessed it was brought about by winning a war. It seems that the option to upgrade will only appear if you have enough experience. As for the 10 gift points required for leveling up, he gritted his teeth and paid for it directly. After getting the 19 points gift this time, plus the remaining 2 points before, there are a total of 21 points, which is enough. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Please choose one of the 5 directions of physique, spirituality, commander, leader, and uniqueness to generate a new talent. And this thing? Needless to say, physical fitness and spirituality should be related to personal strength. The next 2, commander and leader, have similar meanings, but there are definitely differences. Gu Heng guessed that the former should be the meaning of the military commander, the enhanced ability to lead the army to participate in the war. The latter is the leadership ability as a ruler and consul. As for the last, unique. According to each person, the exclusive talent bestowed. As for what it is really impossible to guess. Guing tried to select unique, but got a new prompt. The upgrade item of the unique sequence has not been unlocked. The upgrade failed. I don't know what the conditions for unlocking are. In desperation, I can only choose from the first four. He chose spiritual talent. The reason for not choosing physique is that he is obviously more talented in the path of psyker than the path of warrior. As for the bonus of the commander or leader, it is very good, but when the number of troops is insufficient in the early stage and the size of the territory is small, giving a certain bonus may not be very effective. On the contrary, individual strength will play a more prominent role in small-scale conflicts. What's more, if you really want to become a psionic master who can move mountains and fill seas and possess super individual strength, it's really not necessarily inferior to the bonus effect of the whole army or the whole force. After completing the selection, Gu Heng immediately felt a rush of hot air rushing from his heart to every part of his body, until the extremities. His face turned rosy because of this, but fortunately only some machine servants saw it, and these reformers who didn't think proactively didn't ask too many questions. With a long breath, Gu Heng felt that his whole body was full of strength. He can feel that his muscle contours have become more obvious, his joints have become more flexible, his eyes and ears are clearer, and his thinking is faster. All-round enhancements. But am I not a bit of a spiritual talent? How do you feel that the physical attribute has increased by a section? Calling out the system again, he saw the digital upgrade effect. Hero, Gu Heng, faction leader, LV2, inexperienced cannot upgrade. Physique, 8. Spirituality, 15. Characteristics, psychic spellcaster, governor of furious Alstar. Talent, body protection, spiritual energy. When suffering damage, you can consume spiritual power to counteract the damage. Spirituality, +1. Physical fitness has indeed increased, which seems to be due to the fact that increasing the level will naturally increase the basic attributes. His physique attribute is a bit too low, the improvement effect is more obvious, but the spirituality is not so obvious. But in the end, the spirituality can still increase a little, and that's because of the new talent body protection spiritual chi brought out. Physical improvement is a good thing, and being healthier and stronger is of course a good thing. The improvement of the spiritual attribute allows him to release more spiritual spells, and the power of the spells will also increase. And the most important thing about the talent of body protection spirit chi is its own special effects. With a thought, he felt a magical energy flooding his whole body, soaking all the cells in it. When an external blow comes, the corresponding damage will be offset by spiritual energy until he actively turns off this ability or his spirituality is exhausted. The performance of the Ki-Body Reiki is also very good. This is a passive effect that can be switched on and off. It does not consume when it is activated, and it will not be consumed until it is damaged. Even when facing a sneak attack, there is no need to worry about it being too late to activate the skill. And when it really comes to a critical moment, it is also possible to shut it down temporarily and save some spirituality to counterkill despite being injured. In short, the operation is also very flexible. Gu Heng is very satisfied with such a practical blue bar exchange blood volume skill. While the fight was lively outside, there was no movement in the Waste Cave Club. There are quite a few of them, but with just a few guns, they dare not even go out to see what happened outside the house. It wasn't until Patel contacted NEI Lee through their secret channel, and after confirming that he was not pretending or defecting to the enemy, that he opened the door and let him in, and let him alone. At first, he was worried that the governor would be dissatisfied, but he was not. Gu Heng graciously let him in first and explained the situation clearly. The governor's troops will stay outside the Waste Tunch for 2 days, waiting for news from him. As for what the news is waiting for, Gu Heng didn't say clearly, but Patel probably understands it. The governor has completed the salvation he promised, and now it is time for the Waste whole society to show its sincerity. In this regard, Patel did not feel uncomfortable. The Waste Cave Club completely obeys the governor. What's wrong with that? Entering through the doorway, he returned to his hometown. Familiar faces appeared in front of his eyes. Their features were both pale and black. Pale is due to living underground all year round and does not see the sun. Black is due to the sweat from labor and coal ash sticking together, and there is no condition to wash frequently. He is the leader of the Waste Cave Society. There are more than 900 people in the cave, and he knows every face. People rush to ask him, "Patel, are we saved? Have those damn robbers been killed? Who saved us?" Facing many of these questions, Patel replied one by one while walking at the beginning. But in the end, he really couldn't answer everyone's questions one by one. So he could only give a unified answer loudly while trying his best to pass through the crowd. "Yes, we are saved. Those robbers have all been killed. It was the governor who saved us." The people who heard the answer wept with joy. After finally passing through the crowd, he turned his head and looked at the malnourished and definitely not good-looking faces of his compatriots. He was both proud and worried. The pride stems from the fact that he moved in the rescuers and saved everyone. Worry is not knowing what the future holds. Sighing slightly, he turned his head and saw his uncle, Old Butch. Old Butch's hand was smashed when a cart full of or overturned. The wound was infected and then amputated, and he almost didn't survive. During that time, Patel was promoted. After recovering from his recovery, Old Butch did not try to seize power. There was nothing to seize, and in the environment of the abandoned cave society, there was no room for exploitation or oppression. The leader is elected, and the entire settlement is too poor. Even as a leader, the labor and living conditions are not much different from other people. Because of his disability, Butch couldn't do any heavy work anymore, but he is still giving full play to his residual heat and doing his best to assist Patel, a junior. Old Butch patted his shoulder with his remaining one hand. "Thank you for your hard work." "It's my job," Patel replied. The two of them entered a small room, and Patel told Butch the whole story of his going to help. Old Butch sighed. "It's a misfortune rather than a blessing." The attitude of the old comrades is somewhat pessimistic. Patel disagreed with him. "What is a misfortune? I don't think there is a misfortune. This is definitely our chance. The governor said that he will not only save our lives, but will save us to the end. He is here to build the whole world, and our Waste Cave Society is the first stop." Patel sighed. Those big people, how can they believe what they say casually? In their eyes, us people are like rats and bedbugs in the gutter. Since when did they see us as human beings? When you say something nice, it seems that you are very important, and if it is useless, you will be ruthlessly abandoned. Patel said, "I don't think the governor is like that kind of person." Old Butch snorted. "You brat. What do you know? You've only known him for a few days. Then what can we do?" Patel skipped the question of whether to trust or not and asked, "Can our situation get worse? More than 900 people are dying under this mine. No one dares not to work hard, and those who do not work hard will starve to death. But even so, we still don't have enough food and clothing, and casualties occur from time to time due to work, and people will freeze to death every winter. We don't have extra property to buy guns and cannons to arm ourselves. When we encounter any danger, we can only lock ourselves in the hole and pray that the danger will pass by itself. We were not finished before because we were too poor and the robbers didn't want to spend money. Too much effort to pry open the tortoise's shell, so we couldn't eat 2 bites of meat. This time, we met the most greedy ones determined to attack and sell the living people as rations, so we could only sit and wait for death. I absolutely don't want my compatriots to live on like this. What's more, what else can we lose?" These words silenced Old Butch. After a while, he said, "We will lose our freedom." "Ha ha! Freedom!" Patel laughed so loud that it almost spread outside the door. Those who didn't know thought he was really happy. Can freedom be eaten? This time I also went to the League Fuxing City, the capital city of China. I have seen slaves. The lives of slaves are much better than ours, and we are not even as good as cattle and horses. If we pay for our freedom, our people will no longer be starved to death, frozen to death, or treated as human beings. If the rations are eaten, then I am willing to give up my freedom." Old Butch finally couldn't say anything else. He could only sigh again. "I don't object to any of your decisions. I just hope that we won't regret it." "We will never regret it." I believe you will not regret it. On the same day, Gu Hang saw Patel come back, and together with several people who could talk in the Waste Cave Society, they expressed their complete surrender to him. It was completely within Gu Hang's expectation. The people of the Waste Cave Society have no choice. Patel said humbly, "Master Governor, there are a total of 907 people in the Waste Hole Society waiting for your first order. Let's go into the hole and have a look." "What? Are you going into the hole?" "Not welcome." "No, but the conditions in our place are very poor." He really didn't want Gu Hang to enter the mine, not for any other reason, but because the conditions in the mine were too bad. More than 900 people live in a narrow cave, and even if there are vents, the smell inside is definitely not good. The living conditions are poor, and feces and urine are everywhere. Patel was very afraid that the situation in the mine would dirty the governor's gorgeous clothes, and he was even more afraid of dirtying the governor's heart. Gu Hang waved his hand and said, "I always have to see what's going on with you before I can decide what to do next." Although Gu Hang's arrival caught people off guard, and there was no way to organize a grand welcoming ceremony in a haste, the people in the Waste Cave Society still tried their best to put on some ostentation, trying to make the governor feel their respect. When Gu Hang entered from the gate of the mine that had been cleaned up as much as possible, he saw that all the lights in the mine were turned on. The people of the Waste Cave Club lined up on both sides, standing on both sides of the mine corridor, welcoming the arrival of the person who determined their future destiny. Gu Hang was not the first to come in. His current military supervisor, Captain Yin Fangxiu, had already brought hundreds of people in first. Along the way, the machine servants pulled up a human wall, separating the passage from the residents of the Waste Cave Society. The soldiers stood upright with their guns, while the people around them knelt down one after another when Gu Hang passed by. Wherever Gu Hang went, the people knelt down to greet him. Apart from people, the abandoned cave society can't bring out anything else for ostentation. Right among the crowd, Gu Hang walked all the way, observing the situation in the Waste Cave Club. The people have good looks, and they all look unhealthy. There are some mining tools, hoes, carts, and the like in a mine, which are purely manual operations, and there's no equipment or equipment. Walking, he came to a hollow area in a mine. Here, it is used as a square, an important residential area by the people of the Waste Hole Society. There are many simple buildings with wooden structures built in a mess. This place should be the home of many people. More residents of the Waste Cave Society gathered here. When Gu Hang stepped into it, hundreds of people, led by the leader Patel, knelt down in unison. Respect is the performance is very sufficient. Here, a temporary platform was also set up. Gu Hang walked up, and the microphone was already set up. The voice of his speech here can not only be heard by the people in the small square in the mine, but can also be heard by people who are not in the square through the speakers placed in various places in the mine. After all, the mine square is not big enough to hold 900 people. Standing on the stage, Gu Hang stared at the faces under the dim light. He could see in their faces the rejoicing of being alive after the catastrophe and the gratitude to him as the savior. But equally, their expressions also showed confusion about the future, doubts about him, the one who decides the fate of everyone, and the numbness left by the hopeless life in the wasteland. A long way to go, but he still spoke slowly. "Residents of the Waste Tunch, I am your governor, Gu Hang. Today, I saw all the people bowing down to me and expressing their surrender to me. This is very good and proves that you have made the right choice. Your leader, Patel, asked me for help, and I promised him. I led the army to the Waste Cave Society and eliminated the robbers who threatened us. 146 corpses were neatly placed outside, and 11 captives will be accepted later under the witness of all of you. Judgment. The salvation you want has already been obtained, but I want to give you salvation, but it has just begun. In the harsh, unforgiving wasteland, disasters, both natural and man-made, have always threatened our existence. Today the dead man comes, and tomorrow there may be something else. You need to be able to protect yourselves, and I will arm you. This is the first salvation that I will give you next. You work hard day and night in the mines, But what you get in return is a life without sunshine all day long. You don't have enough food and clothing, and you die every winter. You have the right to live a better life, and I will make life better for all who are willing to work hard. This is the second salvation I will bestow upon you. A safe environment, enough food and clothing. This may be your greatest wish now. But when you are full, you will have more wishes, a better living environment, better spiritual enjoyment, and even self-realization, sense of honor, faith, and I will provide you with a platform to pursue a higher level. This is the third salvation that I will bestow on you. In my plan, when I bestow these three items on you, when I allow you to live a safe and prosperous life, then I can talk about the time to truly save you. When Gu Hang said that all the robbers outside had been killed, everyone was already jubilant. The brigands killed and captured their brethren and locked them up in the cave for many days, and the food supplies were exhausted. They have been in constant fear until now they are finally rescued, and their gratitude cannot be half-faked. And when Gu Hang said that he was going to arm them, some residents, especially some young and passionate ones, became even more excited. The people in the Waste Cave Society have always known the importance of having guns and cannons in the wasteland. In this place where the weak eat the strong, there is no ability to protect oneself. That is a piece of meat, regardless of fat or thin. There will always be someone who wants to take a bite. After all, everyone is starving. But guns are not for nothing. The most valuable thing in the wasteland is the arms trade. However, the people in the Waste Cave Society can hardly afford enough food and clothing and cannot afford it at all. With weapons, there is a sense of security when encountering the same thing this time, not to mention being able to fight, but not being able to fight. At least one has the strength to fight and will not sit and wait to die like now and can only rely on others to save him. And the second item, the matter of having enough food and clothing, aroused even greater passion. Gu Hang's words directly hit the depths of their hearts. We work so hard. We work so hard. Why can't we get a full meal? They don't understand the exploitation of the external market and the difference in value between primary products and processed products. But the governor said that he will give them food and clothing. This alone is enough to make them fully support whatever the governor wants to do. And the third point, the so-called higher pursuit. On the contrary, everyone didn't have any special feelings and even felt at a loss. Just living is already very difficult. They rarely think about more things in this life, and they don't understand what the so-called self-realization and sense of honor are talking about. Follow along and cheer. It is also because of the continuation of the previous events. What the governor said is always right. But there are always a few people who have kept thinking under the torment of a painful life. When they heard what the governor said, their eyes lit up. Most of the people in the Waste Cave Society were inspired by Gu Hang's speech. They could already see that a path of light and hope was opening before their eyes. Old Butch had mixed feelings. He is old, has experienced many hardships, and has been shouldering the safety of the entire abandoned cave club on his shoulders, so he will inevitably be overthinking and suspicious about everything. In his opinion, the hundreds of people from the Waste Cave Club report to the regiment to keep warm in the dangerous wasteland, and what they're looking for is survival, and no matter what the situation is, think more and be more stable. Even if you miss a lot of opportunities, is better than taking a wrong step and losing everything. Of course, he was extremely fortunate that the governor had brought troops to rescue him. Without foreign aid, all of them would die. But to be honest, what he expected most was for the governor to bring troops to kill those robbers and then leave. Even if they have to pay a little more, that's fine. He thought about the worst situation, that is, the tax will be doubled after 2 years, which may starve half of the people in the Waste Hole Society, but it is better than all deaths. But now, not only did the governor not ask them to pay anything, but he was willing to give them more, which made old Butch very worried. No cost at all, and that could mean the greatest cost. After listening to Gu Hang's speech, he couldn't help feeling overwhelmed, and he also cheered and performed along with the crowd. What the governor said was, of course, what he expected, what he dreamed of. But is it really possible? The people of the Waste Cave Club have nothing but a handful of strength. There is no technology, no equipment, and even resources such as mines are abandoned mines before the war, with small reserves and very difficult to mine, that if the veins are of good quality, how could they fall into their hands? How can they pursue a better life like this? Old Butch couldn't imagine it. He didn't hope so. But he couldn't help but think the worst, and felt that Gu Hang's words were all to fool them, and he might pack them up and sell them as slaves in the future. But he is no longer the leader of the Waste Cave Society. The current leader, Patel, seems to have been brainwashed, fanatically trusting the words of the governor. After the governor's speech, the kid was so excited that he went away as soon as he waved his hand, saying that he wanted to discuss the future development plan of the Abandoned Cave Society. I was sold and paid for it. Old Butch could only go back to his cramped, musty-smelling little space, secretly depressed. It didn't take long for him to be depressed, and there was a knock on his door. Opening the door, Patel walked in. The room was pitch black, and Patel asked, "Why didn't you turn on the lights? Save a little." According to what the governor said, a happy life cannot be achieved by saving energy. Hee. Your mouth is full of the governor now. He saved us. I never denied that. He will bring us a bright future. Old Butch was a little perfunctory. He had given up persuading Patel. This is the end of the matter. What else could it be? To be honest, the Waste Cave Society has no strength, even if Patel listened to him. So what? Can you still resist the governor? Thinking of this, he became even more disheartened. He asked without interest, "Why don't you discuss the big plan with the governor? Why are you looking for me, a bad old man? The discussion is over, and I'm here to ask you for help." So fast. The governor is very particular about efficiency. What do you want me to do? Lead our people to the surface and build settlements. We can no longer live in mines for a long time. The poor living environment will make diseases come to us. But Old Butch hesitated. It is, of course, very good to be able to live on the surface, but who would choose to live in a mine? In fact, the Waste Cave Club had plans to develop on the surface before, and they had a camp on the surface. Then, he was beaten by the dead prisoner. The dozens of people who were taken away were also taken from the surface camp. The surface is too dangerous, and with the ability of the abandoned Tunch, it is impossible to defend it. I know what you're worried about, Patel said, but we have the power to protect ourselves. The governor will leave 100 machine servants here to take charge of the security work. At the same time, we will also deliver 100 set soldiers and equipment, choose people from the Waste Hole Society, and arm a company. Now the Old Butch was surprised. He felt that the governor was fooling people, but he didn't expect that what he promised would be done immediately. No, it should be two pieces. It is one thing to arm the soldiers of the Abandoned Cave Society so that they can protect themselves. It is another thing to build houses on the surface and improve living conditions. Change is immediate. In this matter, Old Butch had no way to shirk, but he was curious about another point. You want me to help with the construction of the surface camp, so what are you doing yourself? It will never be military training. For this kind of thing, the governor will definitely send someone to take charge. Not to mention military power or something. Even if the Fadong Society were to come by themselves, none of them would be able to do it. Patel smiled mysteriously and stopped playing tricks. I want to build our own production line. New mining machines will be delivered, and there will also be alloy smelting furnaces. The governor will not only help us improve our mineral production for the efficiency of excavation, we must directly establish a production line for the production of alloy plastic steel. Hearing this, Old Butch was really surprised and speechless. Building an army and returning to the surface to live is of course very good. But to put it bluntly, it is all a fantasy. Relying on the Waste Hole Society itself, how can it support a decent army? Don't you still have to rely on the governor's blood transfusion? This is the core reason for Old Butch's pessimistic attitude. To live a good life, the Waste Hole Society must have sufficient value that he never expects others to give free and unlimited blood transfusions to Fadonsh, which is impossible. Even if it is to buy people's hearts for a while, it is for the greater good. Whether it's for the sake of establishing a memorial archway to gain fame, or there are more shady plans, it's not a good thing. But now he knew that he was wrong, very wrong. It is true that Gu Hang will not transfuse blood for Wudongsh without limit and free of charge. He does have something for Wudongsh. It's just that what he needs is something that the Wudong Society is far from being able to provide now. But it doesn't matter. Gu Hang can make the waste whole society develop. When their productivity increases and their own value increases, they can afford the price Gu Hang wants. Of course, at that time, the debt owed by the Waste Cave Club to Gu Hang may be far more than just a life-saving grace. But old Butch was happy with it. Such an opportunity was what he dreamed of. He has already fully braced himself, and the previous worries have long been thrown out of the sky. When will it start? Patel teased and asked. You said earlier that it was a misfortune rather than a blessing? What did you say that you would lose your freedom? Old Butch blushed and said stubbornly, You brat, you know nothing. Our freedom. Is the equipment bought by the governor worth it? Ha ha. Watching the old man's attitude turn 180 degrees, Patel also laughed out loud. This is not mocking the old uncle. This is rejoicing for the future fate of all of them. After Gu Hang finished his speech, when he opened the system interface, he saw such a new message. Is Habong okay? In the judgment of the system, a small place like the Waste Tunch was also identified as a power. Look further back. Current gift points, 11. Total income of the territory, 6/Terra month. Governor temporary camp, 5/Terra month. Waste Cave Society, 1/Terra moon. The total income increased a little every month. Gu Hang curled his lips, not particularly satisfied. The population of Wudong is not large enough. Its productivity is not strong enough. In contrast, although his temporary camp was built from a state of emptiness and emptiness, it still has more than 3,000 people. Of course, no matter which side, there is still considerable room for development. I believe that after the productivity and prosperity increase, the monthly gift income will also increase significantly. But as far as Gu Hang's current knowledge is concerned, relying on a fixed monthly income, the most he can get is a guarantee. If you want to get rich, you have to fight. What kind of gift system? This is the war-mad system. Killed the main force of the dead prisoners and gained 19 points of gifts. Xiao Fei. He has a bit of a taste. After the work of the Waste Cave Club was finished, he sent Yin Fangxiu, the captain, to take half of the elite Marines and a company of mechanized infantry to attack the lair of the dead prisoners, robbers according to the confessions of the captives. That should be an easy fight. The main force of the dead prisoners had already been wiped out outside the abandoned Tunch, and most of those who remained in the camp were old, weak, sick, and disabled. After all, robbers have families too. There is no need to worry too much about the small number of left-behind robbers. They can only add up to 50 people at most, and they don't know how many guns they can make up at present. The troops that Yin Fangxiu brought are enough to wipe them out. I hope that Yin Fangxiu can rescue the prisoners of the Waste Cave Club who are still alive as much as possible. If it is impossible, there is no way to force it. In addition, what Gu Hang is looking forward to more is the harvest of gift points. Although knowing that the enemy is weak, the gift income will not be too much, but it should be higher than waiting for a fixed monthly income, right? Thinking of this, he continued to look down. As a result, a bigger surprise came. He saw a new function quietly appeared in the system. Under Heroes and Soldier cards, a new option quietly stays here. Science and Technology. Gu Hang's mood was not calm. He felt that this system was a war-mad system. Apart from giving a lot of points for winning battles, there was another point in the system's function. Whether it is personal upgrades or military training upgrades, they're all preparing for war. That seems to be a circulatory system in which the stronger you fight, the stronger you can fight. Farming is only a secondary link. But unexpectedly, the functions of the system were not completely open to him. Are there any other new features in the future? What are the conditions for the new function to be enabled? Unknown. The follow-up is full of hard work. What Gu Hang most wants to see now is this technology function, what kind of technology method it is. When he opened it, the system interface showed stars all over the sky, but every star was dark, waiting for him to light it up. After careful identification, these dark stars seem to be connected to each other. Their shapes are quite intricate, and their sizes are also different. Each dark star seems to represent a specific technology. Gift points can be invested to unlock a random technology unlock. The success rate of technology unlocking and the level of technology unlocking will increase with the specific points invested. Invest 10 points in the lowest grade to unlock once. Invest 100 points in the second grade to unlock once. Invest 1,000 points in the third grade to unlock once. Or is it a card drawing and lottery mechanism? Not a liar, right? Guheng has a little psychological shadow on this kind of card drawing thing, but there is no other way. He currently only has 11 gifts on hand, and the minimum standard will be gone once he draws it. According to his understanding of similar mechanisms, this kind of minimum distribution usually does not produce any good results. But the point is that if he doesn't spend it here, the 10 gifts in his hand are useless. In terms of heroes, he is currently at level 2, and he is stuck with experience. Even if he has gifts, he can't go up. If he does not enter the military training, he will be promoted to T5, 100 gift for every 1 people, T5 to T4, 10 gift for every 1 people, T4 T3, 1 gift per person. Now his servant battalion is T5, and the hardware limit cannot be upgraded. The elites of the Marine Corps can be promoted, but it is not meaningful to upgrade 11 people to T3, and it is only the training speed. If the equipment is not improved, the overall strength is still not up to the mark. Thinking about it this way, if he doesn't want to save the gift points to become moldy, smoking technology is really his only choice now. That being the case, let's smoke it. Hope not to be black-handed. Following his thoughts, the 10 gifts quietly passed away, replaced by 1 lighted up in the dim starlight of the sky. Basic technology, alloy plastic steel. The research product of the Imperial Mechanicus is a qualified multi-purpose material, based on steel and smelted with a variety of minerals. According to different formulations, it has different characteristics that IT can be used for soldier bulletproof plates, building materials, vehicle armor, spaceship parts. Sure enough, it is only the most basic technology, and it is still in the direction of raw materials. But after careful understanding, Guheng opened his mouth wide. I found a treasure. Alloy plastic steel itself is not a particularly rare material, and the performance gap between different proportions and processes is very outrageous. The best plastic steel can be used to make the core material components of precision instruments, and the poor plastic steel can only be used as building materials. If you just give crafts, recipes, and blueprints, it won't be that useful. With Guheng's current poor appearance, there is no condition to realize the craft and blueprint. But what the system gives is nanny feeding. The lighting of technology gives 3 things. First of all, it is theory, technology, and design blueprint. With these, as long as there are enough scientific and technological talents and industrial foundation, this technology can be directly applied on a large scale to build factories. None of this is unusual, but what is unusual is the latter 2. The black box maker. Black box is an adjective that means that no one can know what is going on inside the device. Only the most primitive raw materials need to be input to produce finished products directly. And there are 2 such black box manufacturer machines, each of which is different. The first thing is the finished black box. You only need to input iron, ore, and any proportion of materials, and the black box can directly produce the highest level of alloy plastic steel materials. The second piece is the black box of the mother machine. It also only needs to input the most basic materials to produce a smelting furnace for producing qualified alloy plastic steel. This is amazing. Guheng looked at the 2 machines that he could manifest at any time and the knowledge in his head and realized how powerful the technological system is. The food is fed directly into the mouth. Guheng's subordinates really don't have any technology and technical talents. But with this thing, a group of baboons might be able to create an alloy plastic steel production line. 10 points of gift, earn a lot of money. What war mad system? I declare, this is the most powerful farming system. Helping the Waste Cave Society to build up its production capacity was originally planned by Guheng. Guheng doesn't like the little mineral output of the Waste Cave Society. It's hard for these people to support themselves, so where is the residual value? Only by developing them can Guheng's goal be achieved. And Guheng's goal is not just to make these people afford to pay taxes, that he wants to make the entire planet more prosperous. He needs more troops, more weapons and equipment, and more material bases. Fedange is a starting point, but it is also an important model room that, if it is done, he intends to continue to replicate a similar model. But first of all, this model room must be well laid out. Originally, his plan was to rely on the starship Quintet floating in the sky. When Gu Hang set off from the capital of the Star region and came to Fu Xiaoxing to serve as the governor, of course he did not take up the post alone. He is one of the contemporary core members of the Gu family, and the Gu family is an old political family in the Tianma Star area. A watch-class strike cruiser belonging to the Pegasus Imperial Navy, the Quintet, carried him from the capital of the sector. But the Quintet did not leave after completing the task of escorting the governor. IT will perform a 2-year mission in the orbit of Furiel. IT will obey the governor's order and provide the strongest backing for the governor to revive the entire planet. That's how Gu Hang got this kind of treatment. The previous governors were all dismissed by a frigate. Theoretically, with the Quintet floating in orbit, Gu Hang can walk sideways on the Star of Fury. Above the wasteland, there is nothing that can threaten the Quintet. On the contrary, the Quintet can carry out a terrible orbital bombardment of any position on the surface of the planet. At the same time, the Quintet can also bring great help to Gu Hang in other aspects. This 11-kilometer-long Shanghai giant ship is equipped with a crew of more than 10 people. Among them are organic servants, slaves, combatants, technicians, elite marines, mechanics, psionicists. Various people perform different functions. In a sense, such a giant ship is like a city floating in the sky. The crew mainly relies on drawing and replenishing from various planets. But because the space voyage is too long, there are very few opportunities to leave. There are many crew members. They are simply the descendants of the crew members on the starship combined. They are very likely to be born on the starship, die on the starship, and never leave their lives. This huge city in the sky can provide Gu Hang with many things. The Dash servants, Dash machine servants, and Dash marines he started with were all brought down from the starship. He originally planned to get it from the sky for the needs of building the Waste Cave Club. Quintet can provide manpower and provide weapons and equipment. Gu Hang said that he would select 100 soldiers from the Waste Cave Society and arm them. He was not talking nonsense. Bullet, he was about to get it off the starship. On the contrary, some production equipment in his plan is not very easy to operate. He originally planned to do it from Fuxing City. After all, he is the governor of the planet and the leader of the Alliance of the Star Fury. Even if he doesn't have enough actual control over the Alliance, there's always a way to get some wool. But now it seems that no need. What the technology function of the system gives is much more powerful than pulling wool. Without saying a word, he called Patel over and told him about the launch of the production line, which made the leader of the Waste Cave Society very excited. After sending Patel away, Gu Hang left the Waste Cave Society and went to the periphery. His soldiers were also stationed outside, and the people from the Waste Cave Society had come out one after another, and under the leadership of a man named Old Butch, they began to build their ground camp. Patel began to select the 100 abandoned Cave Society soldiers who were about to be trained, and quickly decided on all the candidates. To be honest, Gu Hang is not very satisfied with these people from the Waste Cave Club as a source of soldiers. They're all born as coolies, but they are malnourished, and it is difficult to develop a strong and excellent physical fitness. Not only do they look a little thin, but their bodies also suffer from many hidden injuries due to long-term hard work. Although he has the spirit and will to bear hardships and stand hard work, he is still not a very good source of soldiers. It's just that he has no choice now. The 3,000 servants brought down from the starship in the temporary camp were not much better. Next, Gu Hang left behind 100 machine servants, and he took the rest, as well as the 100 newly recruited young men from the abandoned Cave Society, to the temporary camp. He didn't plan to wait for Yin Fangxiu, who had gone to clear up the remnants of the dead prisoners, to come back. Nothing would happen to that guy. After he completes the task, he will leave a small team of elite Marines to take charge of commanding the machine servants who stayed at the Waste Cave Club. Those brainless servitors don't have the ability to fight independently. After a few hours, Gu Hang returned to the temporary camp. The whole camp still looks like a big construction site in full swing. After initially leveling the land and building simple walls and simple buildings with local materials, most of the servants are busy with one thing: building a landing site. The landing field is for the starship. Of course, it is not for the entire starship to land, but for the transport plane that flies down from the starship to dock with the ground. This is not a particularly efficient transportation method. On some planets with better conditions, space elevators and orbital starports are the main force for interstellar transportation. However, it is still a matter of conditions. Where can Gu Hang afford to build space elevators and starports? It can only rely on the spacecraft carried on the starship to carry out the transportation work between the ground and space. This requires a landing field, or even an airport, to improve efficiency. The amount of work to be fully completed is not small, but it doesn't have to be done in one step, as long as a workable one can be produced initially. After checking the progress of the project for a while, Gu Hang found an unoccupied space outside the camp and manifested 2 black box manufacturing machines. The 2 manufacturing machines are really black boxes. These 2 square black boxes are composed of pitch black and unknown materials. The 2 are one big and one small, like 2 houses. There are 2 doors, one in front and one in the back, one for incoming materials and one for output products. Gu Hang scratched his head, a little dumbfounded. The system did not say that the black box is so big. Why move it? It can only be used on engineering machines, and it is too exaggerated to simply use manpower. But after thinking about it, Gu Hang felt that there was no need for him to transport these 2 things to the Waste Cave Society. The finished black box needs to be used, and the ore can be imported from Woodonsh, although this is a bit of a violation of his promise to Patel to build a production line for Woodonsh. But in fact, there is no conflict. The finished black box must be used to produce the top alloy plastic steel material, and the output will not be much. As for the production line of the Waste Hole Society, the various parts produced by the black box of the mother machine are transported to the Waste Hole Society, where they are assembled again to build an alloy smelter. It is conceivable that with the continuous development of the 2 camps, there will be frequent transportation exchanges between them. Road repairs are of course needed, but transport equipment is also important. He didn't want his subordinates to take 8 hours to go back and forth with carts and carts. Vehicles, engineering equipment, these things are all needed. His eyes looked up to the sky. It seems that we still have to collect the wool of the quintet, including the 100 sets of weapons and equipment promised to the Waste Dongshi. However, Gu Hang felt a little annoyed at the thought of dealing with that woman. Although there are still few words, please do not keep books as much as possible. The new book period needs everyone's support. It would be even better if you can recommend it for the younger brother. I have always wanted to write this book with a hammer set. I will try my best to write this book well. I hope I can get good grades, and I will live up to everyone. Thanks, Red. Yalisha felt a little annoyed at the thought of dealing with Gu Hang. As a serious Imperial Commodore and captain of a strike cruiser, she was a real big shot in the Pegasus sector. Who is more important, the identity of a Commodore or the governor of the planet? From the Imperial Navy stationed in the entire Tiamat Star District, there are only 7 cruisers in total. In comparison, there are 9 planets in the Tiamat Star District, which is about the same in number. Neither is a system. The planetary governor has a special status, but generally belongs to the administrative system of the Empire. The captain of the starship belongs to the military system of the Imperial Navy. In theory, sector masters do not have the ability to directly command the Imperial Navy. Of course, this is not the case. The Pegasus fleet was established by the Pegasus Star District. Most of the officers and soldiers were recruited and selected from various planets in the Star District. The starships were also purchased with money from the Star District treasury, and the logistic supplies were also provided by the Star District in terms of missions. The Tiamat fleet is also responsible for the defense of the Tiamat Star area. It has to cooperate with the Star area government, and its independence is indeed not that strong. In short, the status of the 7 cruiser captains and the 9 planetary governors in the Tiamat Star area is not easy to compare, and the difference is probably the same. But it's different if it's embodied in Gu Hang and Yalisha. There are 9 planetary worlds in the Tiamat star area, and although the other 8 are of varying levels, they are all vassals at any rate. Only this angry owl star is a big problem. According to the past practice, Gu Heng became the governor, which is not much different from being sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. How does it compare with Elisha? Elisha also came from a family. The Fofana family she belongs to is an ally of the Gu family, and they're also supporters of the current head of the star region. And she herself is a rising star in the military world, the most dazzling rising star in the navy of the Tiamat star region, the only female and the youngest among the 7 captains. To be able to sit in this position, family background is of course important, but her own ability cannot be ignored. Gu Heng and Elisha are very different. However, the Brigadier General also has her own troubles. It has been nearly 2 years since she was promoted to the captain of the quintet, and doubts are still coming and going. Age, seniority, gender have all become targets of attack. As for ability, talking about ability is too idealistic, and it can't be eaten unless it is transformed into unquestionable achievements. She really suffocated and wanted to fight a beautiful battle. Punch green-skinned warlords, kick chaos traders, exterminate void Zerg. You can do anything, anyway. You just want to fight a hearty victory and return home with honor. Who dares to point fingers at the old lady in the future? In the end, the battle didn't make much money. Instead, New Xiaoxing came to escort the family's political ally, the young man who was sent to be the governor. 1 squad is 2 years. She was very upset, but she had no way to resist, so she could only go to the post angrily. It was already annoying, but that guy was always making trouble for her. She also doesn't know now whether Gu's side attache's importance to Gu Heng or not. Speaking of paying attention, why did they get assigned to such a place? It's not impossible to take on the big task of developing Fury Star, but I haven't seen how much resources your Gu family has invested. But if you don't pay much attention to it, why would the Star Region government send one of the only 7 cruisers in the Pegasus fleet, that is, the quintet led by him, to stay for 2 years? Can't figure it out. Don't even think about it. She considers herself a soldier, so she should be pure and follow orders. Her order was to ensure that the Owl Star remained loyal to the Empire, to assist the planetary governor, and to provide military support. In this matter, she never thought of creating difficulties for Gu Heng. She will perform the duties of the Imperial Navy as long as the Governor-General requests it. In her mind, what she needs to do is nothing more than to deter the surface from the orbit and strike when necessary. There is no pressure, just do things step by step. But Gu Heng didn't ask her to help bomb anything. Instead, he wanted to leave a group of servants and soldiers. This she did not expect. She didn't want to give it to her at first, but she was fooled by that guy Gu Heng, so she still gave it away. Looking back, she still felt regretful. My old lady can help you fight wars, but you can't abduct my old lady's people. This is not within the scope of her duties. Moreover, she is here with the Imperial Navy, and it is true that there are 10 people on board. It seems like a lot, but it takes so many people to start a giant ship with a total length of 11 kilometers. If Gu Heng took away too many people, it would directly affect the combat effectiveness of the starship. What's more, the combat power of the Navy is all on the starship. Breaking away from the starship, with a population of 10, thrown on the surface, there is not even a splash on the scale of the planet. Compared with the Imperial Guard, which is specialized in land warfare and consists of millions of people in a legion, their numbers are not an order of magnitude. Gu Heng took away more than 3,000 people, so it wouldn't affect the operation of the starship, but it's a matter of course. This time, after receiving another communication request from Gu Heng, Elisha made up her mind that she would not satisfy any request unless there was some combat mission. After adjusting her mood, she sat upright and asked the technician to connect Gu Heng's communication signal. Gu Heng's head appeared on the screen in the center of the podium. Brigadier General Elisha, hello? I haven't seen you in half a month. You have become more beautiful. The female Brigadier General said with a straight face. Your Excellency, Governor, please don't be glib. Just talk about things. Don't be so serious. I have good news for you. What news? Our troops wiped out a rebel army on Fury Owl today. and nearly 200 enemies of the Empire were wiped out. A group of looters and wasteland bandits, in Gu Hang's description, became rebels and enemies of the Empire. Strictly speaking, there is nothing wrong with what he said. Yalisha didn't know much about the specific situation on Fury Owl, but despite this, she also knew that what Gu Hang said was moist. But most importantly, 200 enemies? She showed disdain. Do you have a nerve to bring this victory to me? I know, Madam Brigadier General, you don't care about these 200 people, but what if the number in the future may be 20, or to wipe out a green-skinned warlord? To eradicate a heretical cult that doesn't believe in the Emperor? Or even destroy the indigenous evil gods? Yalisha's expression became serious. Hearing what Gu Hang said, she subconsciously began to think if, as he said, hundreds of thousands of traitors to the Empire were wiped out, a green-skinned warlord was wiped out, and the evil god was killed, what would this merit be? Isn't what she is looking for is merit? Isn't the thing she was most dissatisfied with when she came to New Xiaoxing because it was a waste of time to stay in the pit for 2 years? But she's not so easily fooled. How do you say that the entire New Xiaoxing is about to be turned upside down? Is there such an enemy on New Xiaoxing? She expressed doubts. Yes, there was an inexplicable taste in Gu Hang's smile. This unexpected answer made Yalisha vaguely understand the meaning behind Gu Hang's words. But he still deliberately asked, if there is such an enemy, please give me a clear coordinate, Your Excellency, Governor, and the orbital bombardment will arrive soon. Whether it is a greenskin or a heretic, I will send the Emperor's most terrible anger upon these enemies. How dare the enemies of the Empire be exposed to the sun? They won't act openly. It will take me some time to dig out these enemies. This also needs your help. Yalisha was silent. She now understands exactly what Gu Hang said. Perhaps these enemies existed on Fury Owl Star itself. That would of course be the best. If it doesn't exist, it can exist, but this requires the help of the governor's authority, which is difficult for Yalisha herself. Gu Hang's voice sounded again. I need very few things, and you don't need to send more people down. 200 sets of servant soldiers' weapons and equipment, and some armored vehicles that can be used on land. These things are temporarily left on the planet. Ships are useless. However, they can be exchanged for opportunities. This is indeed helping me, but it is also helping yourself. The Savior of the Angry Owl Star. What do you think of this title? The heads of countless enemies of the Empire will be cast into your medals of merit. And you want what you pay is just some insignificant Marine Corps equipment. I will find the enemy for you, and I can even help you remove their heads. I don't want to be executed by the Taxation Bureau of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in 2 years, and you don't want to spend 2 years on the orbit of Fury Owl. Then why don't we help each other? This is not a transaction. This is the mission we came here, and our future. Cough. Yalisha wanted to speak, but found that her throat was a little dry. Frankly speaking, she was a little moved. Originally, she thought that she would spend 2 years on the track, and after returning, she would continue to face all kinds of rumors, holding back her energy and not knowing when she would find a real fighting opportunity. But now Gu Hang's words opened a new door for her. She began to seriously think about the feasibility of this matter, what she had to pay, and what she could get. And the conclusion does not seem to be difficult to draw. The worst-case scenario is that she provided manpower and weapons and equipment, but Gu Hang still failed to achieve anything, and she wasted 2 years here in vain. But so what? She stayed here for the past 2 years. It was an order from the Ministry of the Navy, and it cannot be changed. It is not her fault that all the manpower and weapons and equipment given to support the ground were lost. It is her duty to support the governor. The lack of equipment will be recruited later. Supplement on the line. The key is that it doesn't cost her a penny, and the Imperial Finance pays. Other than that, there is no other price. Could it be that she still has to worry about someone threatening the starship? She herself thought it was a joke, and if Gu Hang succeeds, she will gain the merit of eliminating all enemies on the planet, and the head of the enemy is the medal of the soldier. Those enemies that made Fu Xiaoxing unable to provide enough resources and enough taxes for the star area were eliminated by her, and the planet returned to normal. Isn't this the honor she is pursuing? Of course, doing so is definitely not as powerful as showing her might in a decisive naval battle and destroying the enemy's main battleship. But at least it is a merit, which shows that she has not wasted her time in the past 2 years, going back and not talking about blocking people's mouths. At least it can make her resume more colorful, instead of being full of drills and training results like now, and she will only be laughed at in front of the old bird. Gritting her teeth, Yalisha said, "If that's the case, I agree." That's great. The crew on the quintet worked very efficiently. It didn't take long for the 2 transport spaceships to take off from the starship. Seeing the spaceship headed for the desolate, gray planet below, Yalisha gradually came back to it. The size of the Marines on my starship is not large, and the amount of equipment in stock is actually not that much. It's not right. Didn't you say yes, no matter what Gu Hang said? You made up your mind this time to not take anything away? That Gu Hang drew a big cake and ate it himself? The point is that he hasn't given any benefits, not even a specific promise. Why did my mother give away 200 sets of individual equipment, plus 4 armored vehicles? I was fooled by that man again. But what he said makes sense. Exactly what she was thinking. Sighing, Yalisha forced herself not to worry about gain or loss anymore. Everything has been given away. What else can I do? I just hope that Gu Hang can do what he said. After getting what he wanted, Gu Hang was in a happy mood. It didn't take long before he saw 2 transport ships coming from the quintet, stopping at his unfinished airfield. A large number of servants are ready. After the spaceship hatch was opened, the contents above were unloaded. After the inventory was completed, nothing was missing. The 200 sets of individual equipment are basically based on the G7 Assaulter rifle as the core, with some squad machine guns, mortars, and combat uniforms. These combat uniforms are equipped with bulletproof plates made of alloy plastic steel, and their performance is not bad. They are armor after all. Gu Hang directly allocated 100 sets to the newly recruited company of the Waste Cave Society. Then, he used the soldier card function in the system to spend the last gift he had on them. Waste Hole Company, Comprehensive Dash, cannot be upgraded. Type, Light Infantry, Quantity, 100. Equipment, T5, Training, Dash Experience, Dash. This is the current attribute level of the Waste Hole Company, and according to Gu Hang's previous experience, the results of the training bonus will be fully reflected in about 3 days to 8T that time. The comprehensive level of this new army will also enter the level of T5. This is the lowest level of the regular army of the Empire. If the number is the same, those robbers and small warlords on the Angry Owl Star can basically achieve complete victory, and the number of casualties can be controlled to a small degree. At the same time, the transport spacecraft also brought down 4 Rambler V-type light armor vehicles. This kind of armor vehicle has 3 pairs of wheels, and the weapon platform on it is equipped with a rapid-fire cannon. It is a quite terrifying combat vehicle. It's a pity that the servitors can't drive this kind of car. No one in the Waste Hole Society Company can drive it, so they can only turn around and deploy the 30 elite Marines to these 4 cars to act as a mobile force. So far, Gu Hang already has a force of more than 400 people, equipped with 4 high-level armored vehicles. This is already an armed force that cannot be ignored. His eyes looked towards Fuxing City, the capital of the Alliance. Don't get me wrong, of course Gu Hang didn't think insanely that with more than 400 people and 4 armored vehicles, he could take down Fuxing City by force. That's not realistic. Fuxing City is the capital of the Alliance. It is a place with a permanent population of 13 and refugees who are more than 10 times that number, relying on the city for food. There are hundreds of thousands of survivors gathering places, large and small, that are directly or indirectly controlled. The conventional military force has tens of thousands of heavily armed soldiers, a large number of artillery, and indigenous tanks and propeller aircraft. If necessary, they can even recruit mercenaries far exceeding the standing force at any time. In terms of military power, the difference is too great. However, if Gu Hang wants to take down Fuxing City, he doesn't have to rely on military means. At least not by the army. The 400 people in his hand went to trouble Fuxing City. It was indeed an egg hitting a stone. But in orbit, the quintet was floating there, and the starship's macro cannon was aimed at Fushing City. The power of the orbital bombing was enough to wipe the city from the surface of the Earth within a day. This is the greatest force deterrence. The other point is political means starting from legitimacy. At the same time, Gu Hang is the governor of the planet, and the alliance government is theoretically the only legal government on Fu Xiaoxing, so he is naturally the supreme leader of the alliance. Before him, every planetary governor who came to this planet fell into Fushing City, inherited the alliance regime, and then exercised the power of the governor. In fact, Gu Hang did the same at the beginning. When he first got the system and hoped to get a piece of territory that belonged to him, he felt that he had got a dream start. After landing, the entire planet is Lao Tzu's territory. So isn't the fixed income given by the system directly full? Relying on the system, no matter what troubles you encounter on the planet, you can easily handle them. After 2 years of farming, can I still not pay taxes? The facts quickly slapped him in the face. After landing, he received a warm welcome, but there was no movement in the system, and he, the leader in name only, did not recognize his ownership of Fushing City, let alone the entire planet. Therefore, Gu Hang, the dignified governor, came out to do it alone. In fact, he also thought about it. The first level is that the system does not recognize the territory. So if he does not have the territory, he cannot activate the system's ability. And there is no way to earn gifts. If the system can't be effective, then of course he has to come out to find a way to make the system effective, or is he blinding Goldfinger for nothing? On the second floor, the system does not recognize the territory, which means that there is huge trouble in Fushing City. It is very difficult for him to gain real power through political struggle. Gu Hang didn't think that he, a time traveler who had never learned any tricks, had the ability to compete with those local snakes. Even if there is a quintet in the sky, it is useless. Orbital bombing is the last resort. Can he really blow up Fushing City? That's the end of both, and it won't be used at all until it's about to die, and it won't be used at all. It's a deterrent at best. The third level, based on the first 2 points, he basically understood the core of the problem of New Xiaoxing that the previous governors could not handle, that in addition to the hostile environment, dangers, and lack of productivity of Fu Xiaoxing itself. I am afraid that there is another point that they cannot completely grasp power. If the objective conditions are not enough, if there is still internal fighting, then it is normal that it cannot develop and cannot pay the imperial tax. Gu Hang can't go the old way, otherwise there is little hope. It is precisely because of consideration of multi-level factors that he ran out to start anew. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want Fushing City anymore. It is the largest gathering place in the vicinity, with abundant manpower, a developed light industry system, and a commercial and trade exchange center. Gu Hang still has to take it down, and he can't delay it for too long. Otherwise, he will develop slowly on his own, and he will be executed if he fails to pay taxes after 2 years. He probably has some ideas on how to do it. Give me Unicom Fushing City. Gu Hang greeted. Yes. Zhang Chao replied loudly, and went to operate the radio. He was the only person who was by his side when Gu Hang came from his family. He was Gu Hang's entourage, a very clever young man. Not long after, the communication was connected, and an old voice that sounded very tired sounded from the radio speaker. Hello, Governor, this is Fushing City, and I am Miriam Hodgson. Gu Hang had met the old man who claimed to be Miriam Hodgson when he had just landed on this planet. This handsome old man is the chairman of the Alliance Council. During the absence of the planetary governor, he and the Alliance Council he led were the actual power holders of Fushing City. After the new governor takes office, he should retreat to the second line and serve as the governor's advisor and staff. But obviously, Gu Hang, the governor who played against common sense, caught Hodgson completely by surprise. Tired, facing Hodgson, Gu Hang would not be as polite as he was when he was talking to Yalisha, and he was not interested in telling Yalisha to reason. Instead, he directly made a request in an orderly tone. I need tons of food, sets of textiles and clothing, and various industrial consumer goods. I will give you a list and send it to my camp within a week. The voice fell, and there was no reply for a long time. Gu Hang frowned, talked back. He looked very dissatisfied. A young voice murmured from over there, "President, Your Excellency Governor, the chairman of the council." What's up with him? "The president of the council has fainted." Gu Hang's first reaction was disbelief. How can it be so easy to faint? I want so many billions of things. However, listening to the voices of soldiers and horses on the radio station, it seems a bit real. Then his second reaction was a little guilty. Isn't it good to be so exciting? Then the third reaction was, I'm ashamed. You deserve it. He did it on purpose. It was an accident that knocked Hodgson unconscious, but nothing serious. Gu Hang coughed lightly and continued. Anyway, you have heard my request. This is the governor's order. There must be no shortage of supplies, and the time must not be late. Let it be like this. A few 10 minutes later, Fuxing City, the inner city council hall. The silver-haired old man, wearing an oxygen mask, panted heavily. After Hodgson woke up, he convened the Alliance Council and publicly informed all Alliance members of the governor's needs. The crowd was excited, and the congressmen below were arguing. Hodgson, who was still wearing an oxygen mask, felt his brain hurt even more, and his eyes turned black. He thought sadly, if this continues, he really won't live long. He had to pat the table vigorously for several minutes before he calmed down slowly. He took a deep breath of oxygen, then slowly removed the mask, and then said, "If you keep arguing like this, there will be no results. Let's vote. Let me see how many people have the courage to be in the orbit of the Imperial cruiser. Under the muzzle, you dare to violate the governor's order." Hodgson called for a show of hands, but there was silence below. "Congressman, you look at me. I look at you. No one wants to express their opinion first." Hodgson was impatient. He pointed to a middle-aged man. "You have done a lot in food trade. Let me talk about it first." The one pointed at by the chairman of the council was Councilman Vaughn. He stood up desperately. "We can't accept the governor's request. It's too much. He didn't do anything for us, but asked us to provide supplies again and again. The last time was to provide supplies for the slaves he brought. The burden of the more than 3,000 people is already heavy. This time is even more excessive. 100 tons of food, 10,000 pieces of textiles. Does our governor know what these things are? But we must obey the governor's order." Another person said helplessly, "Otherwise we will be regarded as rebels. Macro artillery is unreasonable. We can't lack the supplies of the empire, and we can't lack interstellar trade. All of this has to be signed by the governor." Vaughn sneered and said, "You made your fortune by being an interstellar trade broker for the Blackbird Heavy Industry Group, and you value trade share. Of course, you are eager to lick the governor's ass, regardless of whether the economy of Fuxing City can bear it." The person who was named immediately retorted, "You have stored grain for 2 months, and you are waiting for the winter to raise the price of grain. When the time comes, the grain sent to the governor will be taken out of your inventory, which will delay your making money, right? He is the one who disregarded the governor's order and exposed Fuxing City to the macro bomb." Seeing that the MPs below were about to quarrel again, Hodgson had no choice but to slam the table again. "Okay, stop arguing." Hodgson's old voice sounded, "I asked you to vote, and I didn't ask you to give any reason. I just want an answer. When you vote, you should think clearly. If you give, where will these materials be allocated? If not, what about interstellar trade quotas, imperial aid quotas, and orbital strike deterrence? Now, let's vote. Those who agree to abide by the governor's order, raise their hands. Those who do not raise their hands represent disagreement, and there are no abstentions." After finishing speaking, he raised his hand helplessly. With him taking the lead, the other MPs hesitantly, reluctantly, but finally raised their hands one by one. In the end, even Vaughn, who clamored before, "Does the governor understand the concept of 100 tons of grain and 10,000 pieces of textiles?" helplessly raised his hand. This caused a laugh from the bystanders. He couldn't refute, so he could only mutter in a low voice, "What should we do? Is there really no quota? Damn, this governor is really outrageous. Why doesn't he stay in Fuxing City? Well, then we at least have 19 ways to make him behave." "Be careful," Hodgson yelled angrily in a hoarse voice. The man obediently closed his mouth, but his eyes were still not convinced. After the meeting, Hodgson was wheeled back into the room by a young man in a wheelchair. The young man didn't leave and reported something. "Grandpa." After the meeting, Vaughn summoned his supervisors and contacted several mercenary brokers. "He doesn't dare to harm the governor. He can't afford that price. But maybe he might target the goods that are about to be shipped out of Fushing City." Hearing this, Hodgson said blankly, "Let him go. He will bear the consequences himself. Just keep paying attention and keep an eye on him and his people. What exactly did they do? I'm worried that he will anger the governor and bring disaster to Fushing City." "Oh," Hodgson sighed. "What can I do? I am the leader of the council, but I'm only the leader of the council. Even if I know about this, how can I stop Vaughn?" His voice was a little bleak. On the contrary, it was his grandson, and the young man standing behind him comforted him. On the first day the governor came, he publicly issued his declaration, saying that he would rebuild the wasteland world so that everyone can live a good life. It shouldn't be so easy for him to anger the entire Fushing City and do irrational things. "Oh," Hodgson smiled. His voice was dry and hoarse. "You don't trust the new governor?" "No, I will always trust the governor." Hodgson waved his hand. "The only one who can save Star Fury is the governor. It's just that there was still half a sentence behind him, and he didn't say it to his grandson. I just don't know if it's the governor." Gu Hang received a reply from Fushing City, saying that they agreed to the request, but it would take 8 days to transport the designated materials to the place. He was a little surprised this group of people agreed a little easily. He thought there would be a lot of dragging. But it doesn't matter, although what he hoped to happen didn't happen. But the supplies are real, so it's not a loss after all. It was still early, and he didn't think about it anymore. Yin Fengshu should be back soon, because Gu Hang has already seen the battle settlement interface that popped up on the system. Hearty victory. Get 1 gift points. Loss 0. Elimination 45. Captive 13. First Servant Battalion. First Company. 0 loss. 38 eliminations. Marine Corps. 0 losses. 7 eliminated. Before, he sent Yin Fengshu to lead a team to eliminate the remnants of the dead prisoners. There were only a small number of left behind, old and weak women and children. Sure enough, even in the event of annihilating the other party, his people suffered no loss. According to Gu Hang's order, all the rest of the dead prisoners should be executed. Gu Hang didn't intend to give them any way out for these people-eating and human-trafficking looters. Their bodies, too, will be hung in their destroyed camp, and in their blood, written warnings. The end of the cannibal. As for the gift of 1 point after the battle, it was expected. The enemy is too weak, so it probably won't give much benefit. He didn't care either. After Yin Fengshu came back, he still had a new mission to assign to the captain of the Marine Corps. Then, he went to look at his 2 black box manufacturing machines. These 2 things were placed not far from the camp, guarded by special machine servants, and a simple factory building was built to surround them, and one other than authorized workers is allowed inside. When Gu Hang arrived, the 2 machines were in operation. Previously, a batch of or transported from the Waste Hole Club was already in place. The ore is sent into the feed port by the workers, and the black box manufacturer machine starts to work. There were bursts of noisy sounds, which seemed to be the sounds of friction, vibration, and high-temperature processing, but they were not very noisy. The material sent into the black box manufacturing machine, after a series of mysterious and unknowable changes, finally forms high-quality alloy plastic steel, which is spit out from the discharge port. The shining alloy ingot perfectly demonstrates its strength and toughness. The alloy directly produced by the black box manufacturing machine is an excellent material, and the workers who are already waiting will continue to carry the produced alloy plastic steel into the feed port of another manufacturing machine. Then, the black box of the mother machine also started to work. After a while, an important part for building a smelting furnace was spit out from the discharge port and was pulled to the other side of the warehouse by the workers. A lot of parts have been piled up there. Some are large and cast in one piece, and some are small but very precise. Put them in different categories and wait for them to be transported to the Waste Hole Society, where they can be assembled into a smelting furnace capable of producing alloy plastic steel. Gu Heng was very satisfied. Alloy plastic steel is the most basic and widely used multifunctional material in the entire imperial civilization. IT can be used in buildings, crafting machinery and weapons. It can be used to repair and strengthen facilities and vehicles. Its high strength and corrosion resistance enable it to be used in extremely harsh environments, and it is qualified for work in a variety of completely different environments. And this is especially important on Fury Star, which has a harsh environment. As far as Gu Heng knows, New Xiaoxing does not have the technical ability to mass-produce alloy plastic steel. The entire planet is still using relatively basic and primitive common steel. In contrast, the performance of alloy plastic steel is much superior. Obviously, if the ability to mass-produce alloy plastic steel is mastered, Wudong society will gain huge profits. The scarcity and wide demand of alloy plastic steel make its price high. Jiu Heng, who has a black box, can keep the production cost very low, even more advantageous than other planets that specialize in this industry. Even alloy plastic steel brings more than just profit. But if mass production is required, Gu Heng is worried that the ore output of the waste tunch may not be enough. The abandoned tunnel club doesn't have enough manpower, and Gu Heng didn't get the equipment to mine ore. The quality of the key abandoned tunnel's veins is mediocre. It is enough for now, but seeing more and more smelting furnaces being built by black boxes, there will definitely be gaps in the future. However, by that time, there should be a stable output that don't worry about finding a market. You don't have to worry about selling at all. Large-scale imports of raw materials are also possible. In the future, the pillar industry of the waste tongue society will definitely change from resource mining to metal smelting. This batch of parts that have been produced should be enough to assemble a smelting furnace. Send it to the waste hole society, and the production can already start. Patel never doubted that the governor would keep his word. If you say you want to build a production line for them, then you will definitely build it. But he never dreamed that it would come so fast. He saw that a group of slaves from the governor's camp, it should be said that they were workers, delivered all the production parts on carts under the escort of the servants. Patel, who had already received the news in advance, led the young and middle-aged people from the Waste Cave Society to help unload the cargo. The instructions have been prepared, and a skilled worker from the governor's camp will instruct them how to assemble the smelting furnace. At first, Patel was worried that he and his group of illiterate people would not understand the process. But in practice, I found that this process is much simpler than imagined. There are texts in the instruction manual, but more various schematic diagrams, which are not difficult to understand. They first installed the furnace vertically, and then carefully aligned the various joints. Then, they used fasteners to firmly fix the various parts of the furnace body together to ensure the firmness and stability of the furnace body. Next, it is the furnace cover, observation window, exhaust pipe. In the end, he installed the furnace door himself. The whole assembly process is very simple, but very rigorous. Just follow the steps step by step. The only thing that needs to be careful is to ensure that every detail has been checked and confirmed repeatedly. The installation took them half a day. They placed the energy crystal block sent with the transport team into the energy module of the smelting furnace and activated the heating system. The entire furnace body gradually became hot, and the temperature continued to rise. A batch of ore that has been prepared is sent into it. The workers of Wudong were sweating profusely in the heat wave, but they still stuck to their jobs until the alloy plastic steel smelting furnace finally started to operate, making a roaring sound. A few hours later, it was dark. The alloy metal liquid produced is cooled in the mold to form metal ingots, which are neatly stacked. Patel didn't know that the quality of the alloy plastic steel he produced was much worse than the top quality plastic steel from the black box in the governor's camp. But even if you know it, it doesn't matter. As long as it is qualified plastic steel, it will be fine. This is already a very good industrial product on New Xiaoxing. Old Butch, who had been supervising the construction of the abandoned cave club, couldn't help but came to see the finished product. The two leaders of the Waste Cave Society looked at this batch of alloy plastic steel ingots and giggled together. A great sense of satisfaction filled their hearts. No one can experience the power of industry better than them. From today onwards, Wudong is no longer a place that can only dig out poor quality or by hand and sell it at a low price in exchange for food that can't even feed itself. They have industrial capabilities, and they can directly produce alloy plastic steel, which can be sold at a higher price. They will no longer suffer from hunger and cold, and, as the governor said, as long as they work hard, they will be able to live a good life. Old Butch sighed. Even if the governor wants our lives, I will admit it. Patel smiled and patted his uncle on the shoulder. The governor will not kill us. The governor hopes that we will get better. Soon, the second smelting furnace was also sent to Wudong. The production capacity of alloy plastic steel has been further strengthened. But the problem that Gu Hang was worried about before did happen. Just 2 smelting furnaces had almost eaten up all the ore produced by the waste tunch. To continue to expand production capacity, more raw materials are bound to be obtained. At the same time, energy is also an issue. The smelting furnace uses energy crystal blocks, which is also a black technology under the Empire system. According to Gu Hang's understanding, this is essentially a battery. Of course, it is much stronger than the battery in his impression. High-density energy is bound and condensed in solid crystals and can be safely released when necessary. This kind of energy crystal block can be directly mined in some worlds. And more, some planets with developed energy industry use various means of power generation, and then use special techniques to compress the energy to directly produce energy crystal blocks. Undoubtedly, New Xiaoxing itself does not have this kind of production capacity. The ones that Gu Hang is using now are still the fleece scooped up from the quintet. But you can't always get old. But there's also good news. One is that the energy crystals that Gu Hang has on hand are not enough. Second, in addition to using energy crystal blocks, the smelting furnace can also be connected to electricity. Gu Hang still has time to build the power supply for the territory. It's also a headache to don't think too much about high-tech methods. The essence of the primitive power generation method is to boil water, but there must be fuel to burn it. Fuel, raw material, garbage town. Gu Hang was talking to himself. The garbage town he mentioned refers to a gathering place of survivors, kilometers north of the Waste Cave Society. There's the output that Gu Hang needs. About 100 kilometers to the north of the Waste Cave Society. In fact, it almost entered the category of high wall ruins. There was a core city before the Age of Calamity, which is now in ruins. Waste energy storms, mutant monsters, green-skinned orcs. Both the environment and the living things in it all pose a huge threat to human beings. However, the huge ruins of the city also buried the wealth of the pre-war era. Garbage Town is next to the ruins of the High Wall. At first, the scavengers established this gathering point as a supply point and trading place when exploring and digging in the ruins of the High Wall. Later, the place continued to develop and finally formed a small town. There is no central government or ruler in Garbage Town, but merchant called agents control the situation, forming a social structure of agents, caravans, adventurers, and mercenary scavengers. Armed adventurers laid down and guard resource points everywhere. Scavengers enter to dig resources, caravans buy and sell resources, and agents sit behind the scenes to control everything and control the business. The garbage picked up by the scavengers will be processed into various raw materials, mainly metal, which is also the main output of Garbage Town. Another major output is energy. Here I have to mention the most terrible disaster on the Star of Fury, the waste energy storm. The so-called waste energy storm is a huge trauma left during the war that in the sweeping wind. There will be a high density of waste energy, the residual energy after the eruption of psionic energy. This kind of energy cannot be used in the normal state, but it will cause fatal damage to the human body, machinery, and electronic equipment. Human beings cannot survive in this environment. And even those mutated monsters spawned by waste energy dare not act in the core of the storm when the waste energy storm is at its most intense. The High Wall ruins are one of the most frequent and intense areas of waste energy storms. But after the storm, there is always some legacy left behind. The waste energy of the rampage combines with some minerals, occasionally producing what is known as hot limestone. This thing is not the same thing as a high-density energy crystal block, but it can continue to generate high temperature after being ignited. Then it can be used to generate electricity. Raw materials, thermal limestone, these are the two major outputs of Garbage Town. Guheng still remembered that in the past, the ores produced by the Waste Cave Society were basically sold to Garbage Town. They also wanted to sell it to Fuxing City, which was closer, but Fuxing City didn't want raw ore, and the nearest place with the ability to process raw materials is only Garbage Town. The price given was low, which was also one of the important reasons why the Waste Hole Society couldn't get enough to eat before. Not to mention the past, what Guheng cares about is that the Waste Cave Society is connected with Garbage Town. Guheng made up his mind and asked Patel to contact Garbage Town later. To continue to develop his directly subordinate territory, there must be enough raw materials and energy support. As for the trade item, he had already thought about it. Food. Garbage Town does not produce food. They are usually imported from Fuxing City. What Guheng wants to build is to ship the plastic alloy steel produced by the Waste Tongue Society and possibly other industrial products in the future to Fuxing City for sale, to buy grain from Fuxing City and sell it to Jungtown, to buy raw materials from Jungtown to expand production. Great loop. The tons of grain he asked for from Fuxing City this time will be able to play a role. In addition to supporting the governor's territory, he plans to sell the rest to Jungtown. This batch of supplies will arrive in 8 days. Guheng waited patiently. And in these 8 days, 2 news came, one good and one bad. The good news is that the value of the monthly fixed gift income has risen rapidly with the large-scale production of alloy plastic steel launched by the Waste Tongue Society. Current gift points 1. Monthly fixed income 12. Governor's Camp 8/Terra Moon. Waste Cave Society 4/Terra Moon. Doubled. The population of the two territories did not increase. The main change during this period lies in the improvement of the productivity of alloy plastic steel. The improvement of the Waste Hole Society from 1 to 4 should be a reflection of productivity. The improvement of the governor's camp should also reflect the improvement of productivity. The difference is that the Waste Hole Society relies on 2 smelting furnaces installed and erected, while the governor's camp relies on 2 black box manufacturing machines. Although the output of alloy plastic steel is not as good as that of the Waste Hole Society, the quality is much higher and 2 smelting furnaces have been produced. In short, expanding production must be a good thing. Not to mention the things produced, the monthly fixed income growth in the system is equally rich in value. Guheng hopes to increase the monthly fixed income as much as possible before the gift points are distributed this month. He can think of ways to increase the population, open up trade routes, and expand production. In the past few days, apart from inspecting the training of the soldiers, he has been considering these plans. However, on the 7th day, he got bad news. The goods were robbed? Guheng sullenly asked the man in front of him. The man cried bitterly. Yes, we set off from Fuxing City with carts of supplies. When we arrived, we planned to take a rest before continuing. Everyone was sitting on the ground and singing, and hundreds of people jumped out. Raider robbed us. Why didn't you have a hot pot, by the way? Guheng sneered and said, There is not a piece of goods left, and there is no casualty. Are the looters in the wasteland so benevolent now? It's not that there were no casualties. My lord, look at my nose. The bridge of my nose was broken when the butt of a gun fell off. The man was still talking, seeing the governor's face getting worse and worse. His voice became smaller and smaller. He began to feel a sense of majestic oppression, filling his heart, as if a mountain was about to press down on him. He spoke again with difficulty. We surrendered. The people who robbed didn't seem to be simple robbers or wasteland looters. I knew the 2 people inside, and they seemed to be mercenaries who wandered around the periphery of Fuxing City. At first we also was scary, but after we surrendered, they really didn't kill any of us. They just took the ox cart away. Having said that, he paused for a moment, and then said again, I suspect that when we set off, someone saw the supplies we were transporting. Those mercenaries who were blinded by greed did not dare to do anything near Fuxing City, so they following all the way. Gu Heng interrupted him. You said you were robbed 15 kilometers away from my camp. Yes. You have a small number of people, and you don't have enough guns. After they surrounded you, you surrendered. Then those looters didn't kill you, but just took away the goods. Yes. Okay. Gu Heng didn't bother to say any more to this person. He left the boardroom, where the members of the transportation team, who came in embarrassment, were temporarily accommodated, called Yin Fengshu over, and asked him to set off with more than 20 Marines in the camp and the abandoned Dawn Company that had completed training. First, go to investigate the situation at the scene of the incident and try to track down the looters. As for himself, he returned to the house and asked his entourage, Zhang Chao, to connect him with Hodgson, the chairman of the Fuxing City Council. My goods were robbed. I want you to give me an explanation. The governor's strength caused Hodgson to fall into silence. He knew it was rude to be silent at this time, but he really felt embarrassed. What should I tell the governor? But he knew he couldn't keep silent like this. I'll try to find out who did this. No, Gu Heng interrupted him. If it's just throwing out a mercenary group or a certain looter as a scapegoat, then it's unnecessary. I only need one explanation, and it's done. In 8 days, I will see what I want by tomorrow, and there must be one item. Otherwise, Fuxing City will send a new batch, and I can still make it in time for departure, or I can pick it up myself. Hodgson felt his throat dry. Sending a new batch is nonsense. 100 tons of grain and 10,000 pieces of textiles cannot be easily raised. Even in Fuxing City, not everyone can have enough to eat. The most important point of the governor's remarks is in the latter paragraph. He can get it by himself. What can I get it? It seemed to depend on his answer. If a satisfactory answer can be given, then perhaps the governor can go to the person who robbed the goods, and he only needs to say a name. If he can't give an answer, then the governor should come to Fuxing City to get it. No matter where to pick it up, I'm afraid this process will not be too gentle. So who's going to bear this kind of indifference? At this point, Hodgson knew he had no choice. He gave Gu Heng a name, and then said, Give me another 2 or 3 hours, and I will also send you the detailed address, Your Excellency Governor. Okay, I'll give you the last 3 hours. After the communication hung up, Hodgson pressed another button. Calling for the attendants, he wanted to say something, but the words didn't come out. An unbearable itching made him cough loudly. Cough very badly, very violently. On the other side, the attendant's voice was also flustered. President of the Council? President of the Council? How are you doing? Hodgson was speechless. I'll go right away. Hold on. A few minutes later, 2 men broke into Hodgson's office. One is the attendant, and the other is Lambert Hodgson, who was called by the attendant. That is the grandson of the old Hodgson. At this time, Hodgson stopped coughing, and he was half paralyzed on the chair, panting heavily. Seeing that nothing serious happened to his grandfather, Lambert was finally relieved. You don't talk about that yet. Hodgson raised his hand to stop his grandson from asking. Immediately go to the people of Vaughn Company, and we must find out where the group of mercenaries he hired hijacked the goods sent to the governor. Lambert was taken aback. He really did it? But nothing but we only have 3 hours. The governor is angry. Lambert guessed. Hodgson sighed. Our governor is much more decisive and ruthless than I imagined. Gu Heng didn't think he was cold. He just knew and insisted on a train of thought. With this group of people, you can't fall into the situation of competing minds and engaging in political tactics. It's not that you can't win a fight by playing some conspiracy and tricks. The most important core factor is, so what if you can win a fight? Inefficient and time-consuming, Gu Heng didn't have the time to play with him. Go straight and be decisive. He greeted people, brought the radio on, brought 100 people with him, left 100 people behind, and set off. Gu Heng intends to catch up with the team, led by Yin Fengshu, who set off first. Go to the scene of the incident to see if there is any gain, and try to track down the enemy's tracks. If there is something to gain, if there is no gain, let's see what news Hodgson will bring him 3 hours later. In the worst case, he would bring more than 200 people to Fuxing City to ask for the supplies he needed. These people under his command alone are definitely not enough. At that time, he may need to ask Brigadier General Yalisha to provide him with some small help. I believe Yalisha will not refuse, and she should be able to gain a lot of achievements at that time. Gu Heng also didn't want that scene to happen, but if it really came to that point, it would be inevitable, and he will definitely take the most thunderous and decisive measures. How can the sword-bearer have no deterrence? If someone feels that the governor's deterrence is not enough, then he doesn't mind using practical actions to make an example to others. Let's see if Fuxing City is willing to be this chicken. 2 hours later, Gu Heng and his troops also arrived at the scene of the incident and joined Yan Fangxiu. Navy captains have something to gain here. We found some clues. When the looters evacuated, they deliberately covered up, but the means were relatively low level. I have already sent a team to follow up, and there should be further information. After listening to Yan Fangxiu's report, Gu Heng nodded. Finally, we have some good news, so let's wait. Let's see if Fuxing City responded quickly to us, or if it's better for your team to find those looters. Quick. Fuxing City? Yan Fangxiu was a little confused. Didn't you mean the looters? Do you suspect that those in the so-called alliance in Fuxing City did it? Is there anything difficult to guess? Yan Fangxiu scratched his head. Yes, it's easy to guess. Although I didn't guess it, I don't admit it. Gu Heng stared at Yan Fangxiu, a little helpless. A good fighter in war. Why is he so stupid in this matter? Gu Heng didn't say anything more, that he looked around, but the traces of looting were not very obvious. There was almost no fighting, no deaths, no corpses, not even bloodstains. All transport vehicles were taken away, and almost nothing was left at the scene. From this point of view, being able to backtrack to the looters who committed the crime a few hours ago at the scene, where there are not many clues left, especially those looters who also did counter-reconnaissance, means that Yan Fangxiu is not a fool. Thinking of this, Gu Heng was a little more satisfied. As long as there is no problem with military skills, don't expect to be an all-rounder. The next time is to wait patiently. The news from both sides came almost at the same time. The elite Marines who were sent out responded by telegram. They found traces that could be tracked continuously and speculated on several possible departure routes and destinations of the looters. On the other side, the chairman of Fuxing City Council also dialed a contact telegram with Gu Heng, gave 3 specific locations, and sorted them in order of probability. The information from 2 different sources corroborates each other, and there are overlapping parts. In the end, Gu Heng roughly decided on his target, the Flood River Valley Manor. It was a private domain belonging to a Union MP named Vaughn. The Flood Beach Valley Manor is his property and the place where he made his fortune. It is a rare high-quality land around Fuxing City that can grow food. After completing the basic accumulation, Vaughn not only produced grain, but also participated in the grain trade, earning a lot of money, and thus became a member of the alliance. Now Vaughn's main business is in the grain trade, and the grain production of the Floodplain Valley Manor is only a small proportion to him, but he still attaches great importance to it and treats it as a resort and old nest. It sounds like a beautiful place. It's a pity to burn it to ashes. Floodland Valley Manor is indeed a rare and beautiful place in this wasteland world, at least from the perspective of the scenery. A small river that is not wide flows gently. The unpolluted water source infiltrates the surrounding land, forming a piece of green. A fence built of gravel surrounds a large area of greenery. Several buildings are dotted among them, and the crops in the field are growing vigorously and moving with the wind, as if showing off the upcoming harvest to the world. It was almost dusk now, and the water surface of the river bend reflected the rays of the setting sun, shining with golden light, like a mirror, illuminating the surrounding scenery more beautifully. The sky slowly turns to a faint orange, and the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappears, replaced by a bright starry sky. The Nuaxiao star has no companion satellite, no moon. At this time, half of the farm in Zaihuan is bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, half of which is reflected by starlight, presenting a beautiful and peaceful scene. It's so beautiful, Yan Fangxiu said with emotion. I haven't seen such a picture for a long time. For a long time, if I was on a starship, what I saw after landing on Star Fury was devastated. The last time I saw this scene was many years ago. I don't have the heart to break it either. Gu Heng replied as if chatting. but I don't want the supplies I want to be left here and then be used by that person named Vaughn to harvest people after raising food prices. The means. Such a beautiful manor and farm are destined for me, and we will make this place even better. An hour ago, the troops led by Gu Heng had already arrived here and dealt with the outer sentinels. Then they began to rest nearby. The manor became tense because of the loss of contact with the sentinel, but he didn't care. His people had already surrounded the surrounding area, and it was okay for someone to run away, but it was impossible to leave with a large amount of supplies. The soldiers were resting. Gu Heng was looking at the scenery, and the people in the manor were shivering. When the sun just set, it was time to attack. He said to Yin Fangshu next to him, "Do it." The stragglers began to attack outwards, and 4 black armored vehicles drove out from the sparse forest, and the roar of engines rang through the valley. The servitors who took the lead rushed towards the defense line of the River Valley Manor with the assault in their hands. The bullets they fired pierced the air and made piercing screams. At the same time, mortars also began to bombard the River Valley Manor. The sound of explosions was like the roar of hell, and the smoke filled the manor, surrounding the manor. Wherever the gunfire went, the grass and trees were burned, and the ground became shattered. Sparks and debris hit the stone walls and roof of the manor hard, making a burst of bangs. The looters also immediately launched a resistance. They relied on the buildings and rubble walls and opened fire. The gunshots were so intertwined that it was impossible to tell who was shooting. Only bullets flew through the air, kicking up dust and debris. The resistance of these looters is very tenacious, and it is estimated that there must be 100 or 200 people inside. Facing the bombing of mortars, the hail of bullets, and the casualties, they still dare to stand still and fight back fiercely. Regardless of equipment level or fighting will, they are much stronger than the dead prisoner robbers they encountered before. The dead prisoners' bandits still used hand-wrought, iron-barreled rifles, which were not only poor in accuracy, but also poor in power. They couldn't penetrate the plastic steel plate individual vests at all when they hit the mechanized soldiers' T that time. The battle casualties were mainly caused by mutated green-skinned beasts. Right now, these mercenary teams active around Fuxing City don't have so much equipment at any rate. They have automatic rifles in their hands. The firepower is much stronger, the bullets are more powerful, and the accuracy is high enough. They even had machine guns in their hands. Use the bunker to attack the attacking mechanized soldiers. They have the advantage, and from time to time, the mechanized soldiers are shot and fell down. The fallen soldiers were not necessarily killed. Although their bulletproof armor vests and helmets were lightweight, they were still made of alloy plastic steel, which had excellent performance and could save their lives. Those who fell to the ground were usually shot in the legs, and a considerable proportion of them could return to the team after recovering from their injuries. But in general, the offense is not smooth, is visible to the naked eye, and as the attacking soldiers got closer to the manor, it became more difficult. The closer the distance, the more precise and ferocious the enemy's firepower, and the soldiers will suffer particularly heavy casualties. It is not easy for the opponent to break the individual vest if you're far away, let alone be pierced if you're close. At least the unprotected face, neck, and limbs are more likely to be shot. Under normal circumstances, if Gu Heng wanted to take down this manor quickly, he would have to pay for some casualties. If you want to fight hard, I am afraid that half the company will be injured. If you don't want to pay too much loss, you have to be prepared to fight for a long time. Dig trenches on the outside and extend inwards, face off, and shoot for a long time, and the mortars bombarded nonstop until the opponent's manpower and ammunition were hit to a relatively low level, and then the final offensive was carried out so that the casualties would be reduced. However, Gu Heng neither intends to pay excessive casualties, nor does he intend to spend a long time with these mercenaries. In his hand, there is indeed a final weapon, and there are 2 pieces. One is the 4 Edifier V armored vehicles. After closing the distance, the onboard cannon let out a roar of continuous fire. The side-by-side 45mm double-barrel machine guns fired rapidly, and the spewed-out bullets or shells swept across a piece of gravel wall. Every super-caliber bullet carried a powerful destructive force. The rubble was scattered everywhere, and the wall was destroyed beyond recognition. Those mercenaries relied on the wall to cover them, but they couldn't withstand such a fierce attack at all. The four ramblers fired mercilessly as they advanced. The shells tore apart the walls, as well as the bodies of many mercenaries, and the bloody scene made the surrounding people terrified. After the Rambler V opened fire, the resistance of the mercenaries was instantly suppressed. After the Mechanized Infantry Company was suppressed, the Waste Cave Infantry Company, accompanied by 4 walkers, formed the second wave of attack. Even the positions of the mortars began to move forward as the Rambler pressed forward. After getting closer, the accuracy and destructive power of the mortar will continue to improve. But at this moment, a mercenary suddenly appeared from the side, carrying a straight weapon in his hand. This thing looks a little crude in structure, but it is undoubtedly a rocket launcher. I don't know if this guy is Fu Ling's heart, or he is really an elite veteran with extraordinary abilities. In short, he fell into his soul. Aiming and firing, the rocket dragged a long tail flame and actually hit a firing armored vehicle. The mercenary smiled and immediately dropped the tube, ready to find a new bunker. However, just as he returned to the wall, he felt the wall beside him crumble, and he was overturned vigorously, falling to the ground, with a fog of blood in front of his eyes. He saw his hand flying out and saw his lower body not far away. He was desperately clear about the situation. He was hit by a large-caliber machine gun, and his waist was broken. The bunker he relied on did not help him, and the gravel wall was even more rotten. But what made him feel even more impossible was that the one that killed him was the one he hit with the bazooka. The last scene in his eyes was the armored vehicle walking out of the gunpowder smoke without any skin being broken. Why is that? He died with pain and doubt. The 4 ramblers were the first weapons that Gu Hang could use to smash the defense line of Higa Manor. And the second weapon is himself. He also joined the battle himself. Gu Hang sat in the armored vehicle, staring at a bunker that a hole was dug there, and the superstructure was built with heavy stone, leaving a firing port. There are heavy machine guns inside, which are a great threat to infantry. Facing the solid blockhouse, even machine guns on the walker are hard to shake. There are 3 bunkers built by the mercenaries, forming their second line of defense. After realizing that the simple gravel wall could not be defended, a large number of mercenaries had already retreated. They intend to rely on this bunker to continue their resistance. Gu Hang closed his eyes. He could feel the shock of his heart and the smell of fresh blood. In telepathy, the defiant mercenaries formed vague shadows, detected by his psionic vision. He locked onto the nearest bunker, and a blade that could not be seen in real vision cut across the heads of 2 mercenaries inside, beheading them. But in reality, the bodies of the 2 mercenaries didn't look abnormal, but they fell straight backwards as if they had been beheaded. The body also convulsed with nervous twitches. Then, Gu Hang followed suit and eliminated the machine gunners in the other 2 bunkers. He felt that his spiritual consumption was not bad, at least less than the mutated greenskins that dealt with the dead prisoner. There may be 2 reasons for this. One is that after the greenskin beast was transformed by potions, its extremely strong body also brought about an increase in its soul strength. The cost of cutting off that guy's leg is already much greater than killing multiple mercenaries. On the other hand, after the last upgrade, his spiritual attributes have increased a little. The improvement of this attribute has made the spiritual power he can master become 150% compared to before the upgrade. The value of an attribute point is huge. It is not too strenuous to kill these mercenaries who are a little tougher than ordinary people in the air. The firepower of the 3 bunkers misfired at the same time, resulting in a large gap in the overall firepower of the mercenary defense line. Under the cover of mortar fire and machine guns of the advancing armored vehicles, the infantry took this opportunity to charge forward in stride. Some mercenaries tried to re-enter the bunker and activate the heavy machine guns again, but those who tried to do so were either torn apart by the machine guns of the armored vehicles, or they were accurately named and killed by the elite Marines. If he really went in, Gu Hang's spiritual vision could see clearly, and with another soul cutting, he could easily cut off the enemy's head. At this point, the morale of the group of mercenaries finally collapsed. They know there is no escape. Leaving the bunker, it is impossible to escape the pursuit of armored vehicles on flat ground with two legs. Not to mention, they're also terrifying psychers. A considerable number of mercenaries put down their guns and raise their hands to express their surrender. At this point, the second line of defense of the Flood River Valley Manor was also destroyed. The main part of the mercenaries guarding the manor has almost been wiped out. How many people surrendered and how many people were wiped out is too late to count. However, according to simple inquiries and confessions, the remaining enemies should have no more than 20 people, and they are all concentrated in the central building. Not far from Xiaohuan, it is the residence of the owner's family. Those 20 people were not all mercenaries. They were mainly Vaughn's personal bodyguards. In addition, I also learned that the storage place of the batch of materials looted by them before is in a few warehouses not too far from the main building. It's not long since they came back, and the goods haven't been unloaded yet. Tethered livestock and wooden carts still loaded with goods were all nearby. Guing has already dispatched the staff of the Waste Cave Company to clean the warehouse that on the one hand, there's still people inside, and on the other hand, it is to check whether the goods are complete and how many are there. The remaining manpower surrounded the entire last building that had not been conquered. The building is beautifully built, and the 4-story Western-style building occupies a large area. When Vaughn is not in Fuxing City, he will basically live here to die in that house. There are also a series of people who serve him, such as his servants and housekeepers. As for the cultivators of the entire manor field, those serfs were not allowed to approach here. The place where the serfs lived was in a more remote place, where there were some simple board houses and about 200 people lived in Daetongkyu. The place was also controlled by the soldiers, and the unarmed serfs stayed in the house obediently and did not dare to move. There are at least 20 militants in the main building. The soldiers of the Waste Hole Company had already tried to persuade them to surrender, but the soldier who was sent to persuade them to surrender received only bullets. Fortunately, the distance was not very close. Only 2 bullets hit the chest, which were blocked by the bulletproof plate. The young soldier with the sore chest ran back pissed off, cursing with lingering fear. The company commander of the Waste Hole Company, Prabhav, went up and kicked the young boy twice. "Why are you panicking? Can these 2 bullets kill you?" The young soldier shrank his neck. He dared to charge fiercely during the battle, and he was not afraid to go close by himself to persuade him to surrender, but he was afraid of the company commander. It stands to reason that it shouldn't be. The company commander Prabhav is an old acquaintance. He was originally a native of the Waste Cave Society and the captain of the ore excavation team. When everyone was recruited from their hometown, the leader let the captain, Prabhav, lead the team. After they were organized into the army, Prabhav was also promoted to a temporary company commander, in charge of training. A captain of an or excavation team. How does he know anything about military training and military command? But in the past few days of training, the company commander has miraculously mastered the skills and abilities of leading and commanding troops. Even he himself felt very strange about this, as if during those few days of training, his memory, comprehension ability, and even muscle memory seemed to be on the hook. He quickly became a qualified officer that he knows how to train soldiers, and he knows that sometimes he can't be too loose with everyone like in the past. The discipline and strictness that should be in the army are absolutely indispensable. But at the same time, he also retained his understanding and love for everyone. They were all brothers and sisters from the same hometown as him, and he regarded these soldiers as his family from the bottom of his heart. Under his training, these soldiers also mastered the skills of becoming a qualified soldier, just like he mastered the skills of an officer. From the beginning, when they couldn't shoot, everyone has become a qualified shooter, able to complete accurate tactical actions, able to understand combat terms, know how to form, how to attack, and how to retreat. The whole process, Prabhav felt very miraculous, but it should be taken for granted he could feel the whole process of those changes happening to him, just a little faster. Maybe the number dash of you are really born to be soldiers. Are they all geniuses? Of course, in the eyes of Yin Fangxiu, a veteran and senior military officer, this kind of speed is nothing short of a horror story. When Prabhav communicated with Yin Fangxiu, he also heard such comment from the other party. He was still afraid of having any questions. So he asked the governor, but he only got one answer from the governor. Don't think too much. Under normal circumstances, you are all geniuses. If the governor said not to worry, then there was nothing to worry about. The sky is big and the earth is big, and the governor is the biggest. The extremely excellent training results and performance have caused a great change in the mentality of the entire waste hole, even the -th person. After learning that they were going to fight, they worked hard and wanted to win a beautiful victory in order to declare their loyalty and bravery to the governor. The battle was fought, but not in the way Prabhav had thought it would be at first. After completing the siege of the manor, he asked the governor to take the lead, but was rejected, so he could only follow behind the armored vehicle to take the lead in the second wave of attack. Of course, it was easier than taking the lead in the first wave of attack, and the casualties were smaller, but he and his soldiers agreed that it was very dishonorable. But right now, his little soldier is still yelling in front of the governor, and Prabhav feels quite ashamed. After teaching the young soldiers a lesson, he turned to Gu Hang again, gave a military salute, and said, "The enemy has rejected our surrender. May we launch an attack?" Captain Prabhav seemed eager to try, waiting for the governor to nod, and he was about to rush up with his brothers. He had already thought about how to fight him. The mortar crew blasted the windows on the first and second floors. The squad machine guns fired at the gate. The smashed main entrance. The windows on the first floor rushed in and controlled the lobby. It's about to launch an attack, but you don't have to move. What? This time, I will do it myself. After speaking, Gu Hang shouted again, "Yin Fangxiu, you come too, and bring 2 assault teams." "Yes." After the captain saluted, he turned his head and pointed at the person. "Your Excellency." Prabhav was a little impatient, but Gu Hang stretched out his hand to stop him from continuing. "I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry." The governor looked at the building in front of him again, and his eyes turned blue and white at this moment. He saw that there was a cloud of wind condensing in the house. There is an enemy that is difficult to deal with. We Waste Cave people are not afraid. Prabhav's chest was stiff. "You have given us a new life, Governor, and we are willing to use our lives to prove our loyalty to you." "That's good," Gu Hang said with a smile, "but loyal soldiers shouldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. Your lives still have greater value to realize." Seeing what Prabhav wanted to say, Gu Hang waved his hand. "Execute the order." "Yes." The company commander returned to his team unwillingly. Seeing the soldiers who surrounded him chatteringly asked if they could go, he conveyed the governor's order. The soldiers were in the same mood as him, rather unwilling, and wanted to persuade him to continue asking for orders, but he turned back fiercely with a dark face. Gu Hang didn't care what the officer was doing. He continued to observe the situation in the house under the spiritual vision, and at the same time calculated how much spirituality he had left. A part of it was consumed in the front, but it was not serious. It should be enough for the next battle. At this time, Yin Fangxiu has already led the elite Marines to get ready, and he himself will join the battle. In general, this team that came down from the quintet is worthy of the name of the elite. The level of equipment is excellent, and the level of technique and tactics is also high, so it is a very reliable target. Of course, even so, they would not directly break through doors or windows. Greatness is great. If you have help, don't use it. If you have to force it, it's a brain problem. The Waste Hole Company can still play a role in this battle. The mortars in the company, the mortars of the servant company, and the machine guns of the squad were all transported out separately. The machine guns fired at the windows and gates for a long time of suppressive shooting. The mortar shells blasted in along the windows. When the distance was not too far, well-trained soldiers were able to accurately send shells in. Occasionally, it doesn't matter if it hits the outer wall, just reload and continue bombing. Although the territory under Gu Hang's current control does not yet have the ability to produce supplementary ammunition and shells, the ammunition currently consumed is still the wool plucked from the starship. However, the reserves are still sufficient now, and it is not to the point of saving money. After 2 rounds, Gu Hang, Yin Fangxiu, and the soldiers of the Marine Corps rushed in suddenly. They were not attacked for the first time. The places they attacked have all experienced the baptism of firepower, and no mercenary dared to stay in the room covered by machine guns and artillery fire. Then the Marine Corps soldiers began to quickly sweep out. They were well-trained and divided into multi-person groups. After confirming that there was no one outside the house or in the corridors, they kicked open room by room. They strictly implemented the tactical requirements when breaking the door. The hammer opened the door, the tactical grenade was thrown in, and the crossfire blocked the interior before entering. Regardless of whether there are people or people in a room, follow the fixed process to go through it again. If there is no one, it is nothing more than spending more time and wasting a grenade. But if there are people, under their efficient and deadly actions, they often fail to make any resistance. In this way, they cleaned one room after another in the villa. Gu Hang was walking on the stairs. He heard the sound of crackling bullets, which came from all over the house for a short time and then subsided quickly. The battle is set. He could see that group of condensed winds, which had never moved in a room. Don't even dare to resist. It's really a waste of my caution. After the Marines cleared the rooms one by one, Yin Fengshu came to Gu Hang's side and softly reported, "The entire villa has been cleaned up. Only the one in front of me is left." "Okay," Gu Hang ordered. "Just follow your method and break the door normally." "Yes." "Ready, Marines. Let's move." However, this time it was not as easy and calm as before. The moment the wooden door of the room was smashed open, a mass of thick, white spiral wind bombs visible to the naked eye blasted out from the inside. The Marines who had just opened the gate were caught off guard, and they were about to be hit without any defense. But at this moment, the storm bomb collapsed in an instant. At the critical moment, Gu Hang made a move. The collision between the spiritual energy disintegrated this spiral wind bomb. The remaining force is still a strong wind, which blows the soldiers who broke the door backwards. Quite embarrassing. The strong wind swept through the corridor outside again, and everyone feels a little unstable. But the embarrassment is the embarrassment. At least no one was injured. A man's voice came from inside. "Don't come here. Don't come here." His voice was full of panic. Obviously, the man inside is not a tough fighter, and the Marines outside will not be weak because of this. Although aware of the extraordinary energy possessed by the enemy, they continued to act without any hesitation. In the strong wind, Yin Fengshu was the first to react. He leaned in and saw a pale middle-aged man, surrounded by two bodyguards. The bodyguards in black tried to shoot him, but Yin Fengshu moved much faster than these bodyguards. As soon as their guns were raised, the electromagnetic rifle in the captain's hand had already fired first. The metal spikes after the electromagnetic acceleration killed the two people instantly. Immediately afterwards, he aimed his gun at the middle-aged man again. Seeing what the opponent raised his hand and wanted to do, he fired again without hesitation. There was a miniature storm around the man, and the power of psionic energy flickered, blocking the metal spike bullets. But immediately behind Yin Fengshu, several soldiers entered and fired in unison. The defense of the storm shield was in jeopardy in an instant. Finally, Gu Hang walked in. The electromagnetic guns of several Marines fired fiercely. Under the ferocious shooting, the middle-aged man was unable to launch a counterattack like before and could only try his best to maintain a storm shield so as not to be shot to death. But he couldn't take it anymore. Extraordinary strength is powerful, but it can't stand up to the full power shooting of many electromagnetic rifles. He can hold it for a few seconds, which is already surprising enough. Seeing that the storm shield was about to lose its hold, the mortal body behind it would surely be unable to withstand a single metal spike and would be shot to death. But at that moment, the Marines ceased fire. At this moment, there is only one person who can stop them from attacking: Gu Hang. Catch someone alive. Yin Fengshu raised his fist, signaling for ceasefire. At this moment, the storm shield on the man was already very weak. The whirling and circular storm of white color became very light, almost fading away. The guy himself was also pale. Half of it was frightened by the current desperate situation, and the other half was uncomfortable because of excessive spiritual consumption. Gu Hang stepped forward, and with just a wave of his hand, the invisible soul blade pinpointed the exposed weakness of the storm shield and cut it directly. The psionic backlash immediately made the middle-aged man vomit a mouthful of blood. Gu Hang looked at his face twice, and then said, "Wo Han, right? We met once when I first came to this planet." Hearing Gu Hang's words, Vaughn's somewhat dull eyes became a little more agile, as if he had come to his senses. Before he had time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said, "Governor, Your Excellency, I can explain, At this point, he was a little stuck. Huh? Why didn't you go on? You don't even know how to quibble." Vaughn really didn't know what to say. Of course, there's no need to talk nonsense with your eyes open. Just after the goods were robbed, the things had just been shipped back, and before they even had time to put them in the warehouse, the governor's troops had already arrived, and they completely crushed the mercenaries he had cooperated with for many years. How can you argue if you get caught directly and get all the stolen goods? "I lost, Lord Governor. I accept all charges. I completely surrender to you. I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to pay any price." While talking, he struggled to move twice, knelt on the ground, and bowed to Gu Hang in a long way. He has tried to put his attitude in the most sincere way. Gu Hang smiled happily. "It's too late to realize that you've lost your way and turned back at the end of your journey. Vaughn, I'm sorry. You used to be a member of the Alliance, and you should have been a member of the planetary government under the leadership of the governor. You can become an official recognized by the Empire. But you have committed serious crimes, plundered goods, attacked the governor, acted in a false manner, and colluded with a cult." I fully admit, what? Collusion with a cult? No. Vaughn's eyes widened when he heard the next four words. He is not a commoner who knows nothing. He understands a truth completely. If there are only the first three items, he may still have a chance. After all, his greatest crime was nothing more than fighting against the governor. Now, he lost, but not completely. He still has property and influence in Fushing City, and he controls a very important part of the grain trade. These should be valuable to the governor, and if he completely surrenders and is willing to hand over all of these and become a loyal and reliable dog for the governor in the future, there may really be a way to survive, or to overcome the current difficulties after 2 years the governor is finished. He might still be a big shot in Fushing City. However, if you get involved with a cult, it's over. On the scale of the entire empire, the so-called heresies are the most important internal traitors. They're extremely serious crimes, and they're unforgivable. There's only one faith in the empire, the great God Emperor. On Star Fury, the situation of cults is relatively a little better, but only a little bit. There are too many factors threatening the survival of human beings on Gain's Fury Star, and they can't take care of the large-scale elimination of heresy. This does not mean, however, to be gentle with those who have been identified as heretics. The heresy on Fury Owl Star can basically be equated with the original Moonkin sect. The name Fury Owl Star is named after a huge predatory land creature that existed on the planet before the World Extinction War. Its body is like a giant bear with feathers, and its head is like an owl. Antlers. Judging from the existing information, this creature looks a bit silly and cute, with a gentle and docile personality, but it is very fierce when angry. And this sect believes that owl beasts represent a beautiful image on the formerly beautiful Fury Owl Star. The first owl beast was born with the planet and became a god, protecting the entire planet. And the war that destroyed the world angered the primordial owl beast, and his anger turned into an endless storm of waste energy on the surface of the planet. The storm will never stop until the world atones for its sins. The original Moonkin sect is committed to atonement, in addition to their own set of religious ceremonies. Their most important atonement ceremony is to sacrifice sinners who do not believe in their will to the gods to pray for forgiveness. They also did a lot of damage. That's all for the appalling blood sacrifice. Anyway, human life on New Xiaoxing is worthless. Being eaten by mutated monsters, starved to death, or dying of illness seems to be no different from being killed by a cult blood sacrifice. But the point is that they will not only target a few people. The goal of this group of cults is to make the whole planet atone for the gods. they have created many events that destroyed an entire settlement. They are committed to expanding the area polluted by waste energy storms, which will lead to the reduction of cultivated fields, the inability to use mineral veins, and the complete end of investment and construction of factories. This is public enemy. Whether it is from the aspect of the laws of the empire or from the local situation of Fury Star, Vaughn knows that if he is convinced of the collusion with the cult, he will definitely die. He regretted it very much now. Why did he use the storm spell when the other party broke in? The key is not to escape. He could only try his best to quibble in this regard. My Lord Governor, please believe me. I didn't collude with the cult. I don't know them at all. I just suddenly found out that I can use. Gu Heng nodded. I have heard your testimony, and I will verify it. Next, you will be interrogated and tell everything you know. In the end, I will hold your trial in Fuxing City to make the final ruling. Don't worry, this time will not be too long, and you will get what you deserve soon. I have been attacked by Tsinch. The 2 chapters of 22/23 should be tomorrow's content. The timing is wrong. Just add more brothers today. There will be 2 updates tomorrow, as usual. The manuscript has been hit hard. The battle by the river bend is over. The trembling serfs who stayed in the Datong shop in a few simple board houses next door were kicked out. The low-ranking non-commissioned officers of the Waste Hole Company announced to them that they had been liberated by the governor and were free. The serfs who heard this did not move at all. These people never think that freedom is a good thing, and they don't even understand what freedom means. Does freedom refer to the precariousness of wandering the wasteland in the past? Is it referring to the hunger and cold when living at the foot of the revived city? At that time, I was quite free, and I could do whatever I wanted, but I had no food, no clothes to wear, and I could see dead people every day. Those who starved to death, died of illness, were robbed and killed by others, all kinds of things. Especially in winter, the most difficult. Compared with those times, they are quite satisfied with their current life. Although they don't eat well and are tired, they are laborers in the fields, and the master will not let them starve to death, at least until they lose their ability to work. As a result, a group of subordinates who claimed to be the governor came and beat them up. It seemed that their master was finished, and they were liberated and regained their freedom. But they were at a loss. I am free. Almost tears flowed out. However, what they said next reassured them a lot. They don't know what good is freedom, but at least they know that bread is a good thing. A batch of sufficient food was distributed. The serfs, who used to be only half-fed every day, now they are free people gobbled food. While they were eating, someone announced to them what was to come. They were no longer serfs, but freedmen under the governor. Next, the governor will personally manage the entire floodplain valley estate, requiring a large number of agricultural employees. Food and housing are included, plus a bonus that is not too much, but will increase with production. They are free to come and go without restriction, and those who are willing to stay can be employed. Only fools will not stay. Suddenly, the panic, confusion, and bewilderment in the hearts of the serfs almost disappeared. They don't need to know more about other things, as long as they know that they won't be hungry and blow cold wind afterwards. That's fine. After eating, they should also go out to work. The corpses should be cleaned up and burned. The walls destroyed during the war should also be repaired. The fields that have been trampled or bombed should be cleaned up, and some harvest should be preserved as much as possible. The whole manor is already busy. After Yan Fengshu had roughly arranged things, there wasn't much else to do. He looked at the rolling hills across the river bend in a daze. With the help of the psyker, or cultist, he just met, he was thinking about his future. When he was sent to the surface as the governor's guard, he originally felt that his future was bleak. He still remembered that day. Before the governor left the starship to land on the surface, he asked Captain Yalisha for armed protection. Madam Brigadier General originally only planned to send servants to the governor, and it was over after a while. But who made it a joke that day, when he was bored and talked to his colleagues, and talked about an inexperienced woman who was promoted to captain and commodore at the speed of light. More importantly, it was heard by the captain. The emperor can learn from it. In fact, he really doesn't have much opinion on the female captain in his heart, but his colleagues are joking like this, so he just jokes along. But why did the captain hear it at the right time when he spoke? Shit, it just so happened that the governor named Gu Hang was complaining that it was too little to give Dash servants. So Elisha waved his hand and asked him to join the governor with Dash Marine soldiers. Under the joyful laughter of his colleagues and the gloating laughter, he, a young Marine Corps captain, can only lead 30 people to the surface. He was distraught and felt that life was gloomy. Who doesn't know that the governor of Fury Alstar is a consumable every 2 years? He is a little captain, a fin of the captain. Throwing him to the surface is tantamount to exile. Even if he protected the governor, that guy would inevitably be executed because he couldn't pay his taxes. He will also waste 2 years on Fury Alstar without making any progress. But he still has to do his job well. On the one hand, it is the sense of responsibility of the soldiers. On the other hand, it is one thing for the governor to be executed by the tax department, but if he dies under his protection, then he will be more responsible. As for the governor who finally paid the taxes, then secured the position of planetary governor, led the revival of the entire planet, and finally thanked him for his help in the last days, became his backer, and made him flourish? He had thought about this in his dreams, but he didn't dare to think about it when he was awake. Of course, he hoped that the future would be like that, but that was too unlikely. In particular, Your Excellency the Governor is still whimsical, not planning to quickly take over the alliance regime and find ways to raise taxes, but thinking about developing the territory from scratch. God Emperor, what do you have that time? But then I thought again, what does this have to do with him? Anyway, it will not be me who will be executed at that time. Then, as time went by, his heart gradually became alive again. Thoughts that only occurred to me in my dreams when I first landed on the surface occasionally came to my mind when I was awake. Is it really possible for Gu Hang to succeed? The reason why he thinks this way is, of course, not just Governor Gu Hang's appearance that everything is always under control. He'd seen a lot of pretenders, and he didn't know, and didn't want to find out if the governor was like that. He doesn't want to look at attitudes. He only believes in facts. The truth is, the governor is a rare psyker, and he will accompany soldiers like them in Battle Point 2 battles where 1 and 2 camps were captured. This is not a big enough achievement, far from saving lives, but the governor is indeed advancing his plan. Moreover, the governor did not know where to get 2 black box manufacturing machines. The Imperial Church of Mechanics would probably be willing to pay a large price for such a magical thing. These performances gave him more confidence in the governor than his sense of responsibility, especially those 2 black boxes. It seems that things are not messed up at all. Today, he and the governor met a P-Psych AT first. He thought that the man named Vaughn was just an ordinary psyker, but according to the governor's judgment, he was a cult member. Cults, heresies, that's a good enemy. If the so-called original Moonkin sect is indeed identified as a heretical cult, then the credit for eliminating them is not small. But he still has doubts. Is it really a cult? Is it a reason made up by the governor to ask for more assistance? Or is it true? I have been attacked by Tsench. The 2 chapters of 22/23 should be tomorrow's content. The timing is wrong. Just add more brothers today. There will be 2 updates tomorrow, as usual. The manuscript has been hit hard. If you haven't watched 22, you can go back and watch it. It's already there. It's not that important. On the way back, Gu Hang answered Yin Fangshu's question. Mr. Captain found him and asked the question in his heart, and Gu Hang answered. So what if it's fake? The Navy needs merit, and I need targets. A cult organization that doesn't believe in the God Emperor is one of the chief culprits that Fury Star has been unable to recover for a long time. This merit can satisfy Commodore Elisha. It can also allow me to obtain enough benefits, and it can also allow me to unite the people of this world. Then, this cult should be real, and that Vaughn should also be a real cultist. After a pause, Gu Hang saw that Yin Fangshu's face was still a little hesitant, and he smiled and patted the captain's shoulder. What's more, it's true. The original Owl Beast sect was a cult, and that one named with the Han people are indeed connected with the original Owl Beast. How did you judge that he was a heretic, not an ordinary psyker? Gu Hang pointed to his own head and explained, the power of psychers comes from ourselves, from our spirit. We have enough talent and enough spirituality to learn from the ubiquitous but undetectable psychics. In the world, The spiritual energy is borrowed to form spiritual spells. The power of the heretics comes from the dirty, evil gods they believe in, not themselves. These two powers are completely different, and they are clearly distinguished in my perception. Speaking of this, Gu Heng silently added in his heart that the divine arts mastered by the priests of the state religion of the empire is almost the same, but he didn't say it. Hearing this, Yin Fangxiu touched his head. I really didn't understand these things before. But since he is indeed a real heretic, then there is no problem. Don't worry, Gu Heng said. We are on the right track. To appease Mr. Captain, Gu Heng is quite serious. This one is a rare, capable person under his command. He came to Fury Star alone, and without accepting the power of the Alliance government. He had no team at all. The only person who could be used under his command is Captain Yen. The people in the Waste Cave Club seem to be calm now, but they're a bunch of illiterates, and they can't be expected to do big things. His little entourage, Zhang Chao, is trustworthy enough, but he doesn't have much knowledge. Maybe he will become a talent after a long time in the future, but is far from being counted now. Yin Fangxi was the rest. At any rate, he was a naval captain, a serious officer of the Imperial Navy. He didn't care that Yin Fangxiu still belonged to the Navy ranks, not his people, and obeying his command was also because of Yalisha's order. It doesn't make any difference. As long as he is currently working for himself, capable and trustworthy, that's enough. Gu Heng turned his head, past Yin Fangxiu, and looked at the entire army. There were nearly dash people in the whole team, and they pulled the ox car along the road to the governor's camp and returned. This time the harvest was quite rich. He left dash soldiers from the abandoned Tung Company stationed at the manor in the Flood River Valley. While protecting the safety of the manor, he also wanted to let the farm laborers work hard that a man named Slamu was elected among the farm laborers as the manager. The other soldiers, a total of about 100 people and about dash farm laborers, embarked on the return journey together. Those farm laborers are responsible for transporting the reloaded supplies to the governor's camp. The so-called cart is an ox cart, a cart pulled by livestock called buffalo. This kind of savage bull should not be a native creature of the Angry Owl Star, but a species introduced from an alien planet a long time ago. After experiencing the war of destroying the world, this kind of creature has not become extinct, but has further mutations, but it is still the same. Traits that can be domesticated are retained. In today's wasteland world, bulls are important animal power. The batch of supplies transported from Fuxing City were originally pulled by bullock carts, but now they all fell into Gu Heng's hands. The supplies were counted and found to be the same as what Gu Heng asked for from Fuxing City. These things are considered to be returned to their original owners. In addition, Gu Heng also seized almost 200 sets of individual weapons and equipment, mainly rifles. The models of these rifles are a bit varied, and the overall production level is not comparable to that of the assaulter rifles. The latter is at least the standard rifle of the Imperial Army and Marine Corps. Although it is used for cannon fodder, the minimum production level and technical level are online. As for the firearms used by these mercenaries, which are produced in the local area of New Xiaoxing, it is difficult to say. The quality is uneven, and the best among them is not as good as the assaulter. But at least it is much more reliable than the iron-barreled rifles held by the bandits of the dead prisoners, which Gu Heng didn't even bother to use as scrap metal. At least it can be regarded as a military product. Gu Heng intends to use this batch of equipment as well. Counting this batch, he has about 100 sets of assaulters on hand, and 200 sets of local products. 300 more soldiers could be armed. With weapons and equipment, the source of troops is not a big problem. Abandoned cave society can produce some more people, and some of the 3,000 servants he brought down from the starship can also be drawn. Those slaves were not a qualified source of soldiers, and their physical fitness was not even comparable to that of machine servants. However, it will never be better than those who can't eat enough in the waste hole society. Under Gu Heng's system, even those in the waste cave can be turned into gold with a touch of stone and turned into qualified soldiers, let alone those former servants. The quality of the soldiers is not high enough. At most, it restricts them from continuing to upgrade, but under the capabilities of the system, it is not a problem to train them to the T5 level and reach the capabilities of a regular army. In addition to the supplies he deserved, as well as the weapons, equipment, and ammunition he had seized, the bigger harvest was the gift he got after winning the battle. Hearty victory, get 33 gift points. Loss 20, elimination 116, captive 42. 1st Mech Light Infantry Battalion, Part 16 losses, 43 eliminated. Waste Hole Company, loss 4, elimination 21. Marine Corps, Part loss 0, elimination 52. In this battle, including the elimination of prisoners, a total of 158 people were resolved and a total of 20 people were lost. A T5 level army plus 4 T1 level Marines, the combined combat power is much stronger than those low-level mercenaries. Even if the defender has the advantage, even if under Gu Hang's order, the soldiers adopted a strong attack method, the exchange ratio in the end was still exaggerated to almost 8 frowny face dash. Of course, if there is no Rambler driven by the Marines and no psychic Gu Hang to participate in the battle, then the exchange ratio will be ugly. Most of the casualties of our own soldiers were caused by machine guns and rocket launchers. The strafing of the heavy machine gun hit the femoral artery, causing massive bleeding, or was directly killed by the close-range explosion of the rocket. Among the losses of these 20 people, apart from a small number of direct deaths, many were seriously injured and unable to return to the battlefield. This kind of loss is still within the range that Gu Hang can accept, and one cannot expect that no one will be killed in battle. However, Gu Hang also had to consider the replenishment of troops. The loss of the Waste Hole Company is not a big problem. It can be recruited directly from the Waste Hole Society, and it is not a problem to draw for more people. It's the servant soldiers. There's really no place to make up for it. In the future, the main force of Gu Hang's army cannot be expected to rely on servitors for a long time. Looking back, we still have to recruit soldiers from the mainland. More on that later. 33 gift points. This is the biggest sum that Gu Hang has obtained so far. He intends to keep 3 points for training 3 more companies. For the other, dash o'clock, he thought about where he could spend it. First, click on the Hero interface, and his own personal information panel is still stuck on the prompt that he cannot upgrade due to lack of experience. The way to gain experience is war. Other than that, Gu Hang doesn't know if there is any, such as handling government affairs. Will they give experience? Gu Hang thinks it should be given, but he hasn't verified it and doesn't know. In short, the war he just won was not enough for him to reach the limit of upgrading. Instead, here he saw a new name. New hero can be activated. Yin Fangxiu. Activation requires 10 gift points. Okay, now Gu Hang was a little tangled up. Do you want to activate Yin Fangxiu into a hero? After becoming a hero, you can accumulate experience, add some upgrades, and acquire talents. That guy doesn't seem to have any psionic talents. He probably is a warrior template after activation, and I really need to work hard to train it. In 2 years, the Yalisha starship flies away, and Yin Fangxiu, the Navy captain, will probably go with him. By then, all the investment in him will be in vain. Gu Hang will not distrust him just because he is a naval order, but it is another matter to put an effort to invest in training him. Let go first, and Gu Hang clicked on the technology panel again. He gave it a try, investing 10 gift points first. Invest 10 points of gifts, and the probability of lighting up new basic technology is 70%. Are you sure you want to invest? No. Gu Hang was a little surprised. Is this probability still falling? The previous 10 gifts were directly replaced with a basic technology that he thought that he could get 2 black box machines for only 10 o'clock every time he exchanged. But now he said that the probability will drop. 70% probability is not low, but Gu Hang can't help worrying that he will continue to fall again. Every time the lighting technology succeeds, will it lead to a decrease in the success rate of the next lighting? Gu Hang made a guess about the system's technological function panel. Critical hit. I thought that with such a big hook, I would be invincible casually. After all, technology is the primary productive force. Even if the imperial tax is really tight in the future, if I sell the black box manufacturing machine, What kind of imperial chamber of commerce, imperial mechanical church, and the like will come over to give money eagerly? You don't have to worry about paying taxes at all. As a result, the question of how this probability would decrease directly gave him a blow in the head. You still have to come honestly. Gu Heng thought helplessly. Fortunately, he really didn't regard selling technology as the only life-saving straw that if he can solve the tax problem normally, he can solve it normally. These black boxes, including the black boxes accumulated by lighting technology in the future, are the capital for him to continue to grow bigger and stronger in the future. In the position of governor, he didn't intend to find a way to be transferred after a few years of hard work. Planetary governor is a very special position. The governor of Fury Owlstar is, of course, not valued by others. But if it is a planet with top productivity and military capabilities, then the governor has too much power to speak. Pedicai, the leader of the Tiamat sector, can secure his current position because his younger brother is the governor of the planet Flying Wings, the capital of the sector. The tens of billions of people and the huge and stable productivity are his most solid backing. Technology is the primary development force. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Gu Heng will definitely not sell the black box manufacturing machine. Right now, the success rate of technology function is reduced, but it doesn't matter. The remaining 70% is still a good probability that he still has more than 30 gift points in his hand, and he can successfully exchange them no matter what. Invest 10 points of gifts, and the probability of lighting up new basic technology is 70%. Are you sure you want to invest? Taking a breath, he clicked yes this time. Basic technology, G9 gun family. Imperial Mechanicus undertakes the order requirements of the Astral Army and develops a new generation of kinetic energy rifles that on the premise that the overall cost is lower than that of the previous generation of guns, we will continue to promote lightweight and modularization. Different accessories and simple modifications can be used to form machine guns, automatic rifles, precision rifles, short submachine guns, and other firearms with different functions. Further adaptation, alloy bayonet. A smile appeared on the corner of Gu Heng's mouth, and he couldn't help but smile more and more happily. Baby, I don't know about other places, at least in the Tiamat Star region, whether it is the main force of the Imperial Guard Star Guard or the main force of the Marine Corps, the firearms used are mainly G7, that is, the Assaulter rifle. Previously, Gu Heng did have news about the gradual refitting of the G8 rifle in his memory. But at least up to now, the scale of refitting is not large and the production capacity is not enough. And now, he directly got the more advanced G9 model here. Another great weapon. If Gu Heng can integrate the entire planet, the production of the G9 rifle alone can bring in a large number of orders. The Star Army, Navy, and even the local defense forces of various planets in the Tiamat Star area should not change into G8. Just go straight to 9 in one step, and you're done. After eating these orders, it is enough to pay the imperial tax. Of course, that's just thinking about it. Firstly, it is very difficult to break out such a large production capacity. Secondly, if there is such a big movement, the source of technology cannot be explained. Unlike alloy plastic steel, which is a truly basic and extensive material production process, the G9 gun family is still very rare, and it requires too much movement. Don't be afraid of anything else. Will a group of machine oil guys from the mechanic church come to your door? And if you really don't know where this thing came from, maybe the court will come to the door. Sudden knowledge of some unknown source is a form of chaotic corruption. Of course, Gu Heng will not give up eating because of choking. It should be used. At least, it is not always a problem to deploy one's own troops on a small scale. I was thinking about using the weapons and equipment seized from those mercenaries before, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Enthusiastic, Gu Heng clicked on the technology interface again. Invest 10 points of gifts, and the probability of lighting up new basic technology is 40%. Are you sure you want to invest? Sure enough, it dropped again. A successful technology lighting up, will the success rate drop by 30%? Wouldn't it be gone if it happened 2 more times? Outrageous. Who is willing to charge it in this way? Gu Heng cursed. Then it was 10 o'clock. What should I do? What this technological system gives is too fragrant. Lighting failed. Gu Heng's face collapsed, and as soon as the blood hit his head, the remaining 10 o'clock also poured in. Yin Fangxi will go back a little bit. Drawing cards is more important. Lighting failed. No, there's a 40% probability that if you click twice in a row, it will fail. What do you mean? In fact, Gu Heng doesn't like this kind of thing that draws probability and hates failure. But now he can only draw 10 points of gifts, and the next level needs 100 gifts to draw once. Looking at it this way, in fact, in the technology panel, the prize pool for each level is limited. If you smoke too much, the probability continues to decrease, so you can either upgrade to a better one or pay a higher price to fight for the low probability. Under this concept, there may be a hidden mechanism. When the probability is high in the past, a good product will be obtained. Otherwise, the good product will suffer a loss when the probability is low. On the way back to camp, nothing extra happened. Only the governor didn't know why he kept his face so bad that people didn't dare to approach him. Gu Heng's entourage, Zhang Chao, was already waiting outside the governor's camp. He had already been notified by Gu Heng in advance, and had arranged the preparations for receiving supplies in the camp. Gu Heng is currently short of manpower, so Zhang Chao, a young man, he is also intentionally cultivating. This little guy doesn't look like a soldier, but it shouldn't be a big problem to handle some clerical and administrative work. There's nothing to do if the problem is big. Gu Heng's subordinates can't read many words, and he doesn't have any better candidates. Moreover, the young man Zhang Chao did a pretty good job. It was too late to build a large enough warehouse, but they also freed up some boardrooms for storing materials. Some storage requirements are not high, and it doesn't matter if it is blown by wind and rain. So, I found an open space to store them, and covered them with a large tarpaulin, which is enough for temporary storage. Afterwards, Zhang Chao busily went to check the materials and arrange the distribution of the materials, including how much to send to the waste tunch. It was reliable, so Gu Heng felt relieved, and his face looked a little better. As for the depression that had been spent in the previous 2 consecutive rounds, it was almost resolved now. Technology is something that always needs to be drawn with gifts. Probability is the thing here, and there is no way if you fail to draw. Just hope you have better luck next time. After the cat entered his room, Gu Heng took out a pen and paper and began to plan the next thing. This time, the black box of the G9 gun family produced by the technology lottery, he does not plan to manifest it from the system immediately. According to the previous experience of the alloy plastic steel black box, the size of these 2 gadgets should not be too small, and they cannot be taken back after they are manifested. Zhang Chao is already arranging for manpower to dig the bunker that Ji Yuhang intends to set up a core secret base as the future scientific research center in the camp, which requires strong secrecy. As for the black box, try not to expose it in front of people as much as possible. The Science and Technology Lottery draw is a small episode, and what to do next is the key. The supplies obtained from Fuxing City or extorted alleviated the shortage of supplies in the camp, especially the shortage of food. In his current sphere of influence, he still cannot achieve food self-sufficiency. The Flood Valley Manor can produce grain, but the harvest will have to wait a few months in the fall. During this period of time, relying on this material can survive. The premise is that the size of the population he wants to feed will not expand further. But that is impossible. Gu Heng's next goal is to expand the population. The alloy plastic steel industry line needs to expand. The production line of the G9 gun family also needs workers, and the construction also needs workers. In the future, other technologies may be drawn out and other production lines will be established, all of which require people. Where do people come from? This problem is easy to solve. New Xiaoxing is obviously a waste planet with a sparse population, at least not comparable to those hive worlds that can easily reach tens of billions. But people are particularly worthless. The wandering tribe of survivors, the precarious poor living around Fuxing City. These are the sources of Gu Heng's absorption of population. But don't smoke indiscriminately. When people come, Gu Heng has to provide them with jobs, food, and other consumer goods. To put it bluntly, it is necessary to be able to afford it and allow people to exert greater value. This requires more materials and greater production capacity. Now, the first step is to sell the most important output in his sphere of influence, and the most important output in the future alloy plastic steel. Only when it can be sold can we talk about expanding production capacity. Thinking of this, Gu Hang looked at Fuxing City again. It's not that you have to catch a sheep to pick it up. The main reason is that you are too close and your identity is suitable, so it's so easy to pick it up. Moreover, he has long regarded Fuxing City as his possession. What's yours is mine. What's wrong with using it first? Anyway, in the end, he must control the city. He only has 2 years, and he can't really farm empty-handed fields in a blank field and grow enough financial and material resources to pay a planet's tax in 2 years. Going outside to start a new stove is essentially another attempt to control the entire planet. If he wanted to completely control Fuxing City, he would go directly to the city to fight politically with those local snakes. That would be a dead end. But if he mastered a force of his own and then took over the administrative power of Fuxing City, or even the entire alliance government, it would be another situation. In the near future, when he is ready to take over, it must be the time when he is sure to cleanse the upper and lower levels of power in Fuxing City, so that the power of the entire city can truly be used by him. This kind of power can not only rely on the deterrence of the quintet in the sky. If he dies at the same time, he himself will die, and the counselors in Fuxing City know this too. Only nuclear deterrence is not enough. Gu Hang wanted tons of supplies, and they gave them. Gu Hang wanted to clean up and kill them, so they would have to fight Gu Hang with their lives despite the threat of orbital bombing. It's a big deal. Die together. He needs to have a real, regular force to support him in doing what he wants to do. We still have to expand the army. Gu Hang came to a conclusion. Expansion is simple. From the servants brought down from the starship, 200 people were selected. 100 people used the G7 assaulters that were left before, and the remaining 100 people first made do with the seized local miscellaneous guns. Be more systematic. Spend 2 gifts, and together with the 100 people from the Waste Hole Company, another light infantry battalion was formed. Gu Hang entrusted Yin Fengshu with the job of recruiting new soldiers from the 3,000 servants. Captain Yin was numb. He knew that his Lord Governor would come again to show that after a few days of training, he could train a regular army that could only be trained a year or 2. He was really puzzled, and in the end he could only think that this was the governor's ability, and the governor was a genius in training soldiers. Although this explanation was nonsense, he couldn't think of anything else. Of course, even though he knew that in the hands of the governor, even the worst soldiers could be decent after a few days of training, but when selecting soldiers, he still conscientiously selected out of the 3,000 servants 200 of the best. After the equipment and weapons were issued, Gu Hang casually spent 2 gift points in the soldier card to make a training package for these soldiers, and then he didn't care about it anymore, just made a decent one every day. Noodle. It didn't take long for new information to come out. 2nd Infantry Battalion. Light Infantry. Comprehensive dash. Cannot be upgraded. Quantity. 300 people. Equipment. T5. Training. T5. Experience dash. The commander of this unit is Prabhav from the Waste Tunch, and he has been promoted to battalion commander. This was a waste hole society that Dennis and Henry had never seen before. He never imagined that such earth-shaking changes would happen to him, just because he hadn't been here for a month. He is from Garbage Town. A peddler it was he who bought the ores produced by the Waste Hole Society, and then sold them to Garbage Town for preliminary processing to form suitable pig iron for sale. He had heard before that a group of looters were targeting the Waste Cave Club. He thought that the Waste Cave Club was over, so he silently prayed for these poor people. By the way, it was a pity that he lost a cheap place to import resources and would make less money. Unexpectedly, the Waste Cave Society not only survived, but also got the help of the planetary governor. If this is not a blessing in disguise, what is it? In abandoned Tunch, Henry saw stretches of factory buildings and erected smelting furnaces emitting white smoke, which represented the power of industry. I saw the living quarters built next to it, and when it was time to eat, I could see the smoke from the cooking. The food quality eaten by the residents of the Waste Cave Society was even better than that of his hometown Garbage Town, where he came from. He also saw the soldiers standing guard, those mechanical servants who were wearing combat uniforms, bulletproof vests, uniformly transformed into mechanical left eyes, glowing with a cold blue light. They were very elite at first glance. Patel next to him had a panoramic view of his expression. The astonishment of this old friend gave Patel great satisfaction. He really likes to see others surprised. It will make him further confirm from the bottom of his heart how correct it was to completely accept the governor and become his subject. He patted Henry on the shoulder and said, "Don't be in a daze. Let's go. There are more good things to see." Withholding his gaze, Henry turned to Patel. "Your Excellency, Governor, is really so generous." Patel looked pious. "Yes, and this is just the beginning. I believe that under the rule of the governor, we will live better and better. To be honest, or you go back and tell your bosses, say, let them also join the governor's command earlier." When this topic was mentioned, Henry calmed down a bit. "We are already under the rule of the governor, and we are also a member of the alliance." Patel could hear the perfunctory. He was a little disappointed. He really felt that Garbage Town could join in and contribute to the governor's cause. Of course, he also knew that his old friend Henry was just an ordinary merchant in Trash Town, and his status was just that. Garbage Town has a population of over, and it is also a large settlement. Those who speak their minds, there are people called agents. Agents, big and small, determine the direction of the entire Garbage Town. Henry is just a peddler, and he is still fighting for even the smallest agent qualification, and speaking in Trash Town doesn't count. Patel simply hoped that Henry could go back and persuade those agents. But it seems that he is indeed naive. Those agents are earning money from raw materials and energy, earning money from scavengers and adventurers, and they are full of fat. How can they let it go easily? Unless they have witnessed the majesty of the governor. Withdrawing his thoughts on this aspect, Patel put a smile on his face again. He took Henry and showed him some good things. It was an alloy plastic steel product produced by the Waste Ton Society. Seeing the neatly stacked plastic steel, Henry was dumbfounded again. "This is alloy plastic steel? Can you guys make this kind of thing?" He really didn't expect it. Looking at those smelting furnaces before, he thought that at best they could produce steel and they were already very powerful, that he was already thinking in his mind that in the future, raw materials would be transported from Garbage Town, produced by the Waste Cave Society, and then transported to Fushing City for sale. This route would be much more cost-effective than reselling mineral resources. What is unexpected is that the Waste Hole Society does not produce steel, but alloy plastic steel. The performance of this thing is much better than steel. With different formulations, it can not only exhibit strong compressive and tensile properties, but also have strong plasticity. Judging by the merchant's acumen, its price will of course be higher than that of steel, but in fact, the price is limited. Mainly those manufacturers, whether they use alloy plastic steel for ammunition, machinery manufacturing, or building materials. Many low-end product lines with high demand are very sensitive to cost. If the cost of alloy plastic steel is much higher than that of steel, then people would rather continue to use cheap steel. Of course, if there are some alloy plastic steel materials with very special properties, it will definitely be valuable for some special appliances, such as making better gun barrels and stronger mechanical structures, and using them in some high value-added production, and can be sold at a particularly high price. But although ordinary alloy plastic steel materials cannot be sold at a particularly high price, as long as there is a reasonable pricing strategy, this thing will not worry about selling at all. At the same time, it seems that in the entire wasteland, there are very few forces capable of producing alloy plastic steel. Perhaps the Blackbird Heavy Industries Group has this ability, but their production capacity is not enough for their own consumption. So I have never seen them sell this kind of material. From this point of view, the alloy plastic steel produced by the Waste Hole Society can almost be regarded as a unique business. In addition to making money, this represents a huge amount of leverage. Dennison Henry can't wait. "How much are these? Sell them to me." He rubbed his hands and said, "Don't worry." Patel laughed and led Henry to another place. "Here, there are some finished products made of alloy plastic steel, individual armor vests and helmets." Patel proudly introduced, Look at these things. Iron pipe rifles can only leave a mark at most. After finishing speaking, he was afraid that Henry would not believe him. So he really took out an iron-barreled rifle. This thing looks simple, but it is a very common firearm in the wasteland. The crude iron pipe is tied with a wooden handle and has the simplest launching device, which can launch gunpowder bullets. Since there is no craftsmanship at all, its power is very metaphysical, and its accuracy is even more metaphysical. If you do well, it may be SOSO. If you do not do well, you are just a stick that can light a fire. Whether you hit the target or not depends entirely on fate. There are hundreds of guns in the hands of the Waste Cave Club, which were seized from the robbers after the dead prisoners were wiped out. The governor looked down on these rags and gave them as self-defense weapons. The armored vest was put on a target. Patel pulled the bolt and fired a dozen bullets at a distance of more than 10 meters. After finishing the work, Henry leaned up to take a look. There were still bullet marks, but none of them could penetrate the single-soldier vest. The target behind was shaken a little crookedly, but there was no damage. This defense is enough. Henry even tried it on himself and found that the weight was within acceptable limits. Alloy plastic steel is able to maintain sufficient strength and toughness, but also to ensure lightweight. This thing is a big killer in the wasteland. As long as it is equipped with such a set, the most common iron barrel rifle in the wasteland will really become a fire stick. He could already imagine how enthusiastically this kind of individual vest would be sought after by scavengers and adventurers if he brought it to Garbage Town. It's all money. Stop talking. I'll buy it. Take my wallet. Henry really wanted to buy it. The alloy plastic steel material itself, as well as the individual soldier vest made out of it, have already allowed him to see huge profits. He's just a peddler in his hometown of Garbage Town. That's right. But he has further ideas. He is chasing the identity of the agent. Garbage Town is a chaotic place, but it is also a holy place for doing business. It is rich in resources and has a large population. There, if the business is big enough, there are enough people under it, and the force is strong enough, they can gain enough influence and become an agent. And in the chaotic political ecology of Garbage Town, it is the proxies who have the final say. They each hold a unique business, form a monopoly, compete with each other, and unite with each other, and their power is huge. Henry didn't have enough people, and the business wasn't big enough. But if he can really win the alloy plastic steel business, then he has a unique business as long as he has the support of the Waste Cave Society, allowing him to monopolize. He can quickly obtain a large amount of profits. The remaining problem is the problem of money, which is easy to solve. The identity of the agent is already waving to him. To be honest, if it wasn't for the governor behind the Waste Tongue Society, he would definitely turn his head and leave now, and then find a way to gather a team to wipe out the Waste Tongue Society and firmly maintain the production capacity of alloy plastic steel. Hold it in your own hands. Pity, but it doesn't matter as long as you can win the exclusive agency right of this business. That's enough. Henry solemnly said to Patel, I want all of your goods, and I will give you the best price. We can also sign a long-term cooperation agreement. Believe me, I will definitely be able to help you make these treasures a bestseller. To the entire wasteland world, we will become the best partners as long as you sign an exclusive agreement with me. Wait, you wait first. ? Henry frowned tightly. Do you have any conditions? Just ask. Patel quickly waved his hand. I don't have any conditions, but it doesn't count if I say it. Before Henry could speak, he continued, Everything here belongs to the great governor. I dare not promise you anything casually. Without the approval of the governor, not a single piece of plastic alloy steel here can be sold. Your Excellency, Henry calmed down and started to have a headache. It may not be difficult to fool Patel, but to fool the governor. He has also heard about the deeds of the governor named Gu Hang. Maverick, after landing, he did not take over the power of the alliance government, but went to the wilderness to start construction. Can relying on construction save the entire Fury Star? Henry didn't believe it. Even under the rule of the governor, the Waste Cave Society has undergone earth-shaking changes in a very short period of time. But just such a change is far from changing the ecology of the entire New Xiaoxing. 2 years later, I am afraid that Governor Gu will be settled by the imperial taxation, just like his predecessors. But before that, he was the governor, the nominal supreme ruler of the planet. As a small merchant like myself, what capital does he have to fool an imperial governor? Seeing Henry's entanglement and hesitation, Patel didn't know how this old friend had his heart turned. He just grinned and comforted him with a smile. The governor is a very good person. As long as you serve him sincerely, then you will definitely get rich rewards. When Patel said this, he seemed very honest. But why does Henry vaguely feel that there's another meaning behind him? If you're not sincere enough, you're screwed. It should be an illusion. Where does this Patel have so much thought? Henry took a deep breath and said firmly, I'm going to meet the governor right now. The great governor, Gu Heng, is currently studying a corpse. Its shape barely looks like a creature with 4 limbs, and it seems to walk half upright. It is a bit like a headless ape with abscesses all over its body, and its limbs are completely out of proportion. The chest cavity is extremely swollen. It is fast, extremely ferocious, and has sharp claws on all 4 limbs. After hunting, it will tear up the prey's corpse, and then use the pus on the body to corrode and dissolve the fragments of the prey, and then dissolve into its own body. This thing, the locals call it abscess monster, is a common monster in the wasteland. At that time, he was taking a nap in his room, when he suddenly heard movement outside, and then Zhang Chao reported to him that more than a dozen abscess monsters appeared on the expansion site outside the camp and attacked the workers. Although the soldiers guarding the camp arrived quickly and wiped out the group of monsters, 3 workers were still killed. Casualties, of course, are very bad things. But this is wasteland. Gu Heng didn't pay attention to the unchangeable things that had already happened. He looked at the corpse of the monster in front of him and asked a sole question. Can this stuff be eaten? Yin Fangxiu didn't understand what the governor was thinking, but he was greatly shocked. Gu Heng was a little dissatisfied with Lao Yan's shock. He emphasized, in the wasteland, the most important thing is food. As soon as I open my eyes every day, I have to think about how to feed thousands of people in the 3 camps. Sitting on a mountain, we must find a way to find the source of all food. I think this kind of thing has potential. It is said that there are many in the wasteland, and there are things like zombie dogs. If they can be eaten, Governor, please wait first. Yin Fangxiu said helplessly. These monsters have a large number of highly corrosive abscesses on their bodies. It doesn't look like something edible, does it? How will you know if you don't try it? Gu Heng is still very persistent. Of course, I don't want our people to eat it directly. I heard that on most hive planets, there are technologies that can decompose all organic matter into food, that they call that corpse starch. In short, it's starch lumps. I don't know if there is such a technology on the Fury Star. Anyway, there must be one on the Quintet, and we still have to try our best to get it. Yin Fangxi was even more helpless. Brother, I have also eaten starch cubes. That thing is essentially a food chemical product, which can redecompose recycled organic waste, including textile waste such as old clothes, waste wood, industrial organic waste, and even plant fibers, animal limbs, etc. Small molecules, refined and processed into synthetic starch lumps. Although some hive planets with extremely poor resources and extremely high population density will really recycle the dead's body, and even recycle the feces, so they're nicknamed corpse starch by people, but don't say it. After all, in general, the composition of synthetic starch is still normal. Small portions, trace amounts of those. Not to mention, we're still good friends. When Gu Heng said that he wanted to use these abscess monsters as a source of food, he was really not talking about disgusting people. He really thought so. Given the choice, of course normal food is better than nothing. But in this wasteland, the production conditions are like this, and the number of people who can support them is limited, so we have to find all means. Eating enough is more important than eating well. Of course, it is possible to extract this technology from the technology panel, but the mechanism that lights up a technology once, and then the probability of shipment plummets, makes the quota of each technology precious. If there is a choice, Gu Heng does not want to obtain this technology from the technology panel. He prefers to use normal means to achieve his goals. His eyes looked up to the sky. A certain faction on Star Fury might have mastered a similar technology. However, Gu Heng has never seen it near Fuxing City, which means that even if this technology exists, it is far away and it is not easy to do. Secondly, the synthetic starch technology is probably very precious on the wasteland planet, and those forces will not hand it over casually. It's better to go to the quintet to gather wool if you spend that effort. There are 10 people living on a giant starship like the quintet, and it is not always possible to land for supplies, especially during missions. They must have the technology to recycle almost all available organic matter. Thinking of this, he coughed twice again, a little embarrassed, and thought, last time I asked her to get dash sets of equipment and 4 armored vehicles, and I'm going to ask for new technology right away today. It doesn't feel so good. Then I won't ask today. I will ask her tomorrow. Thinking of this, Gu Heng felt much relieved. Gu Heng, who was happy, hummed a little tune and waited for Dennison Henry, a merchant from Trash Town. Dennison Henry finally met Governor Gu Heng. After a careful search, he was taken to the door of the governor's house. This is just a prefabricated house, except that it is bigger. It looks no different from the prefab houses built next to the servants. There is neither special decoration nor expensive materials. The guards pushed the door open. Henry walked in, and all he saw was plain and unpretentious. There is no special decoration in the room, just an ordinary long table that a man who looked quite young was sitting at the other end of the long table. That should be Governor Gu Heng. His Excellency the Governor is quite out of tune with his environment. The side is so simple, but the clothes on his body are so exquisite. But this difference has become negligible because of the governor's calm attitude towards this simple environment. Henry didn't dare to observe any more. With his head down, he came to this side of the long table, did not dare to sit down, but put one hand on his chest, and then bowed deeply. Maintaining a bowing posture, he said humbly, "My name is Dennison Henry, and I am from Garbage Town. Here, I would like to extend my sincerest greetings to Your Excellency the Governor. Your speech when you landed on this planet is like thunder. I deeply understand that you came to this dying planet with great ambition and compassion to save our subjects. As a resident of Fury Owl Planet, I respect your nobility very much." After a rainbow fart, he patted it firmly. While speaking, Henry also took out a beautifully packaged box. When I learned that I had the honor to meet with the Governor General, I was so excited that I decided to prepare a gift for you to express my respect for you. It's a pity that the time is too short. Only this small gift is worth it. I hope Your Excellency, the Governor, will not mind. He continued to maintain his bowing posture, holding the gift box with both hands and raising it above his head. The guard next to him came up, took the gift from him, and brought it to Gu Heng. Gu Heng didn't even look at the gift box. His eyes were always on Dennison Henry, with a smile of great interest on the corner of his mouth. "Get up. If you go on like this, your waist will be broken." Henry straightened his back as he said, "Sit down, let's have a good chat." Only then did Henry dare to sit down. Gu Heng knocked on the table and said, "Dennison Henry, I already know why you came." Henry said cautiously, "I also ask Your Excellency the Governor to give me this opportunity to work for you." Gu Heng smiled lightly and said, "You are very good at talking, and I am also very satisfied with your attitude. I know that what you say may not be what you really think, but I don't care. I will entrust this business to you, yes, but I have 2 conditions. First, if I give you the goods, I will also give you what I need, and you must bring them to me with guaranteed quality and quantity, without half a discount." The first half of Gu Heng's sentence, the so-called "not necessarily sincere," made him feel a little uneasy, but the last sentence made him feel elated in an instant. Obtaining the power of attorney is in itself his biggest request for meeting the governor this time. As for the latter request, in Henry's view, it was no different from by GI. That is not a request, but another gift from the governor that, of course, he has to pay for the goods. And looking at the money now, he can still get it back through the business of helping the governor purchase what the governor needs. Could this still be a bad thing? Without hesitation, he nodded directly. "No problem. I am willing to serve the governor." Gu Heng waved his hand and said, "I have a second request. You need to maximize your influence in Garbage Town and become an agent, even a big one." Hearing this second request, Henry calmed down a little. Seeking to become one of Junktown's agents was his goal in itself. That it stands to reason that the governor's offer of this condition does not conflict with him, so he should be happy. However, he didn't think he was stupid enough to fail to understand the undertones behind the request. With the support of the governor, he became an important agent of Junktown. And then, the final say, is it me, or the governor who is the boss behind me? But he quickly put this hesitation and entanglement behind him. It's where to think about these things. There's a thigh stretched out in front of you. Don't you want to hug it? What's wrong with being a puppet? No matter how many people want to be, they can't be. And it's not necessarily a puppet. Seriously working for the governor, don't you have some power of your own? Your Excellency Governor has a lot of affairs to deal with every day. Don't you have to decide the affairs of a small garbage town when you sit in town? The most important thing is to accomplish the governor's goal and follow the governor's footsteps. That's just as it should be. What's more, no matter how harsh the words are, it doesn't matter whether the governor will be the governor or not in 2 years. Thinking of this, he saw the half-smile expression on Gu Heng's face, and he didn't dare to think any further. I always feel like I'll be seen through. Dennis and Henry came to meet the governor this time, and he was very, very surprised by the initial communication. For almost nothing, he got what he wanted. Of course, it is not true that there is no need to pay. After taking the goods, you have to pay for the goods, using Union coins. The governor provided a series of lists, asking him to buy this and that. He looked at it, and there were some difficulties in it. For example, the governor wants the best for Fushing City textile machines, sewing machines, want to import textile raw materials, want thermal limestone generator sets, want thermal limestone itself, want to build cement factories, brick factories. Moreover, the governor seems to know the market very well, and the list and approval given to him allow him to take away the goods, which are of similar value. According to his own estimation, the profits here have been greatly compressed that if he wanted to earn more money, he might have to try his best to sell alloy plastic steel and armor vests at a relatively high price. And he had to find cheap and easy-to-use sources for the things he bought back for the governor. But it's not easy to handle. But Henry is still full of motivation. Isn't this the time to show your abilities? If everything is easy to handle, then the governor can just find someone to do the job. So what is his business? However, when the topic fell to the second half, he gradually became less happy. Mainly mentioned a very critical point. Dennis and Henry wants to get the exclusive right to sell alloy plastic steel industry. This is the protection of his own interests. He needs this thing to ensure that the market path he has made will not be picked by the latecomers. Excluding competitors and doing a monopoly business is of course more profitable. But Gu Heng didn't allow it. He reasoned hard, saying things like, this way I can better serve the governor. This will help me expand my influence in Junktown and help you do more things, Mr. Governor. Up. However, none of his words could impress Gu Heng. Gu Heng blocked him back with just a few words. I can give you the power you want, but I won't give it to you for nothing. You haven't done anything yet. So why do you want so much from me? Use your actions to prove your loyalty. The conversation has already reached this point. What else can Henry say? He nodded heavily. I will prove it to you, Governor General. Also, do something extra for me. As much as you order. My camp needs more manpower. Fushing City has so many refugees who live in the city and bring people here. No problem. I will definitely bring you healthy and reliable refugees, and the price is absolutely cheap. Gu Heng shook his head, looking very dissatisfied. What money are we talking about? Those refugees are not recognized as official residents by Fushing City, but I recognize them. Every human being on Star Fury is a subject of the Empire. They are all my subjects. I want you to publicize my benevolence, my policy, and my declaration to them, and let them migrate here. If there is any difficulty, you have to provide them with the necessary help, and I will even help directly when necessary. Do you understand what I mean? Henry was taken aback. Why didn't you understand? Then I must have understood. Whoring for nothing. Don't you just want to get people here if you don't want to pay? Henry showed a very ashamed look. Yes, I am shallow. However, according to what the governor said, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Although Fushing City is large, There are only so many jobs and people it can support. Outside the city, there are refugees who cannot survive. It is not impossible to make these people willing to migrate here, spontaneously through publicity. But, Your Excellency Governor, please forgive me. If this method is followed, the quantity and quality of the displaced refugees may not be guaranteed. Those refugees who cannot survive are mostly old, weak, sick, and disabled. When you're in good health, you can still find a job to support yourself. Gu Heng waved his hand and said, "This is your job. Spreading my will to the public is also a show of your loyalty. Don't let me down. Damn, I really want a whore for nothing." Dennis and Henry could only say helplessly, "Yes, I understand what to do." After dismissing the smug businessman who was ready to do a big job and had to satisfy his reasonable and unreasonable demands at the same time, Gu Heng was busy with another matter nonstop. He asked his entourage, Zhang Chao, to send another communication message to Fuxing City. Vaughn, the member of the Alliance, is a matter of cultists, and Gu Heng needs to ask Fuxing City to give him an explanation. Of course, how to explain it is not important. What Gu Heng needs is an opportunity to make use of the problem. He had to work hard to find this opportunity. Now, there's a ready-made one. In the Alliance's nominal governing body, the Alliance's parliament, a member of the cult has emerged. At that time, when Vaughn was resisting, he used the store magic, and when Gu Heng discerned that it was definitely not his own spiritual power, but had some kind of source, he almost burst out laughing. After capturing Vaughn alive, he has almost obtained the interrogation and information that should be obtained. This guy, it's true that he believes in a cult. Although he is not a devout person, he does believe in the statement of the original Al-Beast sect and is willing to provide those cult members with convenience in their actions as a counselor, and will also offer money and supplies. He is not a core member, but a believer, nothing more than richer. He also got some things, such as being blessed by God and mastering the storm magic. He can let the cultists help him do some secret things that he is not easy to do. In fact, this time he wanted to trouble the governor, and he wanted to let the original Angry Owl sect take action, but they refused because they couldn't arrange manpower temporarily, and they were busy with other things. With these confessions, and Vaughn himself still alive, Gu Heng has the greatest capital to attack. After the communication with Fuxing City was connected, the one who talked to Gu Heng was still the chairman of the Alliance's council, Miriam Hodgson. "Hello, Governor." Hodgson opened his mouth to greet first. Gu Heng didn't give any face, and his tone was very severe. "Mr. Hodgson, I am very disappointed in your work." Hearing what the governor said, old Hodgson already felt a dull pain in a nerve in his head. The governor is about to start acting like a demon again. "I have given you the large amount of supplies you asked for. I have also sold the people you asked me to sell. What do you want now?" Hodgson replied weakly, "Please show me, the governor. The members of the Alliance can be corrupted into heresies? How did you, the head of the council, do it? Is the council of the Alliance still loyal to the Empire? Has Fuxing City become the home of the original Owl-Beast sect?" In Gu Heng's mouth, repeated accusations came down immediately. Hodgson never thought that Gu Heng would say such a piece of news. With a big pot on his head, he was stunned. Before that, he didn't know Vaughn was a cult member. Unbeknownst to Hodgson, one of their Union Council members, Vaughn, was a cultist. He didn't have this information at all beforehand. Now that Gu Heng told the truth, he was immediately dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, his first reaction was to suspect. Vaughn was a cult member. Did the governor make up his own nonsense and use it as an excuse to trouble Fuxing City? This matter is not trivial. Do you have any evidence to prove it, Mr. Governor? The evidence is solid. The person who attacked the convoy was instructed by Vaughn. I wiped out the gangsters in his manor and captured him. I saw this guy use the storm magic. You seem to know nothing now, President Hodgson. I am very disappointed. A member of the Alliance has been corrupted, and you, as the head of the Assembly, have no information at all. Is this dereliction of duty, or the Alliance itself, have you been conniving at the spread of cults in Fuxing City? Hodgson immediately denied. Absolutely not. We have been strengthening the crackdown on cults. How could we allow the spread of cults? I will investigate this matter. Before Hodgson finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gu Hang. Investigate? Wait for you to investigate slowly. What will Fuxing City look like? Even members of the parliament can be corrupted. How can I believe that you can find out anything? Result: Hodgson was tortured by Gu Hang. This completely unexpected news caught him off guard. He didn't make a relevant plan at all, so he could only bite the bullet and say at this time, "We will definitely take practical and effective measures to deal with this problem. Next, we will conduct background checks on all members of the council, and we will also strengthen the investigation of the entire city. The strength of the investigation of cults. Gu Hangdao, I will give you this chance. But I also want to remind you that our city is facing a serious threat, and I want you to solve this problem as soon as possible and thoroughly. If I can't see your more positive attitude, then I will take action myself and hold you accountable for it." Hodgson can only try to guarantee, "We will go all out and take all necessary measures to ensure the safety of the city. I assure you, we will give you an account. You better do what you say." After hanging up the phone, Hodgson frowned tightly. He didn't want to be on the weak side every time he communicated with the governor. However, what can he do? It was the first time I came to ask for supplies, and I asked for the allocation with the power of the governor. The amount was not small, but it was not unbearable. So they were stuck at the limit of Fuxing City's ability to pay, and they pinched their noses to admit and O1 is willing to completely offend and turn against the governor for this little material. The second time was when Vaughn attacked the convoy without authorization. This was his act alone, and Hodgson sold him without any psychological pressure. On those two occasions, the governor vaguely expressed the intention of using authority and orbital bombing from the sky to exert extreme pressure and threats, with the purpose of wanting something. Speaking of this, as long as he doesn't want to turn his face, then Hodgson has nothing to do but compromise. For the third time now, although the governor didn't make too many threats and didn't ask for anything, his tone was the most severe, directly accusing the Alliance Council of being either negligent or a traitor. The handle of the conversation is straightforward, but Hodgson couldn't refute. This time the governor is standing on the commanding heights. The primordial Moonkin sect is the public enemy of many forces in the wasteland. They don't believe in the God Emperor, but instead believe in the so-called original Moonkin. They have mastered the sorcery of storms, and they have actually caused many tragedies that destroyed gathering places. A coalition member turned out to be a member of this cult. How to explain it? I can't explain it. The governor's anger is well-founded. I thought he had sold a grain merchant who was blinded by profit. If that guy wanted to fight against the governor, let him stand up as a target. He deserved his death, but this person turned out to be a member of a cult, which completely caught Hodgson by surprise. He also realized the seriousness of the matter. After hesitating for a while, the old Hodgson turned to look at his grandson Lambert and asked, "The governor said that Vaughn is a cult member. Do you think it is possible? Maybe it's true, maybe it's false." Lambert Hodgson listened to the entire conversation between his grandfather and the governor, and he carefully gave the answer he thought. But this matter is not critical now. Since the governor, it means that he must have some evidence. Even if the evidence is not true, the governor must have forged it well enough. We are really passive now. Regarding Lambert's guess, the old Hodgson sighed and continued to ask, "Then what do you think the governor will do next?" Lambert thought about it. He may use this as an excuse to further intervene in the political situation of Fuxing City, in the name of combating cults, deprive us of power, and then control the entire Fuxing City. From what you mean, you seem to be dissatisfied with this. Lambert froze. Grandfather? He didn't understand why his grandfather would ask such a question. The governor is the planetary ruler appointed by the Empire and the head of the Alliance government. Isn't it justified and natural for the governor to completely control Fuxing City? Lambert frowned tightly and said with difficulty, "You said, but..." The old Hodgson said another thing. "I still remember, you said that your ideal is to save the world?" "Yes, nonsense when I was young and frivolous." "Then let me ask you now, is this ideal still buried in your heart?" Lambert didn't want to answer. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I told you that only the governor can save the world. I don't know if it is the Governor Gu, so I have been hesitant, just like the previous governors, All failed. But I have recently figured out a problem. How many governors can we wait for? I don't understand. Do you mean to? No, I haven't reached that point yet. I just feel that this governor is a little different from the previous ones. Old Hodgson said, "As for now, I think you have missed the point. Please teach me." The focus now is not what the governor will do next, but what we will do. What we have to do is also very simple. Find out how serious the original Moonkin sect has spread in Fushing City, and what is their purpose. This is the most important thing. It is a matter of life and death. What is the point of intrigue? It is too ridiculous to win the governor and then have the city destroyed by cultists. I understand. The news of the cult's growth made Fushing City bustling up and down. And as the instigator of piercing the sky, the governor is not in the mood of any urgency at the moment. Early the next morning, in order to solve the ration problem of the territory, he made another contact with the quintet in the sky. Yalisha still has no good looks towards him. Guheng didn't care about this and even understood it very well. If he were to change himself and being picked up one after another every day, his reaction would be even greater than that of Yalisha. Then for the sake of being so considerate, can you give me the synthetic starch technology? Of course, Guheng knew that he couldn't ask for nothing. He had to come up with something. Brigadier General Yalisha, I have another piece of good news for you. Hearing these words, Yalisha remembered the slaves, mechanized soldiers, a pile of weapons and equipment, and 4 Rambler verses that she had lost. Heartache. As for the fact that she sent out a Marine captain before, is there such a thing? Cannot remember. Yalisha kept a straight face. The good news from your Excellency, Governor, is very expensive every time. How come? I am sharing our achievements with the best partners. If you have something serious to do, let's talk about it. I already have some clues about the heresy that breeds on Fu Xiaoxing. I caught a cultist, and it turned out to be a high-ranking official in the planet's government. Hearing this, Yalisha became serious. Has it deteriorated to this point? Tell me where the enemies are, and I will destroy them. No, it's not that time yet. I will soon find the specific traces of those heretics. At that time, you may need to send an elite Marine Corps, or even the power of the ship's church, to help me purify those heresies. It's possible, but it's best to create an opportunity for me to conduct orbital bombing directly. I try my best. Yalisha has nothing to say no to this matter. Carrying out orbital bombing is the most convenient. If you need Marine troops to attack, that's okay. She doesn't resist, as long as it is meritorious service. Moreover, this method of sending Marines to fight is different from the previous method of borrowing people, but it is actually no different from sending them. The person who lends to Guheng has worked under Guheng for a long time. As for missions, whether to fight and how to fight, the entire command system is still under the control of the starship. At most, Guheng just provides a target and gives some reference suggestions. Not a conceptual thing at all. Yalisha's expression calmed down a little, and she felt a little relaxed. Finally, there is hope for a little return on the investment made by the governor. Eliminating the cult heresy entrenched in the head city of the planetary government is more or less something that can be said. Although it is not big enough, but there are rewards and expectations, and there are still 2 years to come. Yalisha, who was in a better mood, asked a question that made her regret later. Very well. Is there anything else? Yes. I need synthetic starch technology. Yalisha's face froze. I originally thought you were here to report news. Good guy. So you're still here to ask for something, right? I'm only responsible for fighting the enemies of the Empire. Yalisha said, it's not my job to support the construction. This is to fight against the enemies of the Empire. Guheng quibbled. What is the core of the cult's growth? It is because the people cannot see hope. They can't even eat enough, and they are easily bewitched by the cult. Synthetic starch technology can help us solve this problem. Yalisha felt that what Guheng said was reasonable, but is the people saved by this method considered an achievement of the Navy? While she was thinking, Guheng's voice came again. Brigadier General Yalisha, please understand that when we face the enemy, it is of course necessary to eliminate them with lightning force. But if the situation deteriorates beyond control, We need to if salvation can only be achieved through complete destruction, then it is not necessarily a good thing. The cult corrupted a city and destroyed it. Or the heresy spread to a terrible extent, but it was wiped out under the command of the brigadier general, and hundreds of thousands of subjects of the empire were saved. Please compare these two, which is better to say, destroyer or savior. It seems that the former one is cooler, but in the empire, at least in the Pegasus sector, the latter has more gold content. What's more, the identity of the savior is more in line with Yalisha's mission this time. She came back to squat on the orbit of Fury Owl for 2 years, not to fight and eliminate any enemies, but to assist the governor in recovering the planet. At this point, Yalisha had to admit that Gu Hang's words moved him once again. She began to think about it. If she wanted to give the synthetic starch technology to Gu Hang, what should she do? Is this costly? The conclusion is not too much. Of course, the starship has synthetic starch technology. During the long interstellar journey, supplies are rare. This ability to recycle almost all organic matter and transform it into edible starch lumps is an important auxiliary technology. However, the important thing is that when the starch synthesis machine is generally used, there are actually not many that in non-wartime. Starships can get supplies relatively smoothly, so no one wants to eat starch lumps. At present, the food reserves on the quintet are still relatively abundant, enough to last for years. Moreover, there is more than one synthetic starch machine on the starship. It's not a big problem to send one down. Of course, what Gu Hang wanted was technology, not just machines. But this is not too troublesome. Leaving the technician in charge of logistics supplies on the starship and bringing a machine and some parts should be able to meet Gu Hang's requirements. Logically speaking, this is enough for Gu Hang to produce a synthetic starch machine by himself, provided that he has a certain industrial foundation. If not, then Yalisha can only say that she can't help. I'm not your mother. How can I feed you milk directly? I promise. Yalisha let go, and a transport plane brought technicians and equipment to the surface, and Gu Hang loaded them with a lot of supplies on the way back. According to him, this is a thank you gift to Brigadier General Yalisha, and it is a special product on Star Fury. But in fact, among the batch of food and textile materials transported from Fushing City, a small part was sent to heaven. It's not meaningless to improve the food and provide some supply for the people on the starship. After all, it is to express that the governor is not just eating for nothing. As for the difference in value between the two, the etiquette is less important than affection. After watching the transport plane fly away, Gu Hang plunged into the big plan of expanding production. In Gu Hang's plan, he intends to use the Waste Cave Club as a heavy industry production center for his territory. The location there is good. It is relatively close to the garbage town, where the raw materials and energy will be produced in the future, and it has a certain amount of mineral resources. The production line of alloy plastic steel is there, and after the businessman named Dennison Henry brings back the unit that uses thermal limestone to generate electricity, Gu Hang will build a power plant in the waste cave. With the development of the heavy industry and energy industry in Wudongsh, a labor force of only 800 people is definitely not enough. Gu Hang has already arranged the workers who originally expanded the camp and built the airport in the governor's camp to Wudongsh to meet the manpower demand of the alloy factory there. But this manpower pool still has a maximum limit, and the governor's camp itself also needs people. Production dignitaries, military expansion dignitaries, Gu Hang's current demand for manpower is very high. Absorbing people from the outside is inevitable, and this is exactly what he specifically requested of Dennison Henry, asking him to think of ways to promote and recruit people. Of course, those refugees recruited from outside Fushing City are not necessarily qualified industrial population. Not to mention refugees, even people from the Waste Cave Society and ex-slaves brought down from the starship are not very qualified. The literacy rate is a big problem. It may be okay for the illiterate to work as a coolie, but it is difficult to further grow into a skilled worker. But it's a solvable problem. Gu Hang has already requested that night classes be held in the Waste Ton Club, including his camp directly under him. The first step is to do literacy work, and then do some basic skills training, experience summarization, and teaching. In the Waste Cave Society, there are indeed many who are willing to learn and make progress. These people don't need to worry too much. As long as they are given a chance, they will rush forward with all their strength. But not all are self-motivated. Now, they can live on the surface without worrying about safety issues. They can eat enough, have clothes to keep out the cold, and I heard that they will be powered on and heated. This kind of treatment can already satisfy them enough. No motivation to improve. Gu Hang is definitely not willing to do this. How can I expand production and rebuild the world without working hard? In this regard, Gu Hang resorted to a trick, the labor distribution system. Work is settled with work points, and work points determine the distribution of materials and benefits. If you want to eat well, live well, dress well, and even let your closest family members live a good life together, then you have to work hard. Moreover, at the worker level, some classifications of technical jobs have been opened. After passing the inspection, if you become a skilled worker, the salary you get will be higher than that of a normal worker. The requirement to become a skilled worker is to study hard. In addition, although go to school does not give work points, it is not bad to save money by taking care of dinner and not spending rations. There are both tangible upward incentives and a tangible increase in food rations. The night schools held in the Waste Cave Society and the governor's camp have been widely welcomed. On the contrary, it is the teacher which is not easy to solve present. Only the few who can read and write among the group of servants brought down from the Starship Quintet can be used as teachers. The so-called imparting of professional skills, to put it bluntly, is also during this period of time. Since then, some of the experience and tricks formed by a few flexible minds among the workers have been summed up and disseminated. If there are not enough teachers, it is impossible to teach excellent students. Gu Hang himself also understands this point. Due to limited conditions, he can only do as much as possible. As for the work points mentioned earlier, Gu Hang originally considered whether to engage in currency. The circulation of goods on the wasteland is very chaotic. There are also currencies. The Alliance has a revival currency issued by the Alliance, and several major forces also issue their own currencies. But not to mention the confusion of these currency systems, it is troublesome to exchange them with each other, and even some distant gathering places do not necessarily recognize a certain currency. The most popular trading method on the wasteland is still very primitive barter. The force under Gu Hang's command is not large enough for the time being, and it will take a lot of effort to promote it by issuing a set of currencies by itself, while using other currencies will easily be overwhelmed by people with their size. So he decided not to engage in currency at all, but to develop a set of work points that are only used internally as an incentive. Participate in production to get work points. Consume work points to get housing and rations, which is already a prototype of currency under a simple planned economy. Gu Hang didn't plan to engage in a planned economy all the time, but the proportion would definitely be huge. In Gu Hang's thinking, the method of concentrating power to accomplish big things is a very successful experience in the development stage. If the goal of the Waste Cave Society is to develop into a heavy industry center, Gu Hang's positioning of the governor's camp is a transportation hub and a light industry center. Not much to mention about transportation. The core work is the connection with the great treasure house of the sky, the Quintet. When Gu Hang chose the site for the camp, he found such a place with flat terrain and no danger to rely on. The core is for this matter. The textile machines and related technologies that Gu Hang asked Dennis and Henry to purchase were part of the light industry planned by Gu Hang. In addition to textiles, there is also the food industry. The synthetic starch-making machine transported from the Quintet has already started working under the guidance of the technicians who came down with the ship. At the same time, a new synthetic starch production line is also being built, which mainly relies on some parts shipped from the Starship at the same time. The alloy factory of Wudong Society also received orders to make some qualified parts according to the requirements of the technicians. For some parts that really require relatively high craftsmanship and materials, Gu Hang will produce them through finished black boxes of alloy plastic steel. Of course, there are still some core components that cannot be produced by the industrial capabilities under his current influence. The technician who got off the starship is trying to overcome this part of the technology at the request of the governor to see if there is any way to achieve it. Still very promising. The industrial foundation here in the governor's camp started from scratch, but it has developed rapidly, mainly due to the very powerful material black technology. Even if the alloy plastic steel produced by the Waste Hole Society is not good enough, the alloy plastic steel produced directly from the finished black box is the best of the best. However, until the technology is overcome, the scale of the synthetic starch production line cannot be further expanded. However, despite this, the current production capacity alone is quite enough. As long as there are enough raw materials and the production line runs at full capacity, it is more than enough to ensure that all the staff under Gu Hang's current banner can be fed. Even, there is still a considerable part of the production capacity that is rich enough to store grain and even sell it for export. Gu Hang's many ideas are waiting for Dennis and Henry to bring back the first batch of goods and the first batch of people, and then start to get on the right track. The businessman for Garbage Town didn't make him wait too long and came back soon. The population and supplies were all swallowed by the forces under Gu Hang's command. The two major industrial centers, together with the Flood River Valley Manor, which has gradually resumed agricultural planning and production, the overall productivity of the governor's forces has begun to embark on a fast track of rapid development. Asuna looked around and saw a large construction site. The governor's territory, the land of salvation claimed by the good man, seems to be different from what she imagined. After the end of last winter, in Osina's hometown, which was called the Southern Provinces by the people of Fushing City, a large-scale wave of mutated monsters broke out. It was a huge disaster, and many gathering places were completely destroyed. It was not easy to survive the wave of mutant monsters, but it did not mean that the disaster had subsided. It was too late to plant seeds in the spring, and because of a winter and because of fighting against alien monsters, various factors caused people to lose a lot of food stocks. The problems of hunger and shortage of supplies flooded the southern provinces. What do people who can't survive? Will become a demon. Asuna and her younger brother had a good life. The land in the southern provinces is relatively fertile, and the erosion by waste energy storms is relatively slight. So many of the gathering places here can make a living through agriculture. In fact, the southern provinces were already very important food-producing areas. The 10 people in Fushing City, including the inner city and the outer city, mainly relied on food imported from the south. Asuna's father was a plantation owner. Before everything collapsed, their family's plantation had a population of tens of thousands. When it was rich, it could not only feed everyone, but also have a lot of wealth that could be sold for industrial products. It is conceivable that Asuna's living standard is like a little princess, far surpassing the vast majority of people in this wasteland. But all this collapsed at the turn of spring and summer. Marauders, outnumbered, laid siege to the plantations. Riots ensued inside. Under the protection of the guards, the family tried to break out and escape the plantation at the last moment. Those who tried to escape together were many people who did not participate in the riot. But in the midst of the chaos, she was separated from her father. Incognito, face plastered, hair cut. She took her younger brother and followed the team of refugees and arrived at Fushing City in a daze. In the middle, she suffered too much. For a bite to eat, she is willing to do anything. Even a little bit of work can be exchanged for a little food. What's more, go begging, fight with people, steal things, cheat people. Before everything collapsed, she was taught to be a lady, and she never thought she would look like this. But she persisted. In the past few months, she has been dizzy with hunger, and her younger brother, who is just in his early teens, is malnourished. But at least they are still alive. However, she also often falls into confusion. If you have never seen beauty, you may be able to sink in the dark forever. But a few months ago, she was still a little princess, the jewel in her father's palm. Her daily worries were about appraising and restoring the high-priced pre-war artworks, helping her father manage the estate and calculating accounts. Now she has to hesitate about what to eat tomorrow. More importantly, this kind of life has no end in sight, no hope, and no light at all. She felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. She thought more than once, living in such a bad world, is it easier to die? But every time she saw her younger brother's eyes, she would put this thought back again, and then gritted her teeth and continued to suffer. Strange to say, in the past, she was not very close to her younger brother, who was 7 years younger than herself, and often even felt that this mischievous brat was really annoying. However, during the past few months, she would rather die than take her younger brother with her. Once when his younger brother was abducted, she bit on him like crazy, and she didn't let go until her head was bleeding from the beating. She herself doesn't know why. She only knows that whoever dares to harm her only remaining family member, she will fight with him. But she still understands, sadly, that they will soon die. The chaos in the southern provinces had a huge impact. Insufficient food imports have caused food prices in Fuxing City to continue to rise. Relying on odd jobs, she found it increasingly difficult to feed herself and her younger brother. Recently, another worse news came. It was said that the largest grain merchant in Fuxing City had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, urban food prices became more volatile. And at this moment, a merchant opened a free porridge shop in a slum outside Fuxing City. Anyone can get a piece of hot porridge in the porridge shop, provided that they listen to the statement made by Mr. Gu Hang, the governor of the planet. On the first day, he came to the wasteland in the porridge shop. But she persisted. In the past few months, she has been dizzy with hunger, and her younger brother, who is just in his early teens, is malnourished. But at least they are still alive. However, she also often falls into confusion. If you have never seen beauty, you may be able to sink in the dark forever. But a few months ago, she was still a little princess, the jewel in her father's palm. Her daily worries were about appraising and restoring the high-priced pre-war artworks, helping her father manage the estate and calculating accounts. Now, she has to hesitate about what to eat tomorrow. More importantly, this kind of life has no end in sight, no hope, and no light at all. She felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. She thought more than once, living in such a bad world, is it easier to die? But every time she saw her younger brother's eyes, she would put this thought back again, and then gritted her teeth and continued to suffer. Strange to say, in the past, she was not very close to her younger brother, who was 7 years younger than herself, and often even felt that this mischievous brat was really annoying. However, during the past few months, she would rather die than take her younger brother with her. Once when his younger brother was abducted, she bit on him like crazy, and she didn't let go until her head was bleeding from the beating. She herself doesn't know why. She only knows that whoever dares to harm her only remaining family member, she will fight with him. But she still understands, sadly, that they will soon die. The chaos in the southern provinces had a huge impact. Insufficient food imports have caused food prices in Fuxing City to continue to rise. Relying on odd jobs, she found it increasingly difficult to feed herself and her younger brother. Recently, another worse news came. It was said that the largest grain merchant in Fuxing City had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, urban food prices became more volatile. And at this moment, a merchant opened a free porridge shop in a slum outside Fuxing City. Anyone can get a piece of hot porridge in the porridge shop, provided that they listen to the statement made by Mr. Gu Hang, the governor of the planet. On the first day, he came to the wasteland in the porridge shop. She got into a fight with someone before she took her younger brother to grab a seat. The so-called governor's declaration was very long. At that time, she just wanted to read a few sentences and eat quickly. She couldn't remember too much about what the governor's declaration said. There was only one sentence, which she remembered clearly. The governor will let everyone who submits to him live a good life. The next day, the porridge shop was still open, and she came again. But this time, I was told that those who have eaten once are not allowed to eat another meal, unless they are willing to follow the caravan to the governor's camp and become the governor's subjects. Without much hesitation, she pressed her handprint on the paper. After waiting for a few days, when the caravan set off, she came here with her younger brother. Following the caravan to the governor's camp. Although life is forced to do so, why not change the status quo and seek some ideas of light and hope? She thought that she would see a well-developed city, but instead she saw a large area of dust. There are many simple concrete buildings that have been built here, but more are still under construction. However, looking at the large-scale construction in the entire camp, at least there should be no shortage of job opportunities. But with my small body, can I work as a construction worker? Asana, who was in a mess and didn't know what the future would hold, took her younger brother's hand and followed the arrangement of the team to the registration place. When it was her turn, the person who registered asked for some basic information. Name, age, what you are good at, what you want to do. She answered as it happened. The person registered opposite suddenly said, "Are you literate?" Yes. That's great. The man was overjoyed. Hurry up and fill out another form at that table. Congratulations, you will get good treatment. Asana passed in a daze. There was no one at that table. After she finished filling out a form, she was assigned 2 jobs, working as a clerk in the textile factory to be established during the day, arranging and executing the production plan, counting the production results, and managing the production process. The second job is to be a teacher in an evening school literacy class. The content of the work made her feel relieved a lot. This is what she's really good at. When she was in a manor, she would assist her father in some management work. Although it was agricultural production management at that time, and now I want to be a clerk in a textile factory, but it is better than doing manual labor with my own hands. Especially after hearing about the treatment, she was even more moved. According to the calculation of work points, the material ration she can get every day is more than enough to support herself and her younger brother, and she can save a lot. Although everything was incomparable to when she was a little princess in the past, it was the only ray of light she saw in the months of ups and downs. Dennison Henry found that every time he came to the governor's camp, he found a new surprise. At this moment, after finishing a business trip and coming to meet the governor again, he is accompanying Gu Heng to inspect the newly established synthetic starch production line. He saw the workers mixing the decomposed corpses of alien monsters, scraps of wood leftovers after construction, and leaves and branches from the nearby woodland, and feeding them into the machine. After crushing, decomposing, and reconstituting, the other end of the machine outputs rectangular starch blocks. Each piece weighs a standard 50 grams, and a few pieces are enough to keep an adult from starving to death. Although the raw materials used to produce it seemed a little strange, Henry still realized the great value of this technology. Poisonous alien monster corpses, wooden waste, weeds with very low nutritional value, old clothes, rags. These things with very low value can be transformed into precious food in the wasteland through this machine. What's up with the ingredients disgusting? When people are about to starve to death, do they still care so much? This is serious food, carbohydrates, and high in calories. Isn't this better than finding some wild vegetables, weeds, and bedbugs, and mixing some grains to cook a bowl of thin porridge? Henry pinched his nose and tried to eat a piece himself. Taste. It can be said to be tasteless, like eating gypsum powder, with at most a little sweetness after the starch is simply broken down by saliva and a little salty taste. But still, none of these problems are problems in the wasteland. Not to mention the environment where people starve to death in the wasteland, even the Imperial Astral Army and the Imperial Navy, when the supply is not so smooth, there is still a large number of food rations achieved through corpse starch. Who can compare who is noble? This is terrible technology. Henry stared straight at the eyes, and he said, "Unbelievable, Before the words could be uttered, Gu Heng raised his hand and interrupted, "Don't talk. I'll show you." Henry's face was a little red from choking, but then he also immediately understood that it was impossible for him to get this part of the business, especially the production line and technology, from the governor. In a sense, this technology has the potential to change the entire world, which is of great significance. He could only feel sorry for this, and he became more determined to hug the governor's thigh. After visiting the newly established synthetic starch production line, Gu Heng brought Henry to his office. Henry, who just finished a deal, has a lot of things to report to Gu Heng. Sitting in front of the governor, Henry was a little cautious. This time I was lucky enough to fulfill my mission. The alloy plastic steel caused a sensation among the material merchants in Fuxing City. In the past, only a small amount of this material flowed from the Blackbird heavy industry. The control is very strict, and now there is an additional channel. Those merchants are very happy, and our goods are also very easy to sell. I basically exchanged all the things you asked for. The generator set using hot limestone should be enough to build a small power plant. At the same time, I also activated the relationship of Garbage Town and dispatched a batch of hot limestone. The textile machine is enough to set up a production line. The porridge shop propaganda station we opened recruited more than 2,000 refugees at one go. However, there has been some turmoil in Fushing City recently, which has affected our prices. The Alliance Council has gone crazy to clean up heresies in the city, and many people have been affected, making people panic. It is said that there is a counselor in charge of food. It was discovered that there was collusion with a cult. It is said that the governor is still angry. Henry paused and took a sneak peek at Gu Hang. Seeing that there was no answer to this question, he also understood. So, it is the default. Maybe the person was killed by the governor. He continued, "This incident has caused a lot of trouble, and the entire Fushing City is in turmoil. Moreover, the congressman is finished, and the grain trade business he controls is also in chaos, and even the entire market is in turmoil. If not in this way, our alloy plastic steel can be sold at a better price. But it's not bad now. Fushing City is the largest market nearby. Not only does it have a strong consumption capacity for various raw materials, but more importantly, it is the core of China Unicom's multi-power and multi-regional trade hub. I talked to many of the agents have also reached a long-term agreement, and they can eat a lot of production without worrying about sales. In addition, we sell those bulletproof vests, which are even more popular in Junktown. They can withstand a single bullet from a green-skinned orc. Now our products are completely popular in Junktown. Recently, those green skins, the range of activities of wild beasts is increasing. Scavengers and adventurers clash with them more and more frequently, and ammunition and bulletproof equipment are now the best-selling items. This is an opportunity, Lord Governor. I don't expect all the exclusive agency rights, but if you are willing to exclusively authorize me the sales rights of the armored vest, it will be of great help to my qualifications as an agent in Trashtown. I can serve you better." After reporting a lot of things, mainly after claiming credit, Denison Henry still couldn't help but mention the exclusive authorization that he had been thinking about. In his opinion, "Mr. Governor, you asked me to prove my loyalty, so I can do it this time, right? I have tried my best to get you the materials and equipment you want. I have brought you the people you want to fool me with my own money. Is this enough to prove my loyalty? You don't want to give me all the licenses for the alloy plastic steel production line, but an exclusive bulletproof vest? Isn't that too much?" Henry, Gu Hang muttered his name. "Do you want me to say that you are smart or stupid?" I don't understand. You are so smart. You are expressing to me that you have made achievements and contributions, and you are also expressing your loyalty to me, saying that you will do more and better in the future, and hope to get exclusive authorization from me. You are worried that if you open up the sales of materials and bulletproof armor, more merchants will come to me and do this business, so that you will not be able to earn this exclusive business again. Speaking of this, he was said to be praising him for being smart, but Denison Henry only felt embarrassed. What Gu Hang said was indeed what he thought, and it wasn't that difficult to guess. But where did you say it directly? Where do you want me to save face? He didn't speak, but Gu Hang continued to say, "But you are so stupid that you can't see the essence of the matter. The production capacity of alloy plastic steel is not much, and it will take time to expand the scale. You can eat it now and in the short future. All the cargo. So what are you worried about? Are you worried that if you don't want to work for me wholeheartedly in the future, will I change to a better collaborator? Are you worried that you can't manipulate the price of the goods at will, and I will restrict you from making money in the future? Are you worried that you can't make me rely on you all the time, and I won't be the master behind the governor in the future? Henry, tell me, is that what you're worried about?" With a plop, Denison Henry knelt down in front of Gu Hang. Sweat dripped from his forehead. The governor's 3 questions, like skinning, stripped away his psychological defense layer by layer. He didn't think so. At least I didn't dare to think so clearly. But ask yourself, even with the instinct of a businessman, why didn't he do it subconsciously? He is a businessman. He wants to make money, but the governor is not a businessman. He is always required to do this and that. And there are many additional conditions attached to the business, which of course affects his ability to make money. He really didn't want other businessmen to compete with him for this business, even if he couldn't eat all the production capacity in the future. As for going deeper, he really didn't think about it, but if he is the only exclusive licensee, and in the future he has won the qualification of an agent in Garbage Town, and his subordinates have power, and then continue to grow bigger and stronger through the exclusive authority, then the governor will have to expand business routes and continue to develop. I can't do without myself. He will become the governor's humorous minister. His words and deeds will have a huge impact on the governor's strategy, and his voice will become very high. These scenes that I dare not think about, but it is inevitable to think about them. At this moment, being scolded by the governor, they were smashed to pieces with a hammer. He kowtowed heavily. "Your Excellency, I absolutely dare not." Maintaining the posture of nodding his head to the ground, he couldn't see Gu Hang's expression, only heard the governor's indifferent tone, which came after a while. "Really? Are you so smart that you can think of some deeper things, but you can't even think of this?" "I don't dare to think about it." Henry didn't dare to play any tricks anymore. Today he was really beaten clearly. "You are right, Mr. Governor. I am such a stupid person that I can't see the essence of the matter. You should think that as long as I work diligently for the governor, I don't need to worry about those illusory things. After your point, I have fully understood. Please give me another chance." After finishing speaking, he raised his head, looked at the governor sincerely, and kowtowed deeply and heavily again. Seeing Denison Henry surrender, Gu Hang finally showed a slight smile, and his tone was relieved. "Since you can be smarter and think deeper, then that's good. Get up. Don't worry about it anymore. Kneeling, I will show you another batch of goods. Didn't you say that in Junktown, weapons and equipment are the best commodities? I think the standard weapons widely equipped by the Imperial Star Militia must be very strong for those adventurers." "Appeal." Denison Henry raised his head suddenly, eyes full of surprises. "I just got slapped, but the jujube stuffed in my mouth is too sweet. The standard equipment of the Imperial Starfield Army. If he can send a batch to Garbage Town, wouldn't he be crazy?" Gu Hang didn't want to hit Denison Henry at first. Objectively speaking, the job that guy did this time was not be a DG. Yu Hang has all the things he should have, and the thousands of people will greatly supplement his manpower needs for expanding production capacity in the future. But the way that guy was pestering for an exclusive authorization annoyed the governor. Then Gu Hang is not polite. At the same time, he also further clarified one thing. What is Denison Henry's position? That guy may have identified himself as a collaborator, that he is a businessman. Cooperation is to make money, to earn his own interests, as it should be. But Gu Hang's attitude is of course not like this. What he actually meant to say was, "I didn't trick you. I didn't bluff you. I just gave you a chance to rise to the sky in one step. Do you want to continue to be a businessman or become my subordinate, a senior official of the future planetary government? An ordinary businessman, even if he made some money by relying on the governor, how can his status compare with that of a real high-ranking official? Of course, this is a very risky thing. Whether the governor can completely take power in the future and whether he can really develop, these all require Henry to make up his mind and even invest his capital. But Gu Hang was full of confidence in himself, and he kindly gave Henry the opportunity. At least for now, Henry is still willing to seize the opportunity. That's fine. What you say is not important yet. After Henry made this statement, Gu Hang will take a good look at how he will behave in the future. As for handing over the standard equipment of the Star Militia Army to Denison Henry for sale, this is also what Gu Hang himself planned to do, and it was also done by the way. The production line of the G9 gun family is not there yet, but it will be available soon in fact, black box manufacturing machines are already being used for small-scale production now. In the future, the mother machine will be used to output a complete production line, and the heavy industry of Woodonch will be able to add a new arms production capacity. With sufficient production capacity of raw materials, such as alloy plastic steel, the production capacity of the G9 gun family will also increase quickly, and it will not take long to fully refit the 2 infantry battalions currently under Gu Hang. The gradually eliminated G7 gun family must have a place to go. It will be good to sell to the garbage town. Gu Hang's territory is developing rapidly, and there's a great thirst for raw materials. Of course, he didn't intend to sell them all. Take out a small part, mix and match the local non-brand weapons seized from the mercenaries in the previous battle of the Flood Valley Manor, and make a bundle sale, which should be able to sell at a relatively ideal price. For the rest, Gu Hang plans to use it temporarily when expanding the army. He still wants to expand the army. At present, after simple registration and reorganization of the newly recruited refugees, some of them will be arranged to go to the abandoned society. Some people will supplement the alloy plastic steel production line of Wudong, and some people will enter the construction of thermal limestone power plants. Although the energy crystals in Gu Hang's hands are still enough, it is still too extravagant to use this precious high-energy battery in industrial production. With the ability to build cheap power plants, it is of course better to keep the energy crystals. Except for the population that was sent to the waste hole society to fill the heavy industry, the rest will be set up in the governor's camp here to set up the textile factory. Human resources are still in short supply. Under such circumstances, Gu Hang still wants to expand the army. In such a wasteland world, he has no sense of security. To put it bluntly, everything he does now is still dancing on the ropes. The Celestial Quintet is mighty, yes, but that's not his. He is the governor and the ruler, but the power of his direct lineage is still too weak. If the nearby big forces like Garbage Town and Fushing City were forced by him one day and launched an all-out attack desperately, Gu Hang would not only ask the quintet to avenge him and wipe out a certain area on the surface. Outside of this force, you can only wait to die. Not to mention these low-probability things that haven't been seen for the time being. Just right now, there is something happening that touches his sense of security. Mutant alien threat. Not to mention that security anxiety stems from the weakness of one's own direct lineage and the paranoia of being persecuted. Let's just talk about one imminent matter. So Gu Hang has to accelerate the expansion of military power. Previously, there had been an attack by an abscess monster in the governor's camp. Later, Yin Fangshu led people to investigate the source of the monster's attack and found that it came out of the woods in the west. Later, when Yin Fangshu led the soldiers to train, on the one hand, it was used as a training place, and, on the other hand, it was also to eliminate these monsters. As a result, I don't know if I don't go, and I'm shocked when I go. They encountered many monsters in that woodland, not limited to abscess monsters. What's more, they also discovered the hatching layers of many monsters. Gu Hang even went to check it out himself. In the woods where the rotting nests are densely packed, the bark of the trees has been corroded by the secretions of the alien monsters, exuding a strong smell of decay. The hatching nest he saw was hidden in a dark and damp woodland area, and the entrance to the nest was covered by dense vines and thorns. Burn those vines and thorns, and enter the lair. Surrounded by parasitic trees, a hatching nest was formed. It was dark and damp inside, and a strong odor filled the air. In the corner of the nest, the eggs of many alien monsters were attached to the wet ground, and inside the translucent egg shells, the embryos of mutant monsters were wriggling that a thick layer of mucus condensed on the eggshell, dripping from time to time, turning into a pool of foul-smelling green pus. The cracks in the eggshell reveal a trace of strange light, which is reflected on the wall of the nest, forming a strange shadow. At that time, Gu Hang ordered the destruction of this lair, with flames burning and explosives internally destroying it. However, that was just a small hatching nest, and I don't know how many more there are in this forest. According to their after-the-fact assessment, if left alone, a wave of mutated monsters will sweep towards Gu Hang's camp, including the Waste Cave Society, in a few months. At that time, it may be uncertain how much it will cost to calm this wave. But fortunately, the situation was discovered relatively early, and there was still time. Gu Hang needs to expand his army to protect the safety of the camp. According to his idea, after the troops are reorganized, except for the necessary guard troops. Other teams will be sent in rotation to the forest to purify the layers of those monsters. The most important goal of doing this is, of course, to nip the problem in its infancy as much as possible. In addition to this, there are also gains that can be obtained immediately, which Gu Heng also attaches great importance to. This harvest is a gift point. When Yin Fangshu led the troops and destroyed the first alien hatching nest, Gu Heng jumped out of the battle settlement interface here. There is no loss, and 2 gift points have been obtained. Then he learned that in that forest land, there were hatching nests of a large order of magnitude. His eyes lit up at that moment. You said it was a threat, and you were right. But in Gu Heng's view, it is also a big treasury. It took a long time to develop the territory, introduce population, light industry, heavy industry, and construction industry, all of which were taken care of. With great difficulty, he managed to increase his monthly fixed income from 12 to 25, which was doubled. Just want to make persistent efforts, mention this data again, and then get the harvest when the 1-month period expires. In the end, such a big gold mine was dug out. If you destroy a hatching nest, you will be rewarded with 2 points, and if you burn 10, you will be rewarded in 1 month. Then I still work hard to farm. Oh, the fields still have to be planted, and these 2 things do not conflict. However, it was precisely because of the harvest that he paid more attention to it. The 1st Mechanic Servant Battalion remained basically unmoved and was divided into 3 places: River Valley Manor, Governor's Camp, and Waste Cave Society. The 2nd Infantry Battalion was basically thrown into the Strange Forest. The name was given by Gu Hongxin. The team was handed over to Captain Yin Fangshu as the commander-in-chief, responsible for cleaning the forest land. In the past few days, 7 nests have been burned. Captain Yin commanded actions more cautiously. He would rather progress slower and be more cautious, and avoid losses as much as possible. In contrast, Prabhav, the original battalion commander of the 2nd Infantry Battalion, was not very satisfied with this. According to his thinking, during this period of time, let alone burning 7 nests, he can't wait to burn 70. If you don't strive for as many results as possible as soon as possible, how can you be worthy of the governor's trust? Gu Heng was very satisfied with the high fighting enthusiasm shown by Prabhav. Then he chose to support Yin Fangshu's command strategy. The matter was not so tense that it had to be filled with human life. Gu Heng didn't need to order the soldiers to die for nothing. The elimination of monsters in the heterogeneous woodland can still be done step by step, destroying monsters and destroying hatching nests. Just take it slowly. There are still several months to come. Even if Yin Fangshu's cautious strategy is followed, this problem should be resolved. Of course, as a leader, Gu Heng needs to be more cautious. Destroying those 7 monster lairs brought a total of 11 gifts to Gu Heng. He intended to raise another battalion of infantry from among the refugees and from among the slave laborers. Using the black box manufacturing machine, he can quickly produce enough weapons and ammunition to equip them. By spending gift points, he can also quickly train these newly recruited soldiers into qualified fighters. In Gu Heng's case, his explosive speed is extremely fast. The governor's will was quickly carried out. A conscription office appeared in the Waste Cave Society and the governor's camp. Residents of the 2 places enthusiastically joined the army. Of course, the reasons for their enthusiasm are not the same. The most active ones are the residents of the Waste Dong Society. They have lived a good life for a period of time and cherish it fully. They are willing to shoulder their guns and defend their hard-won achievements. The second most willing are the refugees who have just been assigned. They didn't have any special ideas. They were simply attracted by the generous treatment offered by the governor to recruit soldiers. Pipes, 2 sets of military uniforms, weapons, and equipment. These are enough to attract those refugees who have nothing. What's more, Gu Heng will also give them work points so they can go to the distribution station to buy what they want. After these 2 days of preaching, they can clearly understand that work points are a good thing. According to Gu Heng's instructions, among the 3 soldiers of the 150 RD Infantry Battalion, 100 were selected from the refugees, 50 were selected from the Starship slave labor, and were selected from the Waste Cave Society. The personnel composition is relatively complicated, but Gu Heng himself hopes that the melting pot of the army can knead soldiers from different origins together as much as possible. And the more effective melting pot is the system's soldier card system. After a short period of training, Gu Heng will get a qualified infantry battalion. After 3 or 4 days of training and about 6 days of equipment production, this infantry battalion will take shape. And Gu Heng, who was preparing the team and planning to make a wave in the alien forest, did not forget another thing. How is the investigation of the cult situation in Fuxing City going? The cult disturbance caused by Counselor Vaughn shook the entire Fuxing City. From the mouths of those refugees and from Dennis and Henry, Gu Heng has already learned that the Fuxing City authorities have been messed up. He's happy with the situation. Taking advantage of this incident to change the political situation of Fuxing City is to pave the way for future intervention in the political situation of Fuxing City. Therefore, even though he knew that the Alliance Council was in a state of desperation, Gu Heng did not intend to stop. Instead, he wanted to pour another fire. He connected Hodgson. Hodgson, why didn't you take the initiative to contact me during this period? What do I want to explain? Hodgson's voice was full of fatigue. Your Excellency, we have taken a series of actions and achieved some initial results. I originally planned to report to you after I have more information. But since you need an answer, I can report to you our current results. I'm listening. Hodgson began his report. Obviously, he was prepared for the possibility that Gu Heng might come to him for inquiries in advance. His words were very fluent, and he described everything that the Alliance government had done during the time in Fuxing City. Gu Heng listened patiently until Hodgson finished speaking. Hodgson was a little surprised. He was prepared to be interrupted at any time during the narration, but the governor did not do so. However, he was not thankful. This may mean that the governor has greater anger in his heart. Amidst his rising anxiety, Gu Heng's voice slowly sounded. Oh, that's all? What a remarkable achievement. Several suspects involved in cults were arrested, and some cult materials were seized. But then, nothing. I didn't find out what happened to Fuxing City being infiltrated by cults, and I didn't know about these hateful cults. What is the plan of the heretic? Even I, who has only come to Fu Xiaoxing for less than 2 months, know a thing or two about those cult materials. The few shrimps I caught didn't reveal any useful information, and I couldn't even make sure these few were scapegoats introduced by some people. Don't you think that the Alliance government should make more efforts for the safety of Fuxing City? Sure enough, it should come, but it will come. Facing the governor's questioning, Hodgson slowly said, You are right. The coalition government really needs to make more efforts. Our next investigation will be further intensified. But, in terms of results, we do now have an improved piece of intelligence. Oh, we have reason to believe that you may be attacked by cultists. They seem to know that Vaughn was solved by you, and they may even know that the attack against them in Fuxing City was ordered by you personally. They may retaliate against you. Gu Heng's expression had completely cooled down. The unconfirmed intelligence mentioned that they were going to attack me. How? Is this unconfirmed law? One of the communications we intercepted mentioned the location of your camp, the approximate number of armed forces you may have. Although the intelligence did not say what to do, our intelligence officers believe that you are now in some danger. I strongly recommend that you return to Renaissance City as soon as possible, and the army of the Alliance will fight for you to the death. After he finished speaking, Gu Heng fell silent. This is really an understatement. Gu Heng thought a lot in an instant. He finally spoke slowly. Speaker Hodgson, you really gave me a big surprise. Hodgson sighed. Gu Heng's tone let him know that his previous worries were right. This matter cannot be said casually. It is easy to be misunderstood, but he has no way to explain it. He opened the mouth and said, I still suggest that, Your Excellency Governor, please return to Fuxing City as soon as possible, so that safety can be ensured here. I will pay attention to the safety issue. As for the cult, I hope that when I communicate with you next time, you can gain more from there. He didn't even bother to respond to Hodgson's proposal to let him return to Fuxing City. After hanging up the communication, Gu Heng's expression was not good. A warning of an attack against him. There are too many deep meanings behind this matter. Is it true or false? Regardless of whether it is true or not, Gu Heng will not be able to force the old council leader any longer. In terms of results, they have achieved a result. Isn't the governor's safety a big deal? But after learning this information, Gu Heng fell into a dilemma instead. How would he respond to this security threat? Focus on your own safety, and then be cautious about everything. That will obviously drag his attention, and he may not have so much energy to trouble Fuxing City in the future, and even the fast track of development that his own power has just embarked on will be affected by this. But it can't be ignored. What if this is true? But if you want to manage it, how can you manage it? The method of the attack is completely unknown. Is an assassin hidden among the recruited refugees? A bomb? A raid by a squad? An army? Even if nothing happened, it would be hard for Gu Heng to trouble Hodgson. After all, according to the old guy, this information is unconfirmed, and he didn't want to say that it was obtained by Gu Heng when he was pressing for the results. Even if nothing happens by then, it will not have much to do with the alliance government. It can't be wrong to ask the governor to be careful about his own safety, right? Hodgson's warning cast a shadow over Gu Heng's heart. He can even think about this question in a darker direction. Is this Hodgson or the Alliance Council warning him not to play too much with the governor's authority, and we have the ability to split up and die together? Even if this information is false, Fuxing City authorities have the means to make it true. Thinking of this possibility, Gu Heng's face became even more ugly. However, today's bad news came one after another. After finishing the conversation with Hodgson, he only thought for a while when his entourage, Zhang Chao, ran in with a flustered expression. "My lord, we have received a distress call from Captain Yin Fangxiu. They are surrounded by a large number of monsters in the alien forest." Gu Heng didn't reply immediately. After a while, Zhang Chao's throat twitched, and he spoke again with some difficulty. "Governor." It wasn't until this time that Gu Heng let out a long sigh. "I see. Call our troops and prepare to rescue Yin Fangxiu." "Yes." Seeing Zhang Chao hurried away again, Gu Heng sighed again. This warning is really timely enough to be fulfilled. In fact, up to now, Gu Heng has not been able to confirm whether Yin Fangxiu's being trapped is part of Hodgson's warning. If so, then the ability of the original Angry Owl sect is a bit big. Not only do they have the storm magic bestowed by the evil god they believe in, but they even have the means to control those mutant monsters to some extent. But it would be too much of a coincidence to say otherwise. He also thought about it. Is it possible that this is to divert the tiger away from the mountain? Besiege Yin Fangxiu, transfer the main force in the camp to rescue, and then attack the camp? But soon, Gu Heng ruled out this idea. Unlikely. If his enemies were simply mutant monsters, then these monsters would have no brains. If his enemies were cults, or worse, some people from the alliance government, then it would be of little value to them to destroy Gu Heng's camp. After all, whether Gu Heng is causing trouble for the cultists or the alliance government, the most important thing to rely on is his power as the governor. So what if his camp was destroyed as long as he was alive? Those people are no less troublesome. Of course, it's not entirely impossible that if the rescue force sent by Gu Heng was not led by him personally, then the enemy would probably still come to attack the camp in order to seize this opportunity to kill him. And if he personally led the team to the rescue, he might be ready to be ambushed. Either way, it's not easy to do. But Gu Heng is not an entangled character. Now that the challenge has come, face it head on. In Fuxing City, Hodgson was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at the entire city through the huge glass window of his office. In fact, Fuxing City is not particularly large, and there are not too many high-rise buildings. The interior of the city, the planning of buildings and roads are orderly, which is a good foundation laid by the first governor when he built the alliance. However, after so many years, although the inner city looks fine, the wider outer city attached to the outer city wall is in chaos. Hundreds of thousands to nearly 1 million people live in the city, but have no chance to live in the inner city, forming a vast slum outside the city wall. There was no plan, no order, everything was chaotic. Sewage flowed across the river, supplies were in short supply, and life was difficult. These problems shrouded the area, and it shouldn't be what a planetary capital city should be. There are many union MPs and inner-city residents who don't like those refugees very much. They think these people have brought chaos, and that ghetto is even more filthy. But the smarter people clearly understand that Fushing City cannot be separated from those people. The refugees living in the outer city ate the worst and least food, had little clothing, and built their houses indiscriminately. Inner-city people don't pay them any public services and welfare, but let them do the hardest work and only pay them a little bit of money just to keep them alive. Without them, how can the inner-city residents live a good life? How did those congressmen earn far more wealth than they contributed? Therefore, these smart people will occasionally show their compassion without stinginess. They will provide more jobs and handout to the refugees as if they are really saving them. But they have absolutely no desire to seek the welfare of those who are not residents. Let the nearly 1 million refugees live a good life? It is simply unimaginable. People in the inner city are still dissatisfied that their life is not good enough. How can they have the strength to control the refugees outside? Fewer deaths is the only kindness they have. Smarter people may be able to see the crisis hidden in the low and dilapidated houses outside the city wall. Beneath those low-browed, dull, reticent expressions, is there no anger? In fact, the fire has burned countless times. Just a little bit of Mars, still too weak that a little bit of resistance was either crushed under the huge inertia of this deformed system, or it was scattered when the unarmed faced the military police armed to the teeth. In short, none of these sparks became a conflagration that consumed everything. But that day will come sooner or later. What is missing is a fuse. What is missing is a fireman. Hodgson clearly recognizes that he belongs to the smarter people. He can see all of this, but his wisdom is limited to this, that he couldn't find a solution, and he didn't have the ability to integrate and unite everyone. He couldn't even control the Alliance Council. Someone in Parliament secretly supported the cult. He didn't know. If someone dared to attack the supplies delivered to the governor, he was powerless to stop. He was exhausted physically and mentally by the layers of resistance when mobilizing the military and police forces to investigate the cult and the endless debates and doubts in the Parliament. He felt more than once that he was really old, but he dare not back down. The investigation of the cult was originally an order issued by the governor, which was to toss the political situation in Fushing City. However, when he actually checked, he faintly sensed that something was wrong. The fuse in the fireman he was afraid of in the past seemed to have appeared. Grandfather! Lambert Hodgson pushed open the door of his office. Old Hodgson didn't look back, but asked, "Is there any result?" "We still haven't found the whereabouts of the supplies." Counselor Marion denied that the supplies passed through her. 2 detectives in charge of this line are missing. We found many statues of angry owls in the outer city. According to the confession, it came from a relief house. A team of police officers tried to search it, but caused a small riot of refugees. They returned without success, and after more men were mobilized, it was already burned. Old Hodgson sighed heavily. This time, we are in big trouble. Lambert recognized his grandfather's judgment, and because of this, he felt a little at a loss. He asked, "I thought it was just the governor who was causing trouble for us, but I didn't expect that after checking it. It really made people sweat. Those cultists are going to do something big in Fushing City, but what are we doing now? There is no clear information. What should we do next? The governor is likely to be attacked. Do we really not need to support it? Who should we send? I'm not even sure if the person we sent might be the one who will attack the governor in the future. The governor may also think the same way, and he won't trust us easily. Then we must also show our attitude." Lambert insisted at this time, "I'll go and bring a team that is absolutely trusted." "Do you know what that means?" "I know. It means that we have to bear the suspicion of the governor, and at the same time, we will be considered by those members of Parliament to completely vote for the governor and become a splint in the middle." Obviously talking about the tragic consequences, but the more he said later, Lambert's tone became more and more firm. "However, I understand what you said last time. Only the governor can save the world. We're not sure if it is the governor, but at least for now, it seems that the governor is a bit different from the previous one. He chose a path that the previous governors dare not take. He has a starship support that the previous governors did not have. I want to give it a try. If he is not the governor we are expecting, then I will do my best to help him be that governor. We don't have so much time to wait for more governors. The whole planet is looking forward to revival. The sooner the better. I am willing to contribute to this first, instead of continuing to wait silently. Being a promoter of the times is far more important than it makes a lot more sense to sit around and wait for the times to change before rushing into the car. The young man talked about his lofty ideals in front of his elders, and his elders watched him quietly. After a while, Hodgson let out a long sigh of relief. I'm already very old. I've lived enough in this wasteland at my age, and I can't make more courageous decisions. You have never been more courageous than me. Your father is better. If you want to do this, then you can do it. When the young man bid farewell to his elders in Fuxing City, the original high priest Chui Cao of the original Raging Owl sect was doing his daily homework. This is a bright hall. A statue of a god like a bear and an eagle stands here majestically. The statue of the angry owl carved out of white jade-like stone with a furious expression. Anyone who stands in front of it will feel that there is a storm coming, and those whose mind is not firm will be destroyed under the strong wind. The original high priest, Chui Cao, was sitting in front of the original statue of the angry owl. He was being baptized by the storm, and at the same time listening to the wrath of the gods. At this moment, a priest wearing a gray hood quietly appeared behind the high priest. Far away, he didn't feel the wind, but he knew what would happen if he stood in front of the idol of the storm. And the high priest has been standing here for a long time. The priest's eyes were full of fear and piety, and he reported in a low voice, "High priest, our actions in Fuxing City have encountered some obstacles. The governor who is not in the city has put too much pressure on the alliance government. The investigation has become much more intensive. Many materials can no longer be operated through official channels with great fanfare, and the missionary work among the refugees in the outer cities has also been forced to go underground." The high priest turned around with deep eyes, as if looking into the priest's heart. He obviously didn't move his lips, but his voice was like a breeze, and it sounded in the ears of the priest. The power of the storm is endless. We will overcome all difficulties and achieve the sacred mission. Some obstacles will eventually be destroyed by the storm, even if the obstacles whichever governor ours is too. The priest was sincerely convinced. You are right. The howling envoy sent a letter earlier, and the enemy has already taken the bait, and there must be good news coming soon. As long as the governor dies, the entire Fuxing City will be in chaos. They can't bear it. Considering the price of the governor's unnatural death, they'll be afraid of the starships in the sky, and no one will have the energy to control what we are doing. The high priest sighed. Time flies, and human beings are still sinking in ignorance. Only the storm can lead them out of the darkness. Our mission is to spread the glory of God to every corner of the world. The priest responded respectfully. As you said, High Priest, we will do our best to live up to the expectations of the storm. The high priest prayed silently again and sighed. May the storm guide our way, and let us be a light to guide people in this darkness. Go, my child, and the blessing of the Lord be with you. The priest saluted respectfully, then left quietly, leaving the high priest standing alone in front of the statue of Nu Shao. Yin Fangxiu already deeply felt that something was wrong. He led the 3rd Infantry Battalion, which had just formed an army and had just received its equipment to clean up the heterogeneous forest land. For hours ago, his team was cleaning a monster lair. They killed dozens of monsters near the lair, and the next thing to do was the same as before. Although the size of this hatching nest was larger than any one they had encountered before, it was not so large as to exceed imagination. After destroying the nest, they are ready to leave and go to the next location. Then, dense gunshots came from the surrounding woodland. Yin Fangxiu's command style has always been steady. Even though he had destroyed many hatching nests before, he still didn't relax his vigilance when he encountered this one. But there is no shortage of peripheral guards that should be deployed, and when the hatching nest is destroyed, the establishment of a temporary defensive position is not left behind. In short, highlight the appearance of playing dumb and not leaving any flaws. He knew that old boy Prabhav, and he often muttered behind his back that he was slow and wanted to get the 2nd Battalion to do the job, and let the 3rd Battalion, who had just formed an army, guard the house. But obviously, the governor trusts him, the serious captain of the empire, more than the instant Prabhav. And he lived up to the governor's trust. Since the beginning of the operation, his team has suffered few casualties. Especially today, his caution has paid off. The soldiers guarding the periphery found a very large number of monster clusters approaching. They fired first, delaying the advance of those monsters, and at the same time bought time for Yin Fangshu to come here. The soldiers on guard outside fought and retreated. When they came back, Yin Fangshu had already commanded the troops and built a triangular defensive position. The 3 infantry companies each have a position, and some of them protrude outwards, forming horns for each other and ensuring that the firepower can cover and support each other. All of this could be done in the 10 or so minutes that the guarding soldiers on the periphery won. On the one hand, Yin Fangshu had a good command and prepared in advance. The troops strictly observed discipline and did not relax. The military skills of the entire 3rd Battalion are completely excellent. Although they haven't fought a tough battle yet, the soldiers' mentality can be seen to be a little nervous, but the morale is still good, and the completion of the instructions is also meticulous, which has completely reached the normal level of the Imperial Star Army. Every time she sees this scene, Yin Fangshu sighs. There are not too many such troops on the Starship Quintet. Most of the slave labor army, or machine servant soldiers, can't reach this level. Only a few Marine regiments have this ability, and the Marine commandos he brought down are indeed more elite, but there are only 1,000 soldiers of this level on the entire starship. The soldiers built a defensive position smoothly, which eased Yin Fangshu's nervousness due to the sudden attack. After the enemies appeared in front of them, the soldiers began to fire violently. Under the crossfire, those monsters fell in pieces. They quickly repelled the attack of the monster swarm. Those disgusting abscess monsters of various shapes died all over the place. The dark green pus that flowed out from them was even more stinky. Disgusting is disgusting, but the threat is really nothing. Enemies who can only rely on biting, pus splashing, and corrosion at close range, and who will die if shot, have no chance under the firepower net. But before they could relax for a while, the enemy's 2nd wave of attacks came. There is still a large number of abscess monsters, human-shaped, animal-shaped, and invisible things covered in long bags, rushing out of the forest, screaming and rushing towards the position. And in this 2nd wave of attacks, some things with long-range attack methods appeared. Abscess Ejector. This monster looks similar to an ordinary abscess monster, except that it has an extra jet port on the chest or on the top of the head. When they rushed to a distance of about 50 meters, they stopped in place, accumulated for a while, and then sprayed a large amount of yellow-green pus from the injection port. These monsters that can spew highly corrosive pus pose a great threat to the position. The appearance of the abscess ejector made Yin Fangshu feel a little troublesome. The pus sprayed from these monsters fell on the ground, forming a puddle of pus, and the ground was corroded until it rattled. There's no place for people to stand. However, if it is unlucky to be sprayed, the splash pus will be fine when it hits the armor of an individual soldier, and it will not wear through the corrosion. When it hits the arms and legs, it can quickly penetrate through the clothes, forming a large area of corrosive burns, and soon soldiers will lose their combat effectiveness. The most unfortunate thing is that when the head is sprayed all over the body, the soldier will die screaming. What kind of biochemical artillery is this? If these monsters were allowed to spray to their heart's content, they might be wiped out here. But fortunately, the number of abscess sprayers is not too many, and the spray distance is very short, only 50 meters, not really as far as artillery. Within a range of 50 meters, even if there are a large number of other abscess monsters covering it, it is still easy to be hit. Soldiers will also prioritize fire on these monsters after seeing the threat they pose. The 3rd Battalion is a newly formed unit, but it was the first to replace the G9 gun family produced by the camp. That the firearm with outstanding power and high stability is the best partner of soldiers. Especially the G9 machine gun type has greater power, faster rate of fire, larger ammunition capacity, and longer-lasting firepower. When facing these monsters, it is like a lawnmower. The bullets were scattered like water, and the monsters standing in front of the abscess sprayer were swept down in pieces, and their bodies were even smashed into pieces. Immediately afterwards, the bullet beat the abscess ejector to pieces. After paying a certain price, they repelled the monster's attack again. The area around the woodland became quieter. After 2 rounds of attacks, those monsters dropped at least 1,000 corpses. Before this, Yin Fangxiu had never found monsters of this scale gathered together in this dense forest. This incident itself was very unusual, but what happened next gave him a strong smell of conspiracy. Those monsters also seemed to understand that there was little point in continuing the previous ferocious offensive. It was purely giving away their heads. They stopped their large-scale attacks, but they didn't leave completely. From their current position, the soldiers could see the ghostly figures in the dense forest in the distance. Those monsters didn't leave, but hid behind the trees in the forest, and they could still feel their deep malice from a long distance away. The soldiers, including Yin Fangxiu, tried to fire into the dense forest. Not effectively. The place they were in was originally a monster's hatching nest. In order to clean up the nest, they cut down and burned many trees where the hatched eggs parasitized, forming a small open space. When the monsters were attacking, they had no cover within 100 meters of the soldiers' defensive positions. However, in the forest land 100 meters away, the power of the bullets was greatly reduced. These soldiers have indeed become qualified fighters after a short training. A qualified fighter is not necessarily a sharpshooter. With every shot at a distance of -meters, the enemy is hiding in a dense forest with dim vision and large areas of trees, so it is really difficult to shoot. With his super military skills and the powerful performance of the electromagnetic rifle in his hand, Yin Fangxiu can guarantee 100 shots, and he will be wiped out when he sees it. However, after he fired 2 shots and killed 2 monsters suspected of being abscess ejectors, he stopped firing. Gun. Not only did he stop fighting himself, but he also asked his soldiers to stop firing. He is now aware of a problem. The number of enemies is too large. They may run out of bullets, but they may not be able to kill these monsters. Ammo is limited. Originally, they thought they were just going into the woodland to carry out the task of destroying the hatching nest, and they weren't going to fight. They didn't bring much ammunition reserves. And even if it is really going to war, the ammunition reserves still need to be delivered by logistics troops that are in the field. How many can you carry with you? Although Yin Fangxiu was already very cautious when he led the team out to carry out the mission, he also used a bull cart to drag a cart full of food and ammunition supplies. But that's still not infinite, either. If you stick to it, the final result will only be that you run out of ammunition and food. He led the team to try to break out, but failed. After the troops entered the dense forest, their advantage in firepower was greatly reduced, and, at the same time, they faced greater threats. Not only are those biochemical artillery becoming more difficult to destroy and more likely to cause damage to soldiers, even those ordinary abscess monsters will become threatening. After all, no one can tell from which tree such a monster will emerge. The bigger trouble is that no one knows how many monsters are hidden in the surrounding dense forest. If they insist on breaking through, how many casualties will they have to pay? After making a preliminary attempt and realizing the difficulties involved, Yin Fangxiu ordered the troops to retreat before the casualties actually appeared, continued to stand firm, and asked the headquarters for help. Soon, he got a reassuring reply. Stay where you are. Hold on. The governor will lead the 2nd Infantry Battalion and the Marine Commando to rescue you. It was really reassuring to get such a reply. His Excellency the governor will not abandon them. But after a little longer, the uneasiness in Yin Fangxiu's heart gradually magnified again. He felt wisdom from the behavior of these monsters. The first 2 attacks were quite brainless, like the style of these monsters. When they encounter other types of creatures, they will rush up without thinking, completely looking like they are not afraid of death. But at this moment, those monsters used the terrain of the dense forest to trap them in place, but it was by no means a decision that could be made without thinking. Either there is intelligence derived from these monsters, or there are human factors behind their actions. Yin Fangxiu prefers the latter. Then these monsters choose to besiege rather than attack. Why? Star them here? Obviously unreliable. Then their goal. Did they expect reinforcements? Is this a conspiracy to fight for aid? Are they going for the governor? A series of thoughts flooded into Yin Fangxiu's mind, and Yin Fangxiu's thoughts suddenly became a little messed up. Most of the way to the rescue is dense forest terrain. If the governor's team was attacked by a large group of monsters during the march, the result would be unimaginable. He immediately activated the communication device again. This time, he successfully got in touch with Gu Hang and reported his guest to the governor. But after hearing his report, Gu Hang just said, "Don't worry, I have plans. Take your time." Gu Hang did have his own plan. Now that he has already guessed that this matter is strange, and the road to rescue Yin Fangxiu may not be peaceful, of course he will not let himself fall into the enemy's trap unprepared. At present, he can roughly confirm that the person targeting him is the original Angry Owl sect. Because of his pressure on Fuxing City, this group of cultists have endured a lot of pressure. They couldn't solve the problem, so they started to try to solve the person who raised the problem. That is the governor himself. They also have the ability to initially drive mutant monsters, which is also somewhat surprising. However, he judged that the power these cultists can mobilize should not be too strong, that if they have this ability and want their own lives, then they don't need to go through such trouble now. Just mobilize their forces and attack their own camp. Not doing it, obviously, because they can't, they have to choose a battle position in a dense forest environment so that they can take advantage of the monsters they can control and have a greater chance of winning. After he understood this premise, Gu Hang would not rashly bring the 2nd Infantry Battalion into the forest. For armored vehicles cleared the way, followed by a large number of foot soldiers, and the entire team marched on the edge of the woodland. Gu Hang led the team, looking for a route that was closer to the besieged Yin Fangxiu and with sparser trees. It doesn't matter if you walk a little slower. Anyway, Yin Fangxiu said that there is no danger to him for the time being. Then Gu Hang happily left slowly. In fact, rescuing Yin Fangxiu was not the primary goal of Gu Hang's coming out this time. There was no urgency in his actions at all. Although he pretended to be going to the rescue, in fact, he just wanted to fish out the enemy. At the edge of the woodland, before entering, his team was attacked by a small wave. A bunch of abscess monsters rushed out, but they were wiped out by a round of fire from the soldiers. That was more like a trial or a manifestation of insufficient control over large-scale monsters. Unfortunately, the enemy's main force was not fished out. So after thinking about it, Gu Hang waved his hand and led the team into the dense forest. Keep fishing. After officially entering the forest, Gu Hang's team moved even slower. They have always maintained a tight formation, relying on the 4 edifiers, and refuse to relax. If the trees are too dense, it is better to stop temporarily, burn or cut down the trees, and ensure a clear view. Fishing, using yourself as bait, it can't really make people bite. The unhurried appearance of the governor's troops is really anxious to death. Perboff was a little anxious. The 2nd Battalion he led hadn't competed with Yin Fangxiu some time ago and didn't get the job of cleaning up the alien monsters in the forest. He was a little frustrated, and he could only rely on training soldiers to vent his energy while staying in the camp. Hearing the governor's orders suddenly, asking him to call up the troops, he and his subordinates immediately perked up, especially after hearing that their mission here was to rescue the 3rd Battalion led by Yin Fangxiu, who was besieged in the forest by a large number of mutated monsters. He was gearing up even more. Veteran, right? A formal officer from the Imperial Navy, right? Don't you still have to save you with this muddy old man? He really wanted to lead the team right away, run through the entire forest, kill Yin Fangxiu in front of him, and then laugh at him loudly in front of that guy. However, he was still able to suppress the desire to fight in his heart. At the time of departure, the governor had roughly stated the goal of this operation, and rescue was secondary. The most important thing was that they might encounter ambushes on the road, and they had to fish out the ambushers. When he heard the news, he was even more furious. Someone dared to take the governor's idea? That is really a sworn enemy. Wanting to murder the governor is more hateful in Prabhav's heart than murdering himself. Some time ago, he went back to the Waste Cave Society. Although he had not been away from home for a short time, there had already been earth-shaking changes. Food and clothing are the most basic. Everyone lives in a house on the surface and no longer needs to live a dark life crowded in a cave. The houses in a residential area are simple board houses for the time being, but plans are underway to build new brick factories and cement factories, and a place has been planned for the construction of a small single-family building. Prabhav had seen the blueprints of the building, and it was very beautiful. When he used to work in the cave, he could live in such a house only in his dreams. At that time, housing will be allocated according to work points. According to the work points of Prabhav as a soldier and his wife's work points in the factory, they could be the first to live in the planned houses after they are built. Life is getting better and better, and Prabhav also deeply understands that at this moment he is not only fighting for the governor, but also fighting to guard his life that has finally become better and better. All of this was brought about by the governor. Whoever dares to harm the governor, who dares to interrupt their pursuit of a better life, will be his endless enemy. It is precisely because of this that he is completely able to suppress the desire to fight. He carried out the governor's order to fight steadily, without any hesitation, hiding all the anger in his heart, waiting for the moment of release. This anger, when it erupts, will definitely burn very vigorously. And this opportunity to explode did not make Prabhav wait too long. The enemy is coming. They could hear the roar that belonged to the abscess monster coming from all around the dense forest, and it became more and more clear. Their roar is very special. This monster without a head or a mouth can make a sharp and unpleasant sound to intimidate its prey through the high-frequency vibration of the lumps all over its body. After hearing the movement, Prabhav sent orders to the companies without the governor saying anything. They immediately stopped their opening operations and quickly turned to defensive positions. After a while, the figures of those disgusting monsters could already be vaguely seen through the woodland. But the soldiers still upheld the combat discipline and did not open fire immediately. Only the precision shooters deployed in the company have better shooting skills and more suitable precision rifles to try to carry out long-range kills. For the time being, the gunshots are still very sparse, but almost every gunshot is accompanied by a monster in the jungle falling down. After a while, the monsters move closer to the edge of the woodland, closer to the small clearing cleared by the soldiers. At this time, officers at all levels gave the order to open fire. In an instant, bullets, artillery fire, and machine guns from infantry vehicles covered all the surrounding areas. Under the baptism of the metal storm, many of those monsters fell down before they could get out of the dense forest. Even if they could get out, they were one step closer to death, being shot and killed by bullets. Prepared human soldiers defend like gold. The battle was fierce in an instant. Mortars began to fire, and a few shells were blocked by trees, but the fragments of the exploding shells were still threatening. More shells that were not stopped smashed into the charging monsters in the woodland at a distance of about 100 meters and could wipe out an entire area of enemies with one shot. In general, due to the woodland environment, the range and power of mortars are greatly reduced. But after all, this is a cannon, and no one can ignore its lethality. Machine guns are even scarier killers. If the enemy is hiding in the dense forest, it's okay. There is cover, the vision is not good, and it's really hard to hit from a distance. But as long as those monsters rush out, even if they only rush to the edge of the dense forest, the trees will be less covered. The power will rise rapidly. And once it really rushed out of the cover of the dense forest, the bullets fired by the machine gun were really like a steel whip, and no one could survive if it swept past. In the future, conventional rifles only need to check for gaps and make up for gaps. The multiple and three-dimensional firepower nets ensured that those monsters could not really pose a real threat to the army led by Gu Hang. What kind of biochemical artillery, what kind of fast-moving zombie dogs, all of them are not easy to use. The abscess ejector has a range of 50 meters. What is there to be afraid of? The precision shooters in the company are all staring at such high-value targets. Even if you don't mention the shooting specialists in the T5 Army, those soldiers of the Marine Commando are serious elites. The electromagnetic rifles in their hands are stronger and more powerful. With their care, it is extremely difficult for those abscess ejectors to enter the range of 50 meters and eject the corrosive pus into the formation of human soldiers. As for those zombie dogs, let alone. Their targets are indeed relatively small, faster, and more flexible. However, under the dense firepower net, these little monsters were often killed along with their hands. It is often a round of heavy machine gun fire without a definite target, and a few bullets falling on a zombie dog can blow up this dog-like abscess monster. If you really want to be broken through to the front, it is actually harmless. The small thing is fierce, but the size of about kilograms according to visual inspection determines that the threat it can cause is limited. The firearms in the hands of the soldiers are all equipped with alloy bayonets without exception, and a single blow to the pounce dog can chill the heart. He threw on the ground, put his foot on his head, pulled out the bayonet, and fired 2 more shots, and it was completely quiet. And in the battle, the 4 Rambler versus were the most terrifying. This kind of infantry chariot, which can also play a role in interstellar wars, is simply not something these monsters can deal with. Of the very few biochemical shells successfully fired by the abscess ejectors, 2 of them hit Walker V's body, but they had no effect. The corrosive effects of this ichor seem terrible to organic matter. The military uniform textiles on the soldiers are very poor at blocking pus, and after touching the flesh, it is even more painful. But the armor vests on the soldiers alone can block the corrosion. Not to mention Edifier V. Its outer armor is not only made of solid alloy plastic steel, but also has a layer of ceramic steel film on the outside, which is a more advanced material than alloy plastic steel. But on the contrary, mounted on the weapon platform of the Rambler, the double-barreled HMM cannon, the shells that sweep out are really rubbed to death. Terrible rate of fire, super power, even hiding in the woods is useless. A few more times, and the tree trunk and the monsters hiding behind it will be destroyed together. In a way, it's really like a remote logging machine. Facing such a large firepower attack, the attacking monster group suffered much more damage than when attacking Yin Fengshu's team from a distance. In comparison, Gu Hang's team is at a disadvantage compared to Yin Fengshu's team in terms of terrain. After all, the open space they are in at the moment has just been opened up, and it is the result of opening the way during the march. They are the attack party, not the initiators of the battle, and they don't have the right to choose the place of the battle. However, apart from this point, the team around Gu Hang has advantages in all aspects compared to Yin Fengshu. The firepower is more sufficient, and the soldiers are better. Although they're all T5 level teams, there are more than 20 Marine Commando soldiers with Gu Hang in the battlefield here. They can all be used as sharpshooters, and the shooting accuracy within tens of meters is completely reliable. This also means that those alien monsters die faster. But they didn't retreat, and they still sprang out of the woodland as if endlessly. Of course, these brainless monsters are not afraid, and their lives are worthless. They are purely cannon fodder. However, even if it is cannon fodder, it is still valuable. If the controllers behind these monsters hoped to use the death of these cannon fodder in exchange for the ammunition in Gu Hang's hands, they would have made a mistake. Knowing what kind of enemy he would face in advance, he had already prepared for it when he set off. The production line of G9 has not yet had time to roll out. With the finished black box manufacturing machine, it has just met the equipment needs of the 3rd Infantry Battalion, and the production of ammunition has not yet been put on the agenda. But at least the ammunition stored in the materials transported from the Starship before is still enough. But at the moment, Gu Hang even brought out most of the reserves in one go, and many bull carts were pulling the ammunition reserves in the center of the position. With such a large number, not to mention one battle, even if the intensity increased a bit, it would be enough to sustain them for several battles. Gu Hang observed the entire battlefield indifferently. He is currently in the middle of the position, and a Rambler V acts as his command vehicle. The range that his eyes can see is very narrow, but this does not affect his control of the overall situation. The psychic vision has been turned on, and he has a clear picture of the general situation of the entire battlefield. Originally, he was still preparing. If there were any particularly threatening monsters among those monsters, for example, when a large number of abscess sprayers entered the range and threw biochemical shells into his own position, he would take the first step to solve the problem. But now it seems that there is no need for him to make a move. The soldiers did such a good job that it was useless to keep him in the dark. Gu Hang was quite satisfied with this. Since there is basically no problem on the entire battlefield, Gu Hang can safely focus on dealing with the cult members who are likely to appear. He didn't believe that the method of those cultists was just to drive these brainless monsters, and there was absolutely no chance of harming him. They must have other means. The brainless monster has attracted most of the firepower of my soldiers. Now it's time for you to do it. Come out quickly. Those monsters have attracted most of the firepower of the governor's soldiers. What are we waiting for? In the dense forest, not far away, 3 people in gray and white robes stood on the branches, looking at the distant battlefield. They were surrounded by the breeze, which blocked their vision, making it difficult to observe them from a distance. Even with Gu Hang's spiritual vision, he didn't notice that there were still people standing here. These 3 are the apostles of the original Angry Owl sect. The leader is unusually tall. Standing on the branch is quite unsuitable. But if you look closely, you can see that he is not simply standing, he is just pointing the toe of one foot on the branch that a whitish mass of wind was holding his body under his feet. More like floating. What is his real name? Very few people know. But his codename in the sect is like thunder. He is one of the 12 executive envoys, the Howling Envoy. Although they don't care about specific practices, they have strong combat power. Within the primordial Nuaxiao sect, all the 12 executive envoys were truly blessed by the primordial Nu Xiao, able to use the powerful storm magic. Within the entire sect, their lofty status is second only to the 4 high priests. It's just that at this moment, the howling wind god envoy hesitated. Hearing the question from the entourage priest behind him, he responded, "Now is not a good opportunity. The impact of this abscess monster is much smaller than what we expected. The guard soldiers next to the governor are not at all. No mess." The priest who spoke in front spoke again, "But, Lord Envoy, do we want to give up this opportunity?" This question caused the howling god envoy to fall into silence. The man waited for a while and couldn't help but speak again. This is a task personally assigned by the high priest Chui Cao, and it is related to God's great cause in Fuxing City. The howling god envoy still didn't speak. The third person next to him spoke, "Don't interfere with the envoy's thinking." The former froze and added, "Sorry, I didn't intend to question anything. I was just a little anxious. The controller I got from the life school is already in an overloaded state. To maintain this scale of quantity control, at most I can persist less than 10 minutes. Quiet." The third priest interrupted him again just now. "You don't need to say more, we all know it well. Let the god envoy make a decision." The man finally shut up. A few minutes later, the tallest howling god envoy standing in the front finally sighed. "Let's go out. Today is the time for us to die for the storm." The 2 people in the back were shocked when they heard it. Hearing what god envoy means, devotion, is it possible to go here and never return? Has it reached this level? But it was too late for them to think too much. The howling god envoy jumped off the branch first. The wind that originally supported him to float on the branch became more violent in an instant, mimicking the appearance of a giant storm eagle, uttered a clear cry, and took off forward with the envoy on his back. The other 2 priests hurried to catch up, and they also called out the storm eagle, driving it to catch up. The 3 of them formed a zigzag shape and rushed towards the human soldiers not far away. It wasn't long after they started their operation that the governor's soldiers had spotted them. It's hard not to notice that there are 3 giant storm eagles in total, 1 big and 2 small, and there's a person on them, which is too conspicuous. Immediately, there were bullets covering the 3 of them. However, it doesn't do much. Moving targets, high-speed flying objects, are not so easy to hit. The training package provided by the system is to turn all soldiers into qualified soldiers within a few days, but this does not mean that every qualified soldier is a perfect marksman. Most people can't guarantee the accuracy at all when shooting objects that are not close to each other and flying at high speed. Even if it is machine gun fire and chasing, the effect is very poor. Of course, with the bullets flying around, the number increased, and they could always be encountered. But the attacks of the abscess monsters on the ground are still fierce, and most of the firepower still needs to be used to suppress these enemies. There are still a few who can change their guns to hit the 3 unknown things flying from the sky. There were not many in the first place, and coupled with the worrying accuracy, the number of real hits was even less. However, the precision shooters specially trained in the Army, as well as the soldiers of the Marine Corps, can guarantee a certain hit rate, but soldiers with this ability are still too rare. Moreover, even if it is hit by a stray bullet or a bullet from a precision shooter, it is of little use. Even Vaughn, who was given the storm magic just because he paid enough money, can use the wind shield to block the concentrated fire of several electromagnetic rifles for a few seconds, let alone a god envoy and 2 official priests. Under the wings of the giant storm eagle, the power of the wind surrounded the 3 of them. A few bullets hit them, but they didn't have any impact on them at all, and the bullets were all bounced off. The howling envoy led the 2 priests, and just like this, drove the giant storm eagle to the sky above the position of the governor's troops. They start circling. Then the wind picked up. A white storm enveloped the bottom. The wind, logically speaking, has no color, just the movement of air, but the strong wind spurred from their hands carried white mist. The mist that comes with a strong wind is neither cold nor humid, but has a certain taste of cutting. Not to mention the slight pain that the wind blew on the face under the strong wind. Many soldiers were even blown to one side. Then, as the strong wind blew up the thicker fog, within a few minutes, it had already become an obstacle to vision. The direct casualties are not big for the time being. Many people were cut with small wounds by the wind containing extraordinary energy, but these wounds were of course far from fatal. If these 3 cult priests and envoys compress the scope of the storm to a relatively small range, then these small wounds can really kill people, just like Ling Chi. But not now. Compared with just killing a small number of big-headed soldiers, the storm magic they released was more intended to interfere with the continued fighting of the human soldiers below, so that the abscess monsters on the periphery could overwhelm their defenses. That's more efficient. And the 3 of them hovered above the position and cast the storm magic, which really affected the soldiers' firepower output. Being blown to one side or another, it is difficult to stand firmly, and it is even more painful when the wind blows on exposed skin such as the face. These factors make it impossible for soldiers to shoot well. And the white fog that came with the wind and drifted wildly also affected visibility. When the firepower of the soldiers was greatly weakened, a large number of monsters penetrated and approached. Prabhav felt a chill in his heart. He knew too well what the consequences would be if these monsters really broke through the fire blockade and rushed to the face. The abscess sprayer, who was thought to be very dangerous among the enemies before, is actually nothing at all. The most frightening thing is those ordinary abscess monsters. The main reason is that there are too many of them. Once caught in close combat, although the soldiers are equipped with bayonets, they naturally have no way to fire again during close combat. When more and more, almost endless monsters rushed in, how could his subordinates beat the enemy with simple bayonets? Even if a soldier can kill 3 or 5 abscess monsters in close combat, it is useless. The enemy will completely overwhelm them with a larger number. In fact, there are already signs of this. There were already twice as many zombie dogs as before, and after the firepower weakened, they rushed into the soldiers' lines first. This is the first step in shaking the entire line of defense. The zombie dogs that rush in need to be dealt with at close range by the soldiers, and as long as they spend a little more time dealing with these zombie dogs, it will further weaken the firepower, and there will be more follow-up if the zombie dogs rush in. The situation will quickly enter a vicious circle and collapse quickly. Prabhav could see the trend, but there was nothing he could do. He was already shouting at the top of his voice, asking the soldiers to hold on and ensure firepower. But it's hard. The soldiers under his command are not cowards, but pain, strong wind, and white mist are all objective difficulties, and there is no way to say that they can be overcome by overcoming them, especially the white fog, which seriously damaged the soldiers' vision. Even if they can stick to their combat positions, all they can do is shoot blindly into the surrounding fog. Only in the closer range can we see some faint figures. The decline in shooting accuracy has greatly reduced the power of the firepower net. What he can really and effectively do at this moment is to allow the more important firepower to maintain the attack. The mortar positions that were unified under the command of the battalion headquarters could not be stopped, and Prabhav also asked the mortar crews to place the landing points of the shells closer. Before, most of the shells were thrown towards the edge of the woodland as the first wave of killing and interception. Don't put it too close, because you're worried about accidental injury, and, at the same time, after the enemy gets closer, the formation will become sparse due to the casualties on the charge road, which will reduce the lethality of the artillery fire. But that's out of the question now. In addition, even the machine gunners deployed at various points also worked hard to stick to their posts. Their situation will be a little better, and the firepower will be in a small temporary position constructed with wooden planks and sandbags, which can slightly block the wind. The machine gunners resisted the pain, lying on the ground, holding the trigger with their fingers, not caring whether the barrel would overheat and be scrapped, and frantically poured bullets into the mist. At the same time, the firepower of the four edifiers never stopped. It is precisely because the mortars, machine guns, and machine guns, these three important firepower points, have not been misfired, so that the firepower of the entire defense line is still guaranteed to a certain extent. If not, the line of defense is now broken. However, Prabhav knew that if he only relied on his own command, he could only do so much. The fragile balance can only slow down the process of the collapse of the defense line, but cannot return to the previous level of completely denying all monsters from the range of firepower. He raised his head resentfully and looked at three Stormhawks, one big, two small, faintly visible in the midair. He knew that there was the source. But for these three guys in the sky, Prabhav really can't help it. He had already ordered all the precision shooters in the company to shoot at the sky, but it had little effect. He also took out his own gun and shot at the sky, but it was more like venting, and it was useless. He has worked very hard, but what happened next seems to symbolize that his efforts will be destroyed. The current position can be stabilized because the mortar positions and machine gun fire points still exist. This factor can also be clearly seen by the Storm Apostles flying in the sky. They didn't go to the trouble of going to the Rambler V. Their storm magic, there is no way to penetrate the armor and hurt the driver inside. And to hurt the infantry vehicle itself, forget it. In contrast, machine gunners and mortar players are better at solving problems. In the sky, a wind bomb descended. A wind bomb the size of a wheel pierced through the white mist from midair, came straight down, landed on a machine gun position, and exploded loudly. It was like a cannonball, and the wind pressure that exploded suddenly swept people up. The wind blades scattered under the high pressure were really like broken shrapnel, cutting the human body full of holes. The machine gunner who was blown away by the wind bomb and the two soldiers next to him were out of breath when they fell to the ground. A machine gun fire point was pulled out, and the impact was not small that in the area it originally covered. Many zombie dogs rushed in immediately, and the abscess monster behind followed. The pressure suddenly increased. Seeing two more wind bombs falling from the sky, Prabhav was already panicked. He subconsciously moved towards the point where the wind bomb fell, trying to block it with his body. But at this moment, a rather familiar voice sounded in his mind. "Don't worry. Lead your team with your heart." "Master Governor." Prabhav recognized the voice, looked left and right, but saw nothing. At this time, he only realized later that this voice sounded directly in his mind. He suddenly realized and recalled the battle by the river valley, those people who died in a very special way. The governor possesses some kind of magical power called psionic power, and he is not a powerless person. If it is the governor, then there will be no problem. There is such a deep trust in the governor in Prabhav's heart. Guhang did not disappoint him. The two wind bombs that were about to hit the ground, which made him wish to use his body to stop them, suddenly dissipated in mid-air. Immediately afterwards, The 3 giant storm eagles flying in the sky also dissipated. 3 figures fell from midair. In an instant, the situation has changed drastically. All of this is, of course, due to Gu Heng's actions. At this moment, he has already got off the infantry chariot. Through the walker's armor, the psionic energy leaks out directly to release spells, which will attenuate to a certain extent to ensure success. He left the infantry vehicle and went outside. Psionic Cut is such a useful spell. Gu Heng did not directly use this spell on the 3 cultists. The soul strength of those 3 guys is quite high, and he can see clearly in his spiritual vision that if you go all out, you may not be able to cut off their heads and kill their souls. The target that Gu Heng chose to attack was the psychic connection they used to control the Storm Eagle. It is more convenient to destroy the flying magic, let the 3 fall, and then annihilate them physically. Beside him, 11 soldiers of the Marine Commando rushed out and found the 3 fallen persons respectively. These commandos raised their guns and fired while running at high speed, but they were ridiculously accurate. The metal spikes accurately found the free-falling target in midair. This is far beyond the standard of their colleagues. Before coming to carry out the mission called Rescue, but actually fishing, Gu Heng spent all the savings on hand. Originally, the gift he got in the battle at the Flood Valley Manor was used up when he was extracting technology and training the 3rd Battalion. But a few days ago, when Yin Fengshu led the team to burn the hatching nests in the heterogeneous woodland, he could get 1 to 2 points of gifts for each one burned, depending on the size of the burned hatching nests. 7 hatching nests were burned down, and Gu Heng got 11 gift points. And this gift, he threw it to 11 Marine Commando soldiers. The elite commando soldiers who came down from the starship have a completely different style of painting from normal soldiers. They wore dark brown one-piece combat uniforms and masks. They were well-equipped and did not expose any inch of their skin during the battle. The seemingly light combat uniform is more useful than an armored vest with ceramic steel plates inserted. These are the elite of the Imperial Marine Corps, considered special forces. Its own training degree is the level of T4 troops in the system's rating, that if you want to raise their training level to T3 level, then the cost of each soldier is 1 gift point. 1 point of gift is enough to train 100 ordinary people into an entire company of soldiers equivalent to the regular army of the Empire. But when used to train T3 soldiers, it is only enough for 1 person to upgrade. If you want to train up to T2, you need 10 gift points, which is enough for Guam Heng himself to go up a level in the Heroes panel. However, the cost is great, but the value is extraordinary. At that time, he led 11 Marines out alone, and then performed some special training exercises mysteriously. The moves were made up by him, but when he declared, he spoke of a blessing from the Emperor from the special training methods he had. It is difficult for ordinary people to believe this kind of thing, but it is different when it comes to Governor Gu Heng. These Marine Corps soldiers have all seen with their own eyes how those muddy legs became qualified soldiers in a very short period of time. Can you believe it or not? The soldiers of the Marine Corps were simply ecstatic. The 11 people followed the governor's instructions meticulously and piously and completed the movements. Then, they really felt the earth-shaking changes in their bodies in a very short period of time. They grew stronger, even to a somewhat inhuman degree. They run faster, have greater strength, and are more resistant to blows. Even the bullets are less powerful, so they might not be able to penetrate their frontal bones. Their strength is almost 2 or 3 times that of the past, and they could not move the immovable boulder is even a little relaxed now. Their nerve response has also become faster, and some flying birds are like slow paper airplanes in their eyes. Their military skills have been greatly improved in a short period of time, and each of them has changed from being a OSO accurate shooter before to becoming they also feel that they have mastered some very efficient melee combat skills, and with a portable short knife. It is enough for them to kill 5 or 6 past selves in close combat. Deeply aware of the changes that have happened to them, they feel as if they are in a dream. Why? It's so unscientific, but it's a reality. They can only attribute it to the blessing of the Emperor, the magic of the Viceroy, and they are one of Gu Heng's trump cards for this operation. At this moment, These soldiers who have been strengthened to the T3 level are also playing the role that Gu Heng expects. 11 electromagnetic rifles, chasing down the fallen evil priest. They don't need to communicate verbally, and every 3 people stare at once, the metal spikes are like opening a lock. Even if they are running and the target is still in free fall, they will rarely miss. And during the process, Gu Heng was still playing tricks. The opponent is very strong. Gu Heng will not use his limited psychic power at will. But just like cutting off the control of the 3 evil priests on the Storm Eagle just now, he can do some drastic things at some key points. And this time, the bad thing he did was to interfere and cut off the 3 priests' control of the Storm Shield. Although Marine soldiers have been strengthened to the T3 level, the reinforcement is that the soldiers are not firearms, and the Eagle electromagnetic rifles in their hands have not changed in any way. The metal spikes hit the 3 guys, all of which were blocked by the Storm Shield. It is very difficult to break the Storm Shield purely by the power of bullets, and it takes a long time for people to stand still. But it has some effect. It will reduce the strength of the Storm Shield and force those evil priests to mobilize their spirituality to maintain the strength of the shield. This gave Gu Heng an opportunity. He just needs to come up lightly, and he doesn't even need to use a lot of effort to completely disintegrate the Storm Shield, just make it more unstable. The Storm Shield, whose strength weakens in an instant, and even has gaps and holes, is quite fatal to the falling priest. The one with the weakest level among them is especially miserable in midair. At least 5 or 6 metal spikes penetrated his body. The ultra-high power of the electromagnetic rifle cannot be supported by the strength of the human body. That guy was smashed in the air in an instant, and when he landed, he couldn't even see the human form, just some broken corpses. But the other 2 are doing fine. In Gu Heng's field of vision, he could see that the strongest one was basically unaffected. After his Storm Shield had a problem, he quickly made up for it and didn't let himself get shot. The other had a similar reaction, but this one's level was obviously far from the strongest one's. In the end, he was shot twice and 1 arm and 1 leg were broken. The 2 priests who were still alive after landing each moved. The strongest, almost uninjured one suddenly sprouted a pair of white storm wings. The image of the wings is somewhat like a turbine, and the speed is extremely fast in the blink of an eye under the sudden jet of air. He ignored the Marine Corps assault soldiers who rushed over, but directly targeted Gu Heng, who was behind him. The Howling God Envoy did not forget his mission. The most important goal of his trip was to kill the planetary governor. I planned to use the storm and the white mist to disrupt the soldiers' positions, let those abscess monsters rush over, and wipe out all the soldiers. Afterwards, we only need to take care of the governor hiding in the infantry chariot. But unexpectedly, the governor actually left the protection of the chariot by himself. It's just that the governor actually possessed spiritual power and even used very advanced techniques, which surprised him greatly. As a result, there was a major flaw in his plan. The governor's actions not only stopped their destruction of the human soldiers' positions, but even put him and his 2 subordinates in a very dangerous situation. But he still has a chance. If only he could kill the governor on the spot. The whirlwind brought up the wings formed by the vortex, allowing the Howling God Envoy to gain explosive speed. He went straight to Gu Heng. As long as Gu Heng is killed, his mission is still considered complete. Those seemingly elite soldiers also seem to have sensed his intentions. Half of the people went to suppress the other priest who was still alive, and the other half tried to stop him. When the bullets came, the Storm Shield was still faithfully performing its duties, and it couldn't easily break through the defense point. 2 soldiers who were relatively close blocked his way, drew their short knives, and tried to fight him. The reaction speed and agility of those soldiers surprised the Howling God Envoy. He was moving at super high speed, and the burst speed of the turbo wings was so fast that it was impossible for ordinary people to react, let alone intercept it. But those soldiers can do it, and their will is beyond imagination. To be near him is to bear the force of the storm. The high-pressure wind blade cut through their combat uniforms and even cut dense wounds on their bodies, but they're still able to be firm in their will and unwavering. More importantly, the short knives in their hands could really pierce the wind around him. This is absolutely inhuman power, If he hadn't reacted very quickly and exploded a wind bomb between himself and the soldier, blowing it away, he would have been stabbed, but he can only pop one. Another soldier stabbed the blade into his body fiercely. If it wasn't for the power of the wind to help him deflect the blade at a critical moment, he would not have been stabbed in the abdomen, but in the heart. But the current situation is still very critical. The soldier quickly let go of the hand holding the knife, ignored the blood, picked up the electromagnetic rifle, and was about to give the envoy a shot at close range. If it was hit, the howling wind god envoy would have to suffer on the spot. His storm shield has been pierced by the knife just now, but he is not completely sure that he can completely resist the shooting of the eagle. At the critical moment, the howling wind god envoy became ruthless. He opened his hands, advancing instead of retreating, and hugged the soldier, preventing the special warfare elite from firing bullets directly. His physical strength is not as strong as the opponent's, and he will be freed in a moment, but the storm magic is grand at this moment. The wind blade spun around him in an instant, pouring into the soldier's body mercilessly. The ceramic steel plate will not be easily destroyed, but this thing is not covered all over. The combat uniform was cut under the high-pressure wind blade, followed by the flesh. The blood was soaring and scattered by the wind. In an instant, a large person was cut off, leaving only guns, bulletproof plates, helmets, fragments of relics, and broken bones. The howling god envoy covered in blood did not dare to stay for a moment. In desperation, just now, he almost broke out with all his strength, which is why he was able to achieve such a terrifying effect. However, he has personally experienced the strength of these elite soldiers whose costumes are completely different from ordinary soldiers, as evidenced by the short knife stuck in his abdomen. If there is another moment of hesitation, there will be soldiers rushing up next to him. With a distance, relying on the storm shield that resisted the bullets, he might be sure to kill all the soldiers. But firstly, there is Gu Hang, who can manipulate exquisite psychic spells to make trouble. And secondly, he can't get away from the distance now, and the defense effect of the storm shield against melee blades is not as good as defense against bullets. Not much stronger physical strength and fighting skills. It is too disadvantageous to fight against those elite soldiers. When the pain subsided a little, he raised his head and saw the infantry tank right beside him, which had already aimed its cannon at him. Fire! In an instant, several large-caliber machine shells broke his already fragile storm shield and then destroyed his body. Gu Hang still felt a little scared. After the enemy appeared, he noticed that one of the three was particularly strong. When dealing with these three guys, he also distributed his strength accordingly. The other two were basically no accidents. One died before landing, and the other was almost dead. He lost his limbs and wanted to resist. At this moment, he was held down by 3 or 5 special warfare elites and stabbed to death with random knives. But the strongest one was still beyond expectations. He was already trying to do something. That guy was halfway, flying over, when he was intercepted by the elite Marines. It wasn't because of Gu Hang's sneaky touch. It wasn't that easy to get stabbed in the stomach. Unexpectedly, that guy had clearly reached the limit of his sorcery and had a knife stabbed in his abdomen, but he was able to explode with amazing power in the end. Not only did he use the storm to dismember an elite land soldier in a terrifying way, but he was also able to continue to explode power rush towards him, sending him flying, and violent storms swept across him continuously. Under normal circumstances, he should be dead, just like the elite Marine who was chopped up. At the critical moment, what played a role was the talent he obtained when he raised his personal level to LV2 last time. Body protection, spiritual chi. This thing does not need to be activated. It is passively triggered, and it will take effect after being beaten. It really saved Gu Hang's life. After being blown away, Gu Hang could feel that those violent winds around his body were constantly fighting against and wiping away his spirituality. The force of the gust of wind was so fierce that almost instantly, Gu Hang's spirituality was almost gone. But fortunately, the power of this gust of wind came and went quickly. It belonged to all the power that the opponent erupted at once. If it was carried over, it would be gone. However, after enduring this wave of attacks, Gu Heng's spirituality was basically exhausted. But he is not alone, and the chariot can help him take the last step. Looking at the enemy who was smashed to pieces and definitely couldn't come back to life, Gu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have a better skill. Turtle, the female captain's heart rate exceeds that of the protagonist. LSP, there are so many discerning readers. P.S. There's a data bug in the front. The number of T3 Marines is 11 instead of 9. It has been corrected. Thanks for pointing out the problem. The Howling God Envoy was dead. So dead that he didn't even have a human figure. The priest who was blasted by the metal spikes before was also shapeless, leaving only a pile of broken corpses. It's the last one. The death looks a little better, just a little bit. One arm and one leg were broken in midair, and he wanted to resist after landing, but the elite land warrior who came up to him again broke through the storm shield and stabbed him to death. After the death of the 3 priests who possessed the power of the storm, the wind quickly calmed down, and the white mist also quickly dissipated. During this short period of time, the soldiers were indeed in chaos. Because of this, the firepower network was affected, many monsters rushed in, and more than a dozen abscess injectors entered the range, and the spray pus caused the soldiers there were casualties. But all in all, the mayhem was damaging but not fatal. The wind cleared, and the soldiers regained control of the battlefield. Despite the casualties, they killed all the monsters that rushed into the position. Those abscess injectors who had just fired 1 or 2 rounds of biochemical shells were also wiped out by machine guns and machine guns of infantry combat vehicles. Although the 3 storm priests were finished, the battle did not end directly. It is true that those monsters obeyed the command of the priest of the storm to some extent, but after the death of the priest, they were out of control, and they were still extremely harmful. They still maintained a berserk state, constantly pouring out of the forest, trying to attack all living things that they can see. But even though they were still crazy, and the firepower of the soldiers in the position was reduced due to the previous casualties, they still couldn't rush in. The difference in firepower is not something these primitive monsters can fight against. It is said that when a large-scale, full-fledged abnormal tide occurs, more and higher-level monsters will appear, not just limited to the lowly abscess monsters and ejectors. But at least Gu Heng and the others didn't run into each other this time. The hatching nests in the forest are still in the stage of accumulating strength. Perhaps given a few months, they will gradually hatch and devour each other, and a group of high-level monsters can grow up, and the situation will become very troublesome. But right now, in order to kill Gu Heng, the original Angry Owl sect has ripened most of the hatching nests in the woodland in advance, and launched a seemingly large-scale attack. But in fact, there are not many high-level monsters, and the threat is relatively low. Relatively average. Even, to a certain extent, the behavior of the original Angry Owl sect helped Gu Heng. A large number of hatching nests have been ripened in advance, and a large number of monsters gather here, which can be dealt with uniformly. This reduced a lot of workload for Gu Heng's troops to clean up the entire heterogeneous woodland in the future. As the battle continues, it can be seen that the number and density of those monsters rushing out of the dense forest have decreased significantly. Obviously, they are not really infinite. After being wiped out in large numbers, there aren't many left. In the end, when the troops led by Yin Fengshu also rushed to the scene, the whole battle basically came to an end. When he knew that the governor might be ambushed, he couldn't stay where he was and wait for rescue, that he took the initiative to lead the troops and slowly broke through outwards, also adopting a steady and steady approach. According to his thinking, it doesn't have to be a successful breakthrough. Even if it can help the governor to attract some attention, that's a good thing. As a result, as he was walking, not long after, the number of monsters he encountered suddenly decreased, as if they had all gone to other places. He guessed that this was because the battle on the governor's side had already started, and he could even hear the roar of guns. So, they speeded up, rushed to the scene of the battle, and joined the governor. But at this time, it was already the end of the battle. He could only take the 3rd Battalion, join the battle, and cleaned up the remaining monsters together. Soon, no active monsters appeared in front of the soldiers. Prabhav stepped on an abscess monster that had lost its lower body and was climbing on the ground with only its hands, and watched it stretch out its hands in vain to try to grab itself. After pondering for a moment, he raised his pistol and pointed it at the monster's head, making him completely quiet. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned his head and saw Yin Fengshu walking over with a tired face. His gaze was naturally placed on the corroded and rotting shoulder clothes of the other party, and he saw the red skin under the tatters. He grinned and said, "Yo, Captain, I'm quite embarrassed." Yin Fengshu rolled her eyes angrily, walked up to him, and punched him in the chest. "You're not going to get any better. You're even limping when you walk. Isn't that just to save you?" Speaking of this, Yin Fengshu couldn't deny it, and his face turned dark. At this time, Prabhav comforted, "It's not your fault. This bunch of garbage, trash, and heretic traitors who feed their consciences to dogs just want to use you to ambush the governor. It's not your fault. Our mission is to be a good governor. My lord's sword and shield. Neither of us completed this task very well today, but I will work harder from now on. How about you?" Yin Fengshu looked at this officer who had grown up from the Waste Cave Club with some surprise. Why did this guy suddenly express such emotion? For the time being, he still doesn't know that the Storm Priest rushed in front of Gu Hang just now, directly threatening the governor's life, and he has no way of knowing how much this scene was watched by Prabhav, and it had an inner impact on Mr. Battalion Commander. He didn't understand these things, so Mr. Captain could only touch his head, nodded, and agreed. Saying goodbye to Prabhav, Yin Fengshu found Gu Hang. The governor is in a chariot. One of his old subordinates stopped him. "The governor is resting. I have something to report." The Marines were a little tangled, but still stopped him. "But, Captain, the governor is resting, so you better not disturb him." Yin Fengshu was surprised again. These are not the soldiers Gu Hang recruited on Star Fury, but the Marines he brought down from the starship, who were his direct subordinates. All the while, their relationship was meant to be closer. Even to say something disrespectful, everyone complained about all kinds of things about the governor in private. The soldiers are loyal to the governor, but that is more like due to duty and position. But now he really saw his respect for the governor from the eyes of his old subordinates. A question mark slowly rose from his head. What happened just now? He didn't think there was a problem with his subordinates' respect and loyalty to the governor from the bottom of their hearts. On the contrary, that's how it should be. But this did not prevent him from being curious about the reasons for these changes. He gave up on waking Gu Hang up. Instead, he pulled his old subordinate aside and asked carefully what was going on in the battle just now. After learning about the situation, Yin Fengshu was also silent. The governor was approached by a heretic heresy and was attacked, but was unharmed. But he was a little tired. The governor's psionic spells showed their power again. These old subordinates, after the governor's quick special training, have undergone earth-shaking changes. This information, to Yin Fengshu's ears, was like reading from heaven. Why is it unscathed? Why do those cultists fall down while flying in the sky? These can only be attributed to the magic of psionic energy. The news that the governor is a psionic master, Yin Fengshu could accept it as so. Anyway, it wasn't the first day he knew that the governor was a psyker, it was just that his performance was even more miraculous. Yin Fengshu tried hard to convince himself that it was no big deal. But these elite Marines who followed him in the past, can they become stronger? Or did it happen in a very short time? Like the governor training those ordinary people. Yin Fengshu found it hard to accept and unbelievable. He jokingly said, "Then you boy, aren't you better than me now? Do you want to come and practice?" In the past, no one dared to answer the soldiers of the Marine Corps. Captain Yin Fengshu was famous for being able to fight, and it was uncomfortable to practice against him. But now it's different. The soldiers said with some enthusiasm, Okay. Gu Hang sat in a chariot with a pale face, closed his eyes, and rested his mind. He noticed the movement outside, but he didn't care about it. In the battle just now, he consumed a lot. The most important thing was that he was hit head-on. Spiritual protection blocked almost all the damage for him, but it also drained all his spirituality. In fact, this is a very dangerous thing. According to the education I received in memory about psionic spells, complete spiritual depletion would have uncontrollable consequences, death, madness, insanity, split personalities. These are all possible. After the battle, Gu Heng checked his spiritual status while resting, but he was relieved in the result. Those bad situations did not appear, and the current symptoms are only a little fatigue and a little headache. Generally speaking, after rest, you can get better. But he still learned some lessons. This time, it was still a little risky, so that he put himself in danger. But looking back carefully, Gu Heng didn't feel that what he did was particularly wrong, that it's true that he is the governor. But it's really not to the point where he can't sit on the throne. His career is still in its infancy, and some things have to be fought. Just this time, in his entire sphere of influence, he couldn't find a second psyker. If he doesn't come forward in person, there is no way to solve this matter today. It is also impossible for him to let Yin, Fengshu, and the 3rd Battalion he led really get stuck in the woods and die. But this time the result is definitely good. It must not be easy for the original Raging Owl sect to spawn and control so many monsters, otherwise they would not be rats in the gutter. After using this method, 3 more powerful priests were lost here. The loss must be quite painful. Even before that, this should be quite painful. If they hadn't asked Fuxing City to intensify their efforts to investigate the cults and force them to jump over the wall, they would not have tried to pay the price to assassinate themselves. That's good. If you didn't handle me this time, then wait for me to go to Fuxing City and blow all your old bottoms away. After resting for a while, he felt that his state had recovered a lot. Only at this time did he really have the energy to take stock of his gains. This time it can be regarded as a complete victory, although the loss is the biggest since the previous battle. But the result is also the same. Slight advantage, get 86 gift points. Loss 103. Elimination 6597. Captive 0. 2nd Infantry Battalion. 77 losses for 1,447 eliminated. 3ND Infantry Battalion. 24 losses, 1613 eliminated. Marine Corps. 2 losses, 537 eliminated. Just looking at the battle loss ratio, it is very beautiful, but Gu Heng is not happy at all. The ones that were wiped out were all mindless monsters. If they follow Yin Fengshu's strategy, in the next few months, they will be able to burn down the layers of these monsters one by one almost without damage, instead of facing them at the same time after their unification is catalyzed. Not to mention bringing 3 storm priests to face it together. A total of 103 soldiers were lost, and the losses of the 2 battalions exceeded 25%. These casualties were mainly caused when the wind was shrouded in dense fog. Among them, 2 Marines who he had just pulled to the T3 level were killed, and they were all killed by the most powerful priest. This means that the 2 points of gift they invested are gone. The normal 2 infantry battalions, especially the 2nd Battalion, need a substantial replenishment. The total population under Gu Heng's current rule is less than 600, not counting the servant battalion. It also supported 2 infantry battalions with dash people before, and the mobilization rate has exceeded -%. In fact, the pressure is already very high from the perspective of population composition, let alone that Gu Heng is here besides the army. Various rapidly expanding production lines also require manpower. Excessively high mobilization rates have affected production efficiency, especially for the manpower of young and middle-aged people. There is a huge gap in the waste-whole society, which is already a restrictive factor for development. The army's wounded need to take another 100 from the manpower pool. Very exhausting. Gu Heng can already imagine that Patel, who is in charge of heavy industry production at the Waste Case Society, will definitely scratch his head. That guy will not set up any obstacles for the boys to serve as soldiers for the governor. In his heart, it is an honor, and he is defending the fruits of their labor. But after the manpower is reduced, he really has to scratch his head on how to maintain and even expand production. As for other costs, the textile factory has opened, military uniforms can be produced by themselves, and the relevant design drawings have been given in the past. Alloy plastic steel production lines can produce armor vests. Firearms can recycle equipment left on the battlefield or produce new ones, even if it is soldiers training. 1 soldiers only have -point of gift. These are all fine. The problem is still population. Still have to suck blood. The quintet in the sky is not easy to attract, and it is not interesting to attract low-end population. The Ji Yuhang was playing with the female captain's other ideas. On the quintet, there were plenty of talents he coveted. Eliminating the original Angry Owl sect, at least giving them a hard time, would also require the power of the female captain, and it would also be regarded as a reward for Yalisha, but this could be discussed later. The rest is Fushing City and Garbage Town. Trash Town is full of adventurers who dream of getting rich. It is not ruled out that they have experienced ups and downs, and now they want to find an honest man. No, they want to live an honest life, but they can't force it. Fushing City is a huge source, and Gu Hang does not dislike the refugees who cannot survive outside the city. Counting 10 people, it is unrealistic to eat them all in one go, but he now has enough jobs and enough food to support many people. After thinking about the loss, the next step is to gain 86 gift points. This is Guam Hang's biggest gain so far, even more than before. This gave Gu Hang a feeling of getting rich. The shadow cast on his heart by the huge casualties of the soldiers dissipated a lot because of this joy. Of the 86 gift points, it is estimated that there are more than 30 points, which were contributed by the 3 priests, and the one with the strongest light gave more than 20 points. That great priest, in terms of psychic strength alone, was a bit higher than Gu Hang. It's just that in terms of spiritual power application, Gu Hang has the exquisite soul-cutting inherited from the ancient family and this spiritual body protection given by the system, which is much stronger than the great priest who can only borrow the indigenous evil gods and use storm magic. In other words, Gu Hang was able to win because of his powerful spells and because of the large number of people. It was really more than spiritual strength. Gu Hang, who is only LV2, was not as good as the opponent. To eliminate such a powerful enemy, it is reasonable to give more gifts. As for the remaining 6,000 points, that is the result of the more than -alien monsters that the soldiers killed. Obviously, the lives of these monsters are worthless, but the number of people who couldn't stand it was really huge. More than 6,000 died, and it also gave Gu Hang a lot of gifts. It's just a pity that the evaluation of victory in the battle is only slightly superior, and the gift coefficient obtained after the battle is not large enough. Otherwise, there should be more room. Next, there is the question of how to spend this gift. He happily called out the panel, and then saw an old thing flashing, and another new thing appeared. What is flashing is the hero panel. What's new is a new function called event. The movement of the hero interface was expected by Gu Hang in advance. Now that such a tragic battle is over, he can always upgrade, right? Sure enough, he clicked on it, and, among the heroes, the only one was himself, who had already reached the standard for upgrading. It's just the price of this upgrade that made him frown. 50 points. The price of upgrading to level 2 is also too expensive. However, after this encounter, he is also quite eager for the growth of his personal strength. After upgrading, his own safety can be guaranteed even more. Not to mention, the influence of a powerful psyker on battles below a certain scale is huge. Even if the price is expensive, he intends to grit his teeth and upgrade himself. But not in a hurry. There are some other changes in the Heroes panel. He saw that there were 2 more characters who could be activated as heroes. One is Prabhoff. After this battle, the minor captain from the Waste Cave Society seemed to be recognized as a talented person by the system and could be activated as a hero. And the other, named Osinachenko. Who is this person? Gu Hang was at a loss. I still have such a person under my command? Oh, it seems there is. Gu Hang remembered that in the statistics of the group of refugees who had just migrated from Fushing City, he probably glanced at the list of literate people, and it seemed that this name had appeared on it. What did this person do to make the system think she was capable? Gu Hang also became curious. It's not that she's going to be promoted to a hero right away, but since she is recognized by the system as having a certain potential, even if she is not promoted, she could be scooped up and entrusted with important tasks. Gu Hang seems to have discovered another usage of this hero function. You can find talents without upgrading. Satisfied, he closed the hero panel, and Gu Hang opened the newly appeared event panel. Unknown events are happening. You can direct the events in the direction related to you. This event will cost 50 gifts to open. Count down to the end of the event. 1 day, 6 hours. That's it. You don't have any information, and you want to lie to me for 50 gift points? Without even thinking about it, Gu Hang turned off the event function. Then he really thought about it and turned on the function again. It's unbearable. It's so fascinating to not know this kind of thing. In general, the quality of things produced by the system is strongly linked to gift points. As much as you pay, the things you can get are as good as you can get. Except for the 2 technology card draws, there's a 40% probability that you will miss 2 rounds in a row. Besides, I don't seem to have cheated on me. Hey, but drawing an unknown event card, is it easy to be cheated? What if there is any hidden probability? During this short period of time, Gu Hang was entangled in his heart and had many thoughts. He is not a person with a tangled personality, but what can he do? Too poor. All problems are problems of poverty. If there are enough gifts in hand, Gu Hang will immediately activate this event, and then see what the hell it is. But if the unknown event is activated, the remaining 36 gifts are not enough to upgrade. After thinking carefully for a long time, Gu Hang still decided to trust the system. Although it was a gamble, he still made this choice with the idea of system product value for money. Of course, the more important point is that he has the means to guarantee the bottom line. In less than 2 days, the month will be full at that time. The monthly fixed income will be issued. According to the development momentum of Gu Hang's forces, there should be 30 or 40 points of income by then. Together, it should be enough for him to upgrade to LV3. Relatively speaking, unknown events may be more cherished. After all, it has a countdown, and when the time passes, the event disappears. Time-limited lucky draw. You have to win for me, right? With this mentality in mind, Gu Hang made the final choice. The gift of 50 points was gone in a snap, replaced by brand new information that appeared in his field of vision. Event activated. Phoenix will die. A war group of interstellar warriors that is about to be destroyed has ended the 100 Years Redemption Expedition and is approaching Furial Star. It seems that they are looking for salvation and hope here. Please decide your actions carefully. Your behavior determines the next development of the event. Event branch, unknown. Seeing that the new event reminder mentioned that a space warrior group was approaching Furial Star, Gu Hang could hardly control the expression on his face. If he had a Space Marine chapter to his aid, what was there to worry about? It is impossible for any difficulty on Furial Star to block the footsteps of the entire battle group. The term Space Warrior symbolizes glory, greatness, and death within the Empire. They are the Emperor's angels of death. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, the God Emperor used himself as a template to create many different gene seeds, selected the best people, implanted the gene seeds, and formed the original interstellar warriors. Each of them is an extraordinary existence, with a body countless times stronger than ordinary people, wearing a special power armor connected to the nerves, and their individual combat power is extremely terrifying. Often only a few space warriors are needed to form a small team to kill tens of thousands of troops and behead a general, and this is just their routine task. They are true killing machines, and the Angels of Death live up to their name. In the era of the founding of the country, the major space warrior legions were the sharpest swords in the hands of the Emperor, and they made absolute contributions in creating the infinite territory of the Empire. Then, after the Emperor's ascension to godhood some 1 year ago, all Space Marine legions were split into smaller chapters. According to the provisions of the Holy Scriptures, the maximum size limit of a Space Warrior battle group is 1,000 people. Typically, a war band will have a parent planet. The war group's home planet does not need to provide taxes to the Empire, and all manpower and material resources are assigned to the war group. Chapters can form mortal auxiliaries, chapter fleets, and have enormous autonomy. They will respond to the highest call of the Empire and will be thrown into the most terrible battles. But other than that, their actions are more arbitrary, with a high degree of freedom. In Gu Hang's understanding, it was like a combination of warlords and feudal lords. Such a battle group will come to Fury Al Star? Gu Heng quickly calmed down. Still the same sentence. The system is produced, and it is worth the money. A gift of 50 points? I'm afraid it won't be able to be exchanged for a space soldier, let alone a battle group. Not so good. He also noticed the information provided in the event interface. This is a dying warband. That's fine. If it's a strong warband, he can't say anything. The status of a chapter leader might be higher than that of the head of the star area. Gu Heng has already realized that this incident, good or bad, is unknown, that he really has to act cautiously as the system prompts. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. But in general, it also means opportunity. If there are interstellar warriors who can help him, he will have an absolute guarantee of force on Star Fury.